scholars. I have to tell you not a story, an anecdote. When Emre came to me and asked to organize this conference, I told him, Emre, there is no scholar working on Armenian massacres. Like you, I mean, he said, no, there are so many scholars out there, young, working on topic. And he made a list. Believe me, if we had money, we would have really invited 6, 7 more young generation scholars who can come here and talk on that topic. So I'm very much looking forward to the presentations. And before we start, our dear president of International Genocide Scholar Associations, Henry, wants to make an announcement. Please, Henry.
Sorry, Henry.
Sorry to jump in. Thank you, Connor. I just wanted to suggest, especially after last night's dynamite presentations that really contextualize 1894, 96, and beyond in new ways, and knowing sort of some of the work that's going to be coming today, I wanted to invite those who are presenting as groups or individuals to submit proposals to the IAGS conference, which is happening in Phnom Penh next July, on the 40th anniversary of the end of the Cambodian genocide. This is really, really new work, and it's a new area for IAGS, and it would give the work exposure to a global network of scholars who I think would really benefit from the work that you're doing. And I would mention, especially for graduate students, there are graduate student travel awards available that you can apply for, so there's support for that as well. So thank you for letting me step in.
Henry, when's the deadline for this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's November 1st. That's the one hitch, although I might be able to sneak things in. But.
So thank you very much for Henry. I mean, the publication of these papers was one of our ideas also. Maybe we can find a nice combination here. Thank you for the suggestion. Now I'm turning the floor to Burçin to introduce our speakers for the first session. So Burçin, welcome.
Welcome to, welcome to, no.
Yeah. It's on.
Okay. Welcome to our first panel on the massacres across Anatolia. I'm very bad with this. It seems I don't go there. Welcome to our first panel on the massacres across Anatolia. Yesterday we had an amazing introduction panel where the continuity, not only between Hamidian and Young Turk era, but also Republican Turkey was debated. Interestingly, Turkey is nowadays in a period of total phasing of Abdul Hamid. Erdogan identifies himself with him. A TV series lauding the Red Sultan is broadcasted on the public channel, while the same Erdogan claims to be the founder of the new Turkey, just as Young Turks and later Mustafa Kemal did. All of this happening with the approval and participation of large parts of the society. The role played by different actors during Hamidian massacres is the focus of our first panel today. Ali Sipahi from Özyeğin University in Turkey will focus on the collective character of the massacres in Harput. Sipahi completed his PhD in anthropology and history at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Our second panelist, Toygun Altıntaş, is from Bilgi University in Turkey. He received his PhD from the University of Chicago. He will discuss revolutionary groups and Ottoman authority strategies in terms of recruitment, propaganda, and violence. Ümit Kurt from Fresno State University and Van Leer Institute in Jerusalem will discuss the Armenian massacres in Aintab in 1895. Kurt earned his PhD at the Stresser Center. He published extensively on the transfer of Armenian wealth, elite-making process, and Turkish nationalism. His last book, Antep 1915, Genocide and Perpetrators, is recently published in Turkish.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'm grateful to Taner Akçal and Stresser Center for the invitation, and of course to Robbie. Okay. Hey. And also to Robin Conrad for taking care of us. It's a great pleasure and a challenge to be here because I have to present my work to experts. It's always a challenge and It will be a very different experience compared to these huge conferences with a lot of sessions. But it will also save us from long introductions about the context of the event and everything. So I'll jump into the findings of my research directly. Okay, today I'd like to talk about the massacres of 1895 in Harput and how the massacres were perceived during the event, and how was it given meaning or explained after the fact by the people with first-hand experience in Harput. The 1895 massacres is an event of crowd violence, unlike the genocide, to different degrees in different places, of course. It was mediated, covered, overlooked, conditioned, or simply ordered by some power holders like the government officials or the local notables. But spotting on an instigator will not explain, of course, how innumerable people acted in a collective way in the absence of any military organizations. To grasp collective action is very difficult and it always needs abstraction for us and also for the contemporaries of the event. At the end, I'll suggest that we can use the massacres as a laboratory to understand something even wider, that is how people conceive collective action. And I will argue that seemingly conflicting narratives of Turks, Armenians, and Americans articulated collective behavior in the exact same way, which interestingly will tell us something about the Kurds. Now, the massacres began after the Ottoman government accepted a reform bill, as everybody knows here, that promised to undertake some reforms proposed by the Armenian political parties and European states. This happened on October 20, and the news rapidly spread to the provinces. We know, for example, from Sarkistan Zakir's memoir, how exciting to hear the news was for Ottoman Armenians, in his case in Aleppo. But soon enough, the optimistic atmosphere disappeared, as we know. The assaults of Muslims against Armenians began. The first incident in Harput took place on the 24th, Thursday. Armenians closed their shops in the marketplace, retreated to their homes, apparently because of rumors about expected attacks of Muslims. The rumors circulating in the city were supported by the news coming from outside of the city about Kurds' attacks against Armenian villages. We listen from the American missionaries that the acting governor, Ali Emiri Efendi, sent the colonel to the town center and himself called Muslim and Armenian notables, also Mr. Barnum, a senior American missionary, and made them assure their people that there was nothing to fear. And their efforts were successful. The shops were opened in an hour without any further disquiet. This was a classic example of a well-known pattern of local incident between resident Muslims and Armenians, similar to many examples like anti-Alawi pogroms in 1970s in Turkey, or very similar many other examples of ethnic and sectarian communal violence in the world. The threat of attack dispersed through rumors. Powerful groups gathered at key spots of the town center. Vulnerable groups retreat to their homes for safety. Sometimes there was actual attack, sometimes not, almost always depending on the attitude of the governing bodies. In Harput, Ali Emiri Efendi was not fond of any confrontation, it seems, and the first incident was easily quelled. So then we need to, I think, make a distinction, an analytical distinction between the confrontations among the residents versus the attacks coming from outside of the city. At that Thursday incident, the governor was actually checked by the agitated Muslims of the town, and the lesson was learned. Nothing happened in the next days. However, the news coming from the countryside about the Kurdish tribesmen's attacks and plundering Armenian villages and towns continued. Their apparent advance towards the provincial capital, Harput, was terrifying for everybody in the town. Over the next week, the advance did not stop and got closer to Harput day by day. By next weekend, November 2nd to 3rd, Kurds were at the border of the province, even though Ali Emiri kept looking down on the Kurdish threat in his letters to Istanbul. The massacres in Diyarbakir had just erupted on Friday, and its news leaked hardly on the weekend. Frank Caleb Gates, senior American missionary in Hartford, wrote on Monday morning, "The whole city is tossed with apprehension, expecting an attack from the Kurds. Some say the Kurds have government sanction, like we today say. Others that the Turks in the city are in league with them, again, like we today say. A few soldiers carried the quarter, but I do not suppose they would amount to much in the case of an actual attack." So after Gates wrote these lines, later in the day, November 4th, the news reached the city that Kurds finally crossed the Euphrates River, which was the natural border between Harput province and Dersim province. All inhabitants in Harput were now in a state of terror and upheaval. In Gates' words, Armenian shops were closed again. The Armenian community took shelter in their homes against a potential Muslim outrage again. And Ali Emiri once again collaborated with Muslim, Armenian, and American notables to appease the tension. This time it took longer. The government had to give strongest assurances, but Ali Emiri Efendi managed to bring Armenians to resume the daily rhythm of town center. Gates gave credit to three people for preventing a very probable clash that day: Ali Emiri Efendi, Mr. Barnum, and Beyzade Hacı Ali Rıza Efendi, one of the most prominent notables of local Muslim community. Later in the week, Gates heard Muslims talking about this incident on Monday. That they said that if the shops had been kept closed for just another 2 hours, very serious events could have erupted. The tension within the town was suppressed again, but what happened to the Kurds who crossed the river then? They were forced to retreat back to the other side by military action. Next day, Gates wrote, "I think the worst is over here. The Kurds have been driven across the river. There's an ugly element in the city, but the authorities seem vigilant and they give every assurance of their earnestness in desiring to keep order." It looked like Harput was saved, but neighboring towns were attacked and invaded by tribesmen the same week. Malatya on Monday, Arapkir on Wednesday, and many others. The news about the Kurdish invasion of this greater province kept putting an extreme strain on urban communal relations and dominated the daily conversations in the city. That in turn amplified rumors and reinforced panic. As a result, conflicts were about to erupt between resident Muslims and Armenians. On November 7, another Thursday, in a suburb of Harput, Kesrik, an armed conflict around the house of the prominent Krikor Yajian ended up with 2 people injured. Soldiers were sent, the conflict was put down, Yajian was arrested, but Ali Emiri dismissed the case by reporting that he was too drunk to give testimony. And that's it, nothing serious followed up, but this event will pop up towards the end of my presentation in a weird way. During this Yajian event, Armenians once again closed their shops. This time Ali Emiri was alarmed, probably because tomorrow was a Friday, and everybody had heard about the Diyarbakir events of the last Friday. You know, it started up Friday with prayer and everything. He sent very urgent telegrams to Istanbul asking for more soldiers, and of course gathered the notables again, and it worked for the 3rd time. Armenians were convinced that the security forces would not allow any Muslims attack, and Muslims were convinced that Armenians were not going to attack. And on Friday, nothing happened. Gates took note, thought, today in the mosques and churches, the people are being exhorted to open their shops and keep the peace. We are all well. In the meantime, however, the Kurdish invasion and plunder of the greater Harput plain continued to the extent that on Saturday, the missionaries watched with spyglass the crowds of people rushing along the road toward the city. In the evening, actually, they stayed on the roof and watched the burning villages. And Annie Allen, daughter of a prominent missionary Orson P. Allen, wrote, quote, "We could see smoke rising from one and another village. The sight was a weird one as the flames would burst out suddenly the blackness of the night. There was a certain wild fascination in watching the scene, which one could scarcely resist." And on Sunday, Harput people spent the entire day on full alert about the upcoming Kurdish attack, and on Monday, November 11, they woke up to hear the worst was finally happening. The city was surrounded by thousands of Kurds who were determined to enter the city. Ali Emiri's very urgent telegram in the morning was a testimony of paralysis Basically, he said they had really come. The city was under siege. As always, notables, religious leaders, heads of established families and whatnot were sent to the rebels, but they refused to leave. Instead, they complained about the Armenians being protected by the government. They said even 10-year-old kids were called Bey or Allah, and despite these comforts, they still demand autonomy, and they sent revolutionaries everywhere, like Zeytun, to destroy humanity, and in some basically curse said they, as subjects of Sultan, could not help attacking these infidel Armenians. The nervous standstill did not last long. The crowd began to enter the city. It was followed by sounds of gunshots within the city, causing, of course, great panic among the Christians. Some rushed to seek shelter in the homes of friendly Muslims and in the missionary compound. While some others fled to take refuge with the government in the lower town called Mezre. And in the following hours, the city's Christian neighborhoods were ravaged. The buildings of the missionaries were physically threatened too. I don't have a detailed account of what happened in the Armenian neighborhoods, but we know that the fires could not be controlled until the morning, even the attack was suppressed earlier. It is certain that the security forces did not do everything they could to prevent the event. Both Armenian and missionary accounts put the blame on a certain commander, Mustafa Naim Pasha. Officially 27 Armenians, 9 Assyrians, and 8 to 10 Kurds were killed. More than 100 Armenian houses and 1 church building were burned. According to an Armenian letter, the city of Harput, quote, God of relative light compared to completely desolated villages and towns in its environs. He said only 100 Armenians were killed. Next morning, Kurds surrounded the city again, but this time they were not allowed. On Wednesday, they retreated to the bank of the Euphrates. In the meantime, the day after the attack, Ali Emiri was summarily dismissed, and Ali Rıza Pasha of Malatya was hurried to Harput as the new acting governor. So I have described an event based on the accounts of contemporaries with first-hand experience only, written during or right after the event, not later, by Turkish officials, American missionaries, and Armenians. Interestingly enough, they tell us the same story. To all intents and purposes, the core of the event is the invasion of the plains by the Kurdish tribesmen from mountainous areas. So wasn't there any tension between Muslims and Armenians in the town? Sure there was. As we saw, weren't there any Muslim townsmen who were already waiting for a pretext to attack Armenians, or who knew about the invasion, or who maybe instigated or even invited the Kurdish chiefs? Perhaps in collaboration with some government officials. Most probably there were. Yet this is hardly surprising for people of Harput, including the Armenians. The event of 1895, on the other hand, was something else, something new, something scary for almost everybody in the town, because it was an event of crowd action. Tracking down the ringleaders will come short of explaining the collective character of the event. In a recent episode of the Ottoman History podcast, Owen and Ümit, both are here of course, discussed the question of credibility of sources in writing history of violence. Owen particularly suggested that we need to track the narrative to their origins. Who came up with that particular narrative, we ask, and I certainly agree. And I also want to add on that by suggesting the when question. When was that particular narrative composed? Because in my research, sometimes I see same people tell different stories in different times. I did not see, for example, any divergence among the narratives I found by Turkish officials, by Americans, by Armenians, written before or right after the event, by the people with first-hand experience in Harput. Even the first official report by appointed officials, namely the report of Abdullah Pasha and Sami Bey, who traveled in the region right after the massacres, like a couple of weeks after the massacres, and wrote a report, spoke in the same narrative framework about the Kurdish invasion, their misperception about their duty to attack Armenians. So about the narrative, the question of when mattered even more than the question of by whom sometimes. As we know, from yesterday's presentations too, with Zeki Pasha's famous January report, everything changed, everything. His account constitutes a watershed in the narratives of the event, since it was the first version of what we call today provocation test. It had literally nothing to do with reality, at least in Harcourt. There was no Armenian provocation whatsoever. I mean, nobody said that before. But the report is interesting for me not because it put all the blame on Armenian shoulders, but because there is no mention of Kurds in his account, not even once. I mean, there's no word. Moreover, a week after Zeki Pasha's report, the same Abdullah Pasha prepared his second report, perhaps the most detailed one. In sharp contrast, really? Yeah. No, I'm on time. In sharp contrast to his earlier report, he follows now Zeki Pasha's lead and tells us a story of provocation in detail. So you may ask, how is it possible? Did he make up things? Did he make up a provocation on November 11? No, he didn't mention about that day. His account takes to the center and talks only about the small armed conflict in Krikor Yajian's house on November 7, which happened 4 days before the massacres. No trace of what happened on Monday. Nothing. I mean, even if you are very smart and read critically the document, doesn't matter, it's not there. So the Kurdish invasion disappeared from the official narrative. We rightfully then assume that the narratives created after the event should be conflicting as opposed to earlier narratives. As a matter of fact, they were, of course, the Turkish official narrative blamed Armenians. American missionaries and Armenians blamed the Turks and the government. Yet, I think they all share a common sin. They all erased the great event of Kurdish invasion from history. They all neglected the crowd action in the event and focused on the provokers. For example, after the event, American missionaries put the blame on, quote, Turks of the city, and the local military authorities, of course, personified by Mustafa Naim Pasha. They represented the invasion as a, quote, sham, and the invaders as pseudo-Kurds. We see a similar twist in Armenian accounts too, those written later. It's easy to single out Zeki Pasha, but all sides talk through the provocation frame, not only changing the actors in it. Finally, even we did the same. We focused on whodunit style stories, of course, but which most of the time may boil down to the question who provoked the crowd. But we never asked, was the crowd provoked, or even was the crowd provocable? History of violence is inevitably history of narratives of violence, as you know. I believe while writing such history, we not only focus on what people said, namely narratives, but also how people theorize, conceive, explain the violent action in their narratives, namely meta-narrative, the conceptual, theoretical framework that is embedded in the narratives. In other words, conflicting accounts of an event might share the same logic by which they explain the event. The later accounts of the 1895 massacres do share the same logic, as a matter of fact. They all treat the Kurdish crowd as a herd provoked by someone else. They differ, of course, on who did the plan, instigation, or provocation, but the sociological theory of crowd action in the heads of these lay people was the same. They must have been steered by someone. An important lesson for me that came up from this research is that the provocation thesis is wrong not only because it distorts reality or because it put all the blame on Armenians. It's wrong also because it assumes the Kurds were provocable. The provocation thesis not only criminalizes Armenians, it also strips Kurds of their agency. And in that sense, all narratives were equally. Thank you.
also like to start by thanking Professor Akçam and the Strassler Center for inviting me, and also Robin for taking care of all the organizational stuff as far as I'm concerned. Today I'm going to talk about the process by which Sassoon became a sort of a problem for the Ottoman regime, and later what they called the abode of sedition. Zeki Pasha, who was the commander of the 4th Army, referred to it as Dar Fesad in one of his reports. And also how the Hamidian regime, when we get to 1904, tried to solve this problem. Now Sassoon was a mountainous region in the province of Bitlis, with substantial populations of both Armenian peasants and tribal Kurds. And today I'm going to focus primarily on government policy, but because it's almost impossible to discuss the history of the region without reference to the revolutionaries, I'll also touch upon what the revolutionaries were doing at the time. Now, one of the most important developments of the Hamidian period, especially in the late 1880s, early 1890s, was the creation of the Hamidiye regiments under the aegis of the 4th Army. These regiments were composed of pastoralist Kurds, whose chiefs were expected to pledge their loyalty personally to the Sultan in exchange for receiving modern arms and rifles. And what later became obvious was also they had virtually a free license to raid non-tribal Kurds and Armenian peasants. But at least in my research, I found that the Hamidiya was not, or at least the Hamidiya as an idea, was not limited to the tribes that were enrolled in this program. That is, if we look at the registers, apparently at least in the region of Mush, there was only one tribe that had enrolled as a Hamidiya regiment. But if we look closely at Sassoon, we see that smaller tribes and smaller Kurdish confederations whose size did not merit maybe that kind of direct relationship with the palace, established similar relationships with the local government or the local military commanders. And this was certainly evident as far as the pastoralist tribes from the south of Sassoon were concerned. It's from the regions of Siirt and Silvan to the south and southwest, as these tribes had previously been banned to go to Sassoon for their summer pastures. Because whenever they went there, they basically attempted to collect tribute from these Armenian peasants who had already been paying such tribute to the settled Kurds of Sassoon. And this ban, we see, started to erode in the late 1880s. And by the time we get to 1892, 1893, the clashes between pastoralist Kurds and the Armenian peasants of the region have become something to be expected every summer. But the palace itself was also interested in the Sassoon region, and we know that as early as 1890 they sent a military expedition, sort of an exploratory expedition, to the region to survey the Kurds of Sassoon. And according to this report, the Mehmet Sati Bey, who had served as district governor of Siirt before, he wrote that the settled Kurds of Sassoon were too friendly with the Armenians, basically. In other words, they had started giving their children Armenian names. They occasionally invited Armenian priests to their funerals. And this, it seemed to him, was a problem, because in the future, these Kurds might look to their Armenian neighbors as potential partners or collaborators instead of the Ottoman government. But Mehmet Sadi Bey also wrote about the pastoralist Kurds, who for him were the sort of the positive flip side to this kind of arrangement. And he stated that with the necessary education, with the necessary kind of, the right kind of Islamization, and with the right kind of show of force to these settled Kurds, they could be brought to a more profitable arrangement for the government. And these Kurds would eventually serve as a bulwark against Armenian sedition in the future. Now, at this point, the revolutionary presence in the region was almost nil. So by Armenian sedition, he wasn't referring to the Hınçaks or the Armenian Revolutionary Federation or anything of the sort. What he was referring to was the activism of the Mush prelacy and other representatives of the Apostolic Patriarchate who had continued to submit complaints and petitions to both the Patriarchate and the Ottoman government. But it was around the same time, of course, that the revolutionaries also started to express an interest in this region. And Hınçak revolutionaries, especially starting in 1891, came to Sassoon and started to conduct propaganda, and they tried to organize armed bands and tried to recruit the local peasantry to their cause. And among these early revolutionaries, a man by the name of Mihran Damadyan was particularly important because of the role he would play not only for the peasants of Sassoon, but also changing or influencing the perception of the Armenian revolutionary movement for the Ottoman government. And Damadyan, when he first came, he commanded a small armed band of revolutionaries who occasionally clashed with the pastoralists too. That is, they aided the peasants in their clashes with the pastoralists. He also encouraged the village headmen of Sassoon not to pay taxes to the government, because they were already paying taxes to their sedentary lords, Kurdish lords in the region. So he advised them not to do that. But Damadyan was also a very prolific writer. So he reported frequently on the condition of Sassoon and Mush Armenians in the official organ of the Hınçak party. He wrote under the pen name Mıdrak. And in these reports, he would write about the Armenians' hostile encounters with the pastoralist Kurds. He would write about the government authorities' indifference to Armenian suffering. And he would also write about the increased frequency with which the gendarmes would come to Sassoon, which had been virtually outside, really, the administrative map of the region as far as the authorities were concerned, to conduct searches for revolutionaries, searches for weapons, etc. And his writings, of course, were not limited to these journalistic reports. And what you see here is a book of songs and poetry that he composed, probably started before he came to Sassoon and completed after he arrived. And this songbook or poetry book was the subject matter of these songs varied. There was, for example, there's one about the infamous kidnapping of Gülizar some few years ago. The one that you see here is sort of regulations for revolutionaries written in verse. And all of these songs were followed by annotations, that is, annotations that expounded on some of the geographical locations that he was talking about in the poems, or the people he was talking about in the poems, or the events. So clearly this was a sort of political educational tool that probably, and I have to mention Dr. Meysa Bilal here because she helped me both decipher the handwritten Armenian and compare it with the Ottoman translation that was available in the archives, but also discussed with me sort of what this could have been, what this text might have meant. And it seems that Damadyan meant to smuggle this out of the region at some point so that it would be published abroad and sort of serve as a book, as an educational book for Armenians elsewhere. But I think the book is also interesting because if it's not the sort of the tone and the mode that would appeal to Sassoon Armenian, it's definitely the content. There is a lot of poems and songs here that I think were definitely part of this propaganda in the region, and in terms of calling on Sassoon Armenians to confront the authorities, to sort of adopt a more directly confrontational attitude, not only with the Kurds, but also government authorities. So Damadyan was captured in the early summer of 1893, and he was interrogated both in Bitlis and later taken to Istanbul. And it seems that he adopted sort of a policy of limited cooperation with the authorities. That is, in Bitlis he refused to name his accomplices in Mush, but when he came to Istanbul, he presented the government with a 4-chapter memorandum, and that basically described the Hınçak Central Committee that was in Athens at the time, the other international organizations that they had been in dialogue with. And in exchange for this limited cooperation, he was released and he was given a sinecurial position in the Ministry of the Interior. But he didn't stick around for long. At the first chance that he got, he fled the Ottoman Empire and he continued to participate in Armenian politics in his later years. But he would actually later part with the Hınçak party and become a member of the Ramdavar party. But his capture really heightened the palace's anxieties about what these revolutionaries were trying to do and what they were capable of. And we see from reports, from correspondence between the local authorities in Muş and Bitlis themselves, but also correspondence between the palace and the governor of Bitlis, that a distinction that existed previously, that is a distinction between the so-called black hats, siyah kalpaklılar, who were the actual revolutionaries, and the Armenian peasantry of Sasun, started to disappear. And both local officials and the palace started to refer to thousands of rebels in Sasun, whereas previously, as late as the summer of 1893, they had been referring to black hats, a group of 24 or so black hats, as the revolutionaries. And this shift would prove to be extremely important in the following year. In 1894, clashes between the pastoralist Kurds and the Armenian peasants started again. But this time, the palace basically ordered the dispatch of Ottoman troops, some 800 or 900 of them, to go to Sasun and basically destroy the rebels to the last man. And the rebel was really a blanket term at this point. That is, it's never, of course, explicitly stated, but I strongly suspect, based on my reading of the sources, that what they were referring to is basically every Armenian man in Sasun who was capable of bearing arms. And this is precisely what the troops did when, in the middle of August, they reached Sasun. And the peasants, of course, who had been clashing with the pastoralist Kurds, when they saw the soldiers arriving in the region, they started to flee. In other words, they neither had interest nor the means to clash with soldiers. So they dispersed, they started fleeing in various directions, but this did not stop the Ottoman troops from massacring Armenian men and young boys and adolescents. And also, along with the pastoralists, they burned a little over 24 villages in the region. The number of victims vary in different reports, but Zeki Pasha himself, in one of his reports, mentioned that over 1,000 rebels had been killed. So the estimates vary from 1,000 up to 3,000 or 4,000. And the only reason, in my opinion, the massacre stopped was because there was a military officer in Muş, the military commandant of Muş, who was overseeing the correspondence between the officer on the ground, that is the officer who was conducting the military operation in Sasun, and Zeki Pasha, who was the commander of the 4th Armenian, who was stationed in Erzincan at the time. And during the massacre, in late August, this commandant in Muş wrote to the palace to say that he had intercepted, or he had seen a letter from the officer in Sasun that a group of unarmed Armenian men had sought refuge with the army, and the officer asked Zeki Pasha what should be done, and Zeki Pasha basically told him to execute these people, that is, no rebels were to be taken alive, and that is precisely what he did. And once this bit of news reached the palace through a very high-ranking military officer who was stationed in Muş, the palace sort of changed its orders. And it is after this point that we start to see that innocent men are not to be hurt, civilians are not to be hurt, make sure nothing is done to children and women, etc. And Zeki Pasha himself shortly thereafter leaves Erzincan, goes to Sasun himself, and basically puts an end to this wave of violence. But of course, it was next to impossible for the Ottoman government to control the flow of information, and by the fall of 1894, the British, through their network of consuls and also missionary reports, knew what had happened. It was also because many of the pastoralist Kurds and even rank-and-file soldiers who participated in the massacre boasted about their involvement. In other words, they clearly believed that they were acting under direct orders. They, oh my God. Wow, okay, I'm going to speed through this. Okay, so because of British pressure, there was an internationally monitored commission of investigation that was organized in 1895. And this commission, although its stated goal was to investigate what had happened in the summer, instead received almost daily orders from the palace about how to coach witnesses, doctor statements, and basically reinforce the Ottoman narrative that the Armenians had burned their own villages, that the troops had acted in perfect discipline, etc. But some of the witnesses who testified before this commission were the Armenian survivors from Sassoon, specifically the Armenian women, who were very direct and in the portrayal of the physical and sexual violence that had been visited upon them. And this really contradicted the palace's narrative, and as far as the international public opinion was concerned, really was the nail on the coffin of the official Ottoman narrative. That is, nobody really believed the Ottoman government's version, but because the great powers couldn't agree upon themselves as to what would be done about this, the Ottoman government never punished anybody, and instead really rewarded some of the people including the officer who had overseen the operation in 1895 and thereafter. But this also resulted in higher tensions between not only the pastoralist Kurds and the Armenians, but also sedentary Kurds of Sassoon and the Armenians. In other words, there was a sedentary Kurdish lord who had refused to help the government during the 1894 massacre, and he was imprisoned. And instead, what we see from 1896 onwards is the rise of another sedentary Kurdish lord by the name of Halil Ağa, who starts conducting his own raids on the Armenian villages. And this results in a massacre in 1900 in the village of Spagan in Sassoon, where initial reports suggest that hundreds of Armenians have been killed, a village has been burned down, and of course the Ottomans immediately deny the allegations, but under British pressure they say, okay, we're going to send our own official investigation, we're going to conduct our own official inquiry. And they send 2 officials to the region who compile a file, and the file includes 2 reports, and I'm going to talk about why there are 2 reports, and a series of documents. One of the documents is a signed statement from the Armenian notables and clerics of Mush, which, if you've looked into this in the region, is sort of almost formulaic. It adopts the exact language of the official Ottoman narrative. That is, no Kurds were involved in the massacre, the troops acted with perfect discipline, and we as loyal Armenians attest to this fact. But of course, it's questionable as to how these Armenian notables witnessed an event that took place 12 hours from Mush under favorable weather conditions. And we know from a report by the British Vice Consul that the governor basically invited these Armenian notables and ordered them to sign the statement if they didn't want to sort of share the Spagan peasants' fate. So, and then there was a report, the first report in this file, which again is a reiteration of the official Ottoman narrative in some detail. And then there's a second report. And I was personally confused as to why there was a second report. And the second report starts with this statement. The second report it begins with this statement. We dared compile and present a second report because the attached first report was written in the form of a mudafaname. And I'm translating that as a sort of defense or denial, to be submitted to the relevant offices, and that's clearly a reference to the British authorities. And Our instructions, however, inquire as to whether Ali Pasha, who was the military commander who oversaw this operation, did anything contrary to the law. Moreover, we felt compelled to explicate some matters that fell outside the bounds of our instructions. And during this second report is drastically different in tone. It talks about the grudge between Halil Agha and his tribe and the peasants of Spahan, and that we know that there had been clashes between them for several years. The report also mentions that the troops never got to the village in time. That is, Ali Pasha basically entrusted the responsibility of pursuing these revolutionaries to Halil Agha, a sedentary Kurdish lord, who took it upon himself to go to the village, and after he sort of prevailed in armed clashes, went on to burn the entire village and the church. And the report describes in some detail about human remains, the remains of the houses, graves that were constructed for the children and the women who were killed there. And somehow, and somewhat unexpectedly, ends with a statement that says Ali Pasha did nothing contrary to the law, but that the people whom he had entrusted the responsibility of pursuing revolutionaries acted in a violent manner, in a wild manner that was contrary to imperial wishes. Now I'm going to try to wrap things up since it says 0 over here. And unfortunately I didn't get to 1904, but I can talk about that in the question and answer section. I just want to go over some of the common themes that I think we can see in this in Sassoon between 1890 and 1904. The first is the way in which the Ottoman government, both the palace and the local authorities, how they managed their relationship with different Kurdish tribes, whom they wanted to utilize against the local Armenians. That is, for example, Kurdish lords who wanted to honor their traditional arrangements, right? They would receive tribute and in exchange protect the Armenians from other Kurds. Kurds who wanted to do this were obviously punished and imprisoned. Other Kurds, on the other hand, who raided and exploited Armenians were rewarded for their acts. That is, the Halil Agha that I mentioned was killed by Andranik Ozanyan in the following year, one of the revolutionaries who was active in the region. And I suspect he actually is wearing the medal because the government had given Halil Agha a medal, a decoration for his services to the state. And Andranik Ozanyan took that medal from him as a sort of trophy, and I think, I'm not sure, he's wearing that in this undated photo. That's one thing. The other thing, and I'm sorry I'm taking too long, the other thing I want to mention is the government's approach to Armenians. And from 1893 onwards, the distinction or the lines between Armenian revolutionaries and Armenian peasants in the region are becoming extremely blurry. And this is an intentional effort on both the local government and the palace. I mean, I don't want to, they have different maybe motives, but it's a process that's overseen by both, and with terrible consequences for the region's Armenians. I'll talk about the rest maybe during the question and answer session. Thank you.
So, welcome all. Thank you so much for my advisor, supervisor, Taner Akçam, and Mark Mamigonian and Emrecan Dağlıoğlu for making this great event happen and having me here. And also thank you so much for Robin for taking care of us, maybe looking after us almost. So, I would like to keep your attention intact regarding the violence. Don't worry about it. So we're going to keep going in this broad daylight in the morning, but history is history, and history mostly is a part of the violence. I mean, it's violence that really matter in the course of history and historical events. So I'll turn your eyes and my eye also to Aintab, the southeastern part of Inner Asia, Asia Minor, actually, and and situated southeastern part of Turkey, modern Turkey, and its modern-day Gaziantep, where I was born and raised. And I will focus on anti-Armenian violence in the city, and I have to skip some socio-political and economic background, which created the atmosphere of violence in the district of Aintab at that time, which belonged to the province of Aleppo and very close to the province of Syria as well at that time. So actually, there were skewed socio-economic, political, and cultural developments, and the failure of Muslim community to keep pace, which generated a sense of disadvantage in the late 19th century particularly. So this feeling diluted early feelings of harmonious coexistence between the two groups, Muslim and the Christians, Armenian Christians. So enlightened 19th century reform programs also upset many Muslims, for instance, by their rhetoric of religious equality. Envy and resentment opened the door to hate mongering. Toward the end of the 19th century, this open enmity found expression in many Ottoman newspapers as well. So this is the Aintab. This is a panoramic picture of Aintab and another one. So in order to understand events in Aintab, one needs to consider certain revolutionary political organizations. Among these, the Hınçakyan occupied a significant place in the political awakening of Armenians. The Aintab branch of the Hınçakyan Revolutionary Party was established at Central Turkey College in 1890. Central Turkey College was the American college established by the missionaries in 1876 in the city. Nationalistically inclined Armenian youth tended to be directly involved in, or at least sympathetic to, the Hınçakyans. The movement maintained a presence in Aleppo, Maraş, Kesap, Kilis, Talas, and Urfa. Aintab was especially closely linked to the events in the town of Zeytun, and in fact, to understand Aintab's political climate on the eve of massacres, one will do well to keep the Zeytun in the picture. Zeytun witnessed early and strong Armenian resistance against the oppressive policies of the government in 1895. At the beginning of summer, one of the prominent figures of Hınçakyan movement, Agassi, as Garabettur Sarkisyan, arrived in Aintab to plan resistance in Zeytun, strengthen links to the central organization, and arrange financial support. Local supporters formed an administrative board in Aintab, including prominent figures such as Armenek Nikopos Nazaretyan, Hrant Sülahyan, Berç Mumciyan, and Sobaman Pastajian. According to British consular reports, Agassi and other revolutionaries steered younger Armenians in Aintab to actions likely to provoke Turkish retaliation. However, the reports offered no concrete evidence, and the missionaries in Aintab suggested quite the contrary. The Christian population had behaved with the greatest forbearance in the face of the grossest and the most wanton insult, abuse, and violence, unquote. Despite the fear caused by the 1894 Sasun massacres, along with the news of similar atrocities in Harput, Sivas, and other towns, schools and shops remained open in Aintab, if many Armenians locked themselves in their houses. Abdul Hamid's May 1895 reformist promises reassured Aintab Armenians who gathered to celebrate at Surp Asvazatsin Church, the Armenian Gregorian Orthodox Church in Aintab, in September 1895. The Aintab native Sarkis Balabanyan, then a schoolboy, later recalled, quote, "That day was different from any other. The streets and squares of Aintab took on a festive air. The expression of satisfaction on Armenians' faces was extraordinary. At school, our teacher was talking about the benefits and freedoms brought to us by the European states' reformist program," unquote. These celebrations disturbed the Muslim population, and great power interference undermined whatever feelings of trust remained between Muslims and Christians. Then October 9th, local authorities received an order from the Sublime Porte to arrest a Protestant pastor and a college professor who were guilty of sedition and the organization of revolutionary societies, unquote. Troops repeatedly passed through the town, quote, followed by crowds of Muslim women weeping and cursing the infidels, unquote. Over the following days, fear gripped the Christians who locked themselves in their homes. Quote, "Thousands were without food," reported the missionary, though the more fortunate cared for them. Over 1,000 men fled for shelter to the most khans and powerful Muslim houses where they lived as virtual prisoners. The missionaries still believed that Aintab might avoid the violent fate of neighboring Armenian communities. Deeming circumstances here different, Reverend Americus Fuller stated that The leading Muslims were intelligent and able men and have shown themselves to a degree tolerant of and even friendly Christians." Unquote. Moreover, the governor of Aleppo seemed disposed beyond most Turkish officials to respect the rights of Christians, and the town had a relatively large contingent of foreigners sure to be witness of any violence against them. Furthermore, according to Fuller, the missionary hospital and college had generated goodwill among all classes, and the town's Christians had given very little countenance to the ultra-revolutionists. I mean, Armenian ultra-revolutionists for sure. Reassuring hopes notwithstanding, threats against the Christians were repeatedly heard during the weeks before the massacres. Orders to confiscate arms from locals reached to the governor of Aleppo, but the local government focused only on disarming the Christians. Concurrently, Muslims armed themselves to confront any Armenian rising. British Consular Barham later learned that a number of persons from Constantinople, dressed as dervishes, had arrived in Aintab shortly before the massacre and were received the extraordinary honor by the authorities, who spent hours meetings with them. An American missionary reported that a Ferman, edict, ordering a massacre arrived away a few days before the outbreak of violence, along with, quote, a wink from Constantinople, unquote. On Friday, November 15, 1895, Ali Bey, the son of the notable Rasim Pasha, secretly organized meeting with the Softas and other provincial elites to organize massacres. The brothers Nuri and Süleyman Bakkalzadeh planned the raids according to the instructions from the central government. The doors of Armenian homes in the Muslim quarter were marked. As such preparations continued, large crowds of the villagers poured into the town. And by the way, the sub-prefect, the Kaymakam of Aintab at that time, Ibrahim Pasha, was sending telegrams to the province, the governor of Aleppo province, warning him, you know, there were tensions here, and I am so afraid of the fact that any kind of public outburst and outbreak and violence will erupt. And that's why he asked him to send some regiments from Birecik rather than sending them to Zeytin. And if these regiments were not to be sent to the Aintab, Ibrahim Pasha clearly said, "I will resign," and he resigned. Finally, that evening, the Mufti, religious official of the state, and Qadi, a Muslim judge, issued a fatwa stating that, quote, "the lives and the property of Christians were lawful prey for Muslims," unquote. So, a mob of Turks and Kurds began the slaughter the next morning, continuing the bloodshed until the evening of November 19. The event, by the way, the massacres lasted only 3 days in the city. The events began in Arasa marketplace, where Armenian shops and business were located. That was another general pattern of the anti-Armenian violence during the Hamidian era, actually. The mob butchered shopkeepers and pillaged stores, killing non-Armenians and inside. Attackers used stones, clubs, and axes. When Armenian blacksmith was caught by the mob, one of his neighbors pleaded with him to convert, quote, "so we can save you," unquote. The blacksmith refused and was killed. The violence then spread to the Armenian residential neighborhoods that were least defensible. Dr. Shepard, the missionary in charge of the hospital, American hospital, heard the terrible cries of Kurdish and Turkish women cheering on their men, and saw a crowd of Kurds armed with guns, axes, clubs, and the butcher knives swarming out of their quarter to attack their Armenian neighbors. Fuller also remarked on, quote, "the loud shrill, the wedding ululation, the zılgıt, of the Turkish women crowded on their roofs and cheering on their men," unquote. So women support. Men's up. Approximately 800 people surrounded the Debbakhane neighborhood and armed with axes and pistols. In 4 hours, they burned and destroyed this quarter and massacred Armenians. Let me show you this. Basically, this is Central Turkey College. This is the map from Hushamadian, and it was based on the map of Kevor Kaveli Sarabyan Batmuchin Ayntepe Hayot, the book, and they translated into English, thanks to Vahat Tashjian for his effort. And the massacres basically were in this area. A Franciscan monk who witnessed the massacres told the investigating British consul that, quote, "butchers and tanners armed with clubs and cleavers were prominent among the killers. They screamed Allahu Akbar, God is great, as they broke down the doors with pickaxes and crowbars, or scaled the walls with ladders and then slaughtered Armenians. Then, when the midday came, they knelt down and said their prayers and then jumped up and resumed the dreadful work. Wherever they were unable to break down the doors, they torched the houses with petroleum. In some areas, the uproar went on until midnight. Then the crowd settled down and then the initial panic subsided. Nonetheless, Armenian watchmen guarded the gates of the Armenian quarters all night. On November 17, a group of people from Kozanlı neighborhood reached the Sarı Mahsere gate. There they attacked houses lining both sides of the street. Shepherd and Fuller witnessed Armenians being assaulted as their homes were plundered. People, particularly Armenian women, defended their homes from the rooftops with stones and firearms to the horrid shouts of the Kurdish women, the screams of the wounded and dying, the hoarse cries of the men. At times, as in the case of two large Armenian compounds, the mob was fended off. In other cases, where Armenian houses were adjacent to Muslim homes, the mob broke through the doors and began massacring and plundering. On November 18, the day after, the same mob resumed the atrocities again, on this occasion singling out the house of Haruçun Efendi Nazaretyan, who had inherited the building of the former Iranian consulate in Aintab from his father, Kara Nazar, Black Nazar. This act of spoliation went on until late that evening. With its large and spacious courtyard, garden and guest facilities, two-story house was thoroughly scored. This house is being used as a coffee shop in Gaziantep, by the way. Fortunately, today, in the present day. Fortunately, the mob did not burn it down. That's why it's a coffee shop still. To protect their houses and neighborhoods, Armenians had built tebirge, strong gates, as a precaution. During the massacres, these tebirges of the Armenian quarters were not breached, principally because the mob preferred the shops and warehouses of the market. These gates spelled the difference between the life and death for many. At noon, the attacks from private homes promptly ceased. However, the looting of the market went on into the night. A large convoy of Turkish and Kurdish villagers with bundles on their backs and some with donkey loads and a camel load show too plainly that the looted area must have been considerable. In the course of 3 days, all houses from the Alaybeyi, Debbakhane, Sıçancı, Pasha Street, Akyol, Kalealtı and İbni Eyüp quarters, these quarters actually, and the Arasa marketplace were robbed except for the covered bazaars in Gemlikli in some inns. So numerous members of the local elite and the minor officials played an active role in the pogroms. Fuller commented that the local government was wholly in sympathy with the rioters and that it had incited and directly nearly all the disturbances. The principal organizers were Ali Bey, Bakkalzade Nuri and Süleyman brothers. Additionally, Cenanizade Ali Bey, a prominent wealthy citizen, seized the goods and property from the looted Armenians. Velia, a local official and lieutenant in the Ottoman army, also benefited. The bigoted yet influential members of Aintab's ulema, Bülbülzade Abdullah, supported the massacres. Another prominent local, Dayizade Ahmet Ağa, took part, notably in the pillaging of the Nazaretyan house. By the way, I went to high school with his great-granddaughter when I was in Aintab. Some soldiers sent by the government to maintain order also took part in the pillage, but in Shepard's words, the majority made not the slightest attempt to prevent the attack or to scatter the mob. Neither the government nor the notables attempted during the whole of that terrible Saturday, November 16 he was referring to stop the killing and looting other than hurrying a large force of soldiers out for the defense of the foreign residents. However, not all Muslims of Aintab participated in the pogroms. Some behaved with great humanity to protect nearly 2,000 Armenians, according to Barnham, the missionary. The sheikh of the Dervish Lodge welcomed many Armenians into his lodge. On the afternoon of November 16, a number of Ottoman soldiers transported those remaining in Armenian neighborhoods to the compound of the Sheikh of Tekke. Another such individual was Mazlum Efendi, who was a lawyer and had an Armenian client, lived close to the Kozanlı market and harbored Armenian neighbors during the pogrom. For this, some Muslims later called him Gavur Mazlum. Another Muslim who resisted the persecution was Ubeydullah Efendi, an educated and religious and successful lawyer, antagonistic to the Abdul Hamid regime. Ali Bey, the Muslim Muhtar, in charge over the Armenian quarter warned the mob to stay away as well. So the massacres of November 1895 were remembered as Balta Senesi, I mean the year of axe. This actually, I got this quote from a Turkish source. They remember these days as Balta Senesi, the year of axe. Most victims were felled by knives, axes and bayonets, though firearms were also used. The exact number of victims remains unknown. According to various records, the approximate number of Armenians killed from November 16 to 19 in Aintab is between 300 and 400. Official Ottoman sources report approximately 60 Muslims and 110 Christians dead. The estimated number of plundered shops and stalls ranges from 900 to 1,500, and that of pillaged houses from 500 to 600. After the killings, a peaceful atmosphere was re-established. In each Armenian neighborhood, a garrison of 30 soldiers was deployed, yet these continued to rob and tyrannize the Armenians. In June 1896, an effort by Lütfi Pasha, a newly appointed Major General of Reserve Battalions in Aleppo, to arrest the plunderers and restore Christian property came to naught after Muslim demonstrators forced him to release all prisoners. Some of the outraged looters burned stolen property in the street and rather than return it. For weeks, even months, Armenians feared leaving their homes. Many took refuge in the church, and in January 1896, the British Consul reported that some 750 Armenians yet sheltered there, while all Armenian shops remained closed. So, after the massacres, also leading Armenians were arrested. 64 of most influential and wealthy Christians remained in jail as of early March, some there and others in Aleppo. A few weeks later, 32 more were arrested, including a Reverend Hovannes Grigorian, an Armenian Protestant pastor. The number in prison continued to increase, and Aintab jails were soon crammed with Armenians. The arrested were charged with conspiring with co-ethnics in Zeytun. British Consul Barham suggested that the continued arrest of wealthy Armenians was largely designed to facilitate their expropriation. Another possible motivation was to pressure them to convert. Aintab's leading Muslim notables, including the new Kaymakam, repeatedly warned that there was now no hope of the Armenians living in security unless they became Muslims. I'm concluding. I don't need your timing. I'm gonna wait for a minute. So there was a complex web of relationships, both the precondition and constrained the massacres. Common perpetrators internalized their criminal roles as religious and patriotic duty when the Sultan and his government signaled their tacit or explicit consent. The 1895 Aintab massacres manifested a climate of enmity enabling direct violence against a minority. The precondition of the massacres was mobilization of lower class Turks, Kurds and Arabs' grievances by political leaders and organizations, including local notables, provincial elites, and the Muslim clergy. These groups stoked the majority's deep sense of collective frustration and identification of Armenians as the fundamental cause of the difficulty of their lives, as well as their society's political, social, and economic retardation. The Armenians were painted and seen as traitors, dissatisfied with their already superior position and eager to overturn the status quo ordained by Islam. Many ordinary Muslims were so eager that they attacked even when the local government or the Sultan himself sought to restrain them. As Yeleverhey cogently observed, Abdul Hamid, quote, appears to have been caught between his own inclination to teach the Armenian a lesson and the multiple forms of other opposition from the great powers of the Muslim citizens that were unleashed, unquote. But the case of Aintab shows that once people at the street level pursue the implicit consent of their immediate superiors or higher authorities, they took matters in their own hands. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Now we can, and we have larger time because they were really good in their time management, for the questions from the audience.
We have so many questions.
Yeah, but the first one was.
And I have a question for Ali Zipari. And it is all those Kurds, where did they come from?
All those?
Kurdish people, Kurdish tribesmen who attacked Abdul. Where did they come from? Were they all from Dersim or from other places?
According to the sources, Americans and Turkish sources, yes, Dersim. They always said these are Dersim Kurds, but they might be generalizing too. My impression is that not only we are ignorant about the countryside of the Ottoman Empire, they were ignorant about the countryside of the Ottoman Empire too.
Yeah.
That's why I'm pretty sure you realize that I'm using this curse without, without saying anything in detail. They were using the word curse in the same manner, probably because they didn't know anything about the social life in Dersim or the social structure of the federations of Kurdish tribes. And that's why they were using the term, I'm guessing, in a very generalizing and ignorant way. And I know I'm repeating that because that's a topic of another study on countryside, like alluded in one of the research.
So actually, we don't know exactly where they come from.
They say from Dersim.
Yeah.
Do I have, I don't need the microphone maybe, yeah? Okay, good, thank you. Thank you very much for these really excellent papers, eye-opening. I have quick questions. First, Ali, was there any specific reason for this last Kurdish mobilization? I mean, why exactly at that time Kurds started really moving towards Harper? Do we know the reason? This is the question that I have for you. And Toygun, my question really, not only question, I want to know a little bit more on 1904. This is really less known massacre, and I would like to know something more. And with a question also, Mark Levine mentions in his volume 1, when he talks about these borderlands, the rimland area, he really addresses the question of ethnic boundaries. And his one of arguments is that actually there is no clear ethnic boundaries in this region because people are mixed up with each other. One speaks the other's language, the other really participate the others in religious ceremonies and so on. It is really hard to talk about the ethnicity in the form that we understand today. So the argument here is the role of violence to draw the clear lines between different identities. So the violence makes the ethnic groups. So what you can say about this issue? So I mean, my question to you is related to the central government's role. My understanding is your paper really different from the others. You emphasizes the government's role in planning and implementing of the massacres. So I want to reiteration of this one. Thank you.
It seems that, like Professor Asturian yesterday explained, there was a longer structure grievance between pastoral Kurdish tribal federations and confederations and Armenian villages. That problem was one of them. And it seems that the reform process and the checking demonstration in Istanbul on September 30th basically instigated a kind of outrage and started this, you can call it invasion or attacks of Kurdish tribes from Dersim towards more on the plains, more urban areas where Armenians lived, according to them at least, in a wealthy position. Actually, in Harvard, it's weird that they didn't attack the lower town where all the wealthy Armenians used to live because the government protected them. So they ravaged the neighborhoods in Harput, upper town, but not Mezrel, lower town. But it seems to me the why question is difficult to answer, but it's like after the reform bill was accepted, same thing happened everywhere, and
So rumors might be.
rumors, and also there might be decisions on the side of Kurdish tribal leadership, I'm guessing, but I don't know.
So the last part of my very poorly planned presentation was going to be on 1904. There were some major differences between 1904 and 1894, and one, I think, the most important difference really was the fact that the peasants themselves participated in the defense and the resistance against the military in very large numbers. So we don't even know if there were any military casualties in 1894, for example. The earlier reports suggest that there were no military casualties, and then Zeki Pasha wrote a report in which he suggested there were 6 or 10 or something. But in the case of 1904, at least in the first clashes, there were already 30 casualties. So it's clear that there was a sort of definite resistance. And the governor, who was in one of the villages close to where these clashes were taking place, wrote back to the palace and said basically that he was hearing gunfire day and night, and it had been going on for a while. And 1904 was also, the men did not, I mean, there were very few men who sought refuge from the military in 1904, that probably because they remember the experience of 1894 and what had happened with the people who tried to surrender then.
What was the trigger for 1904?
1904, the revolutionaries, I mentioned Andranik Ozan, and he basically became the leading revolutionary in Sasun and Mush, in the larger area. And they were, in 1901, they occupied the famous Holy Apostles Monastery. That was one major sort of demonstration that, again, attracted the attention of the palace. And their clashes with the Kurds started to take a sort of different kind of dimension. In other words, they were returning in the same form the violence that was visited upon them. We know, for example, in 1903 and the early spring of 1904, they raided a Kurdish village, for example, in a similar sort of manner. That, I think, is why the palace, again, ordered this kind of military operation. And after the soldiers and the pastoralists sort of won out, the Ottoman government entertained 2 possibilities to solve the problem once and for all. And the first was to dislocate all of the Sasun peasants that settled them in the Mush plain, and that was opposed by the British. The other solution was the construction of a network of military outposts and barracks, etc. It had been entertained before, but it was too expensive, so that's why they didn't do it. And there was the season that would be amenable to this kind of construction was very short in Sasun, maybe early May until late September. But that's what they ended up going in the end. Now, about the more conceptual question, I'm not. It's clear that the relationship, at least between Kurds and Armenians, were not the kind that the Patriarchate would be happy with, the state would be, nobody would be happy with the kinds of the relationship between Kurds and Armenians in Sasun. Whether the boundaries were blurry, I'm not sure. I think they were. I don't think they were as blurry. But the relationship was certainly one that would appear very strange to the people. For example, in the book of poetry and songs that I mentioned of that revolutionary, he talks about, there's a very long poem that talks about one of his encounters with a Sasun peasant. And the Sasun peasant tells him about, how a good warrior he is, how powerful he is, etc. And the example that he gives is basically an armed clash between a group of his co-villagers and their Kurdish allies versus another group of Kurds and Armenians. So it's clear that they're not really thinking about things, at least in that early period, in Kurds versus Armenians terms. But I'm not sure if the boundaries themselves were sort of porous, if you could suddenly become Armenian or vice versa. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question. Central role of the government. Actually, in the case of Aintab, we are not so evident about the central role of the government. We cannot see any concrete evidence to support this argument. But this discourse of permissiveness, I think, was the most conspicuous in Aintab. And actually, as a matter of fact, local initiatives, local attempts, local participation was so tremendous, they didn't even need any kind of central, order or any kind of condonement, support, or whatsoever. And Zeytun, what was happening in Zeytun was also a burning issue in the eyes of the central government and the governor of Aleppo as well. So as I tried to explain in the case of Ibrahim Pasha's attempt, because the guy was a kaymakam and his only care was to restore order in the city. So, and he was just feeling the tensions were growing up, aggravating, and he became so sure the day before the massacre started that something would happen. But his efforts to warn the government was in vain, not because of the fact that the central government didn't care what was happening to Armenians as an Ottoman citizens, Ottoman subjects of the empire as well, but their sole concern was to just appease the situation in Zeytun, calm it down, and then took care of what was happening in Aintab, which was the most close, the closest region to Zeytun. But I think central government, when we look at the general picture of what was happening on the ground, they used proxies to make it happen on the ground. But according to British consular reports, it supports your argument. Yes, central government played a key role. They sent orders, they condoned what was happening, it was so clear. But Armenian sources and also the personal narratives was saying diametrically opposed.
I thank all three presenters for their fascinating presentations. My question is for Mr. Hamid. How factually correct is to apply the moniker of revolutionaries to the Hanchak party functionaries throughout that particular period? Clearly, the overthrow of the Ottoman government or the change of the current regime was not on their political agenda. The second part of my question is, you have mentioned that Damadian encouraged not to pay taxes to the government. Don't you think that a rendition is in place to say also that he encouraged not to pay taxes to the government unless the Armenians are exempt from Kurdish extortion? So he basically called for the elimination of double taxation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As far as the descriptive revolutionary for these people is concerned, I think it's appropriate to apply to the likes of Miran Damadian or Hampaksun Boyajian, who clearly arrived in the region with links with the Vinchak Central Committee in Athens, and whose agenda, in some ways, I mean, the evidence is indirect, but for example, as early as 1894, we know that Hampaksun Boyajian was trying to convince the peasants to confront the Ottoman authorities, not only the current authorities, in a more confrontational, military, sort of armed manner. And when we get to 1903, before the 1904, what was in 1904? I think more of an uprising in more than 1894 for sure. In 1903, there were armed clashes between gendarmes and the revolutionaries. And we know, for example, that from 1900 onwards, the Ottoman government was afraid to send small companies of gendarmes or soldiers to the region, precisely because that they knew that there was a band of revolutionaries in the region, and they knew that the peasants sympathized with them. That the peasants really identified with them to a considerable extent, at least from 1900 onwards. As far as the local recruits are concerned, that is the people, the men of Sassoon who did join these bands and donned revolutionary uniforms, etc. it might be a little blurrier in that sense, in the sense that it was probably not their commitment to a sort of ideological program as such, but rather the capacity of the revolutionary bands to oppose and to resist government authorities and the Kurds. But this, of course, is, I mean, it's not something that I can really answer based on, at least based on the sources that I've looked at.
The second question.
I'm sorry, well, I forgot the second question. Double taxation, yes. Double taxation was certainly something that the revolutionaries talked about. We know that, for example, that Amparsun Boyacan, who appeared before the 1895 investigative commission I mentioned, it was one of his opening lines, really, and he knew that he had an international audience there too. But I think there is some evidence, at least, from one of the, if I remember correctly, from one of the reports that Dalmadian wrote for Rinchak, where he mentioned that there was a group of Sasun Kurds, sedentary Kurds, who had been less hostile to them, or in other words, who had allowed them to sort of traded with them for resources, and this was basically because they had been paying that tribute to them. The Sasun Kurds had been paying that tribute, and in exchange, these settled Kurds wanted to honor that arrangement, which had been possibly traditional from the periods before. But that also changes after 1894. In other words, the government, the state does everything to basically destroy the conditionality of that arrangement. In other words, the Kurds will get what they want anyway, but they won't. They don't need to protect the Armenians, or they should not protect the Armenians.
My question also for Toygun, and it's about Dalmatian and the Kanonagir that you wrote. Actually, in Armenian, Herosaka poem, it's not heroes, it's completely opposite. It means it means actually perpetrators. I can translate it as perpetrators, and for perpetrators, regulation for perpetrators, it is something that Dalmatian would not write. So in Armenian, I mean, Kanonagir for perpetrators, there is something wrong in there. So I would love to know more about this, if you have a translation, because it seems that in that very poem or in that very text is about how these chetes or perpetrators would maybe attack, I don't know, and how Penchaks should organize self-defense in Sasun, etc. So
sure, I'll talk about the text a little bit. That poem actually expounds sort of the revolutionary principles of self-sacrifice. It talks about not seeking self-gain through, whatever they sort of get their hands on during their attacks, etc. And Hristophon, I consulted because the Ottoman translation is also Çetenin Kanunnamesi. I included that there too. The reason I translated it as Heroes Band is because again, like I said, I was talking to Meysa Bila at the time when we were going through these texts together. And it seems from the content of the poem that maybe they're trying to invert the meaning of Hristophon. I'm not entirely sure about that, but this is clearly a sort of valorizing of that kind of action. And it's basically calling on this group, for example, not to tell the secrets of the band to government authorities or to anybody that they encounter. So it's the poem itself really is about the revolutionary band itself.
Thank you. When we go to 1890s and when we read the literature, the word Herosak it applies perpetrators. This is
No, but this was definitely, like, the same book, for example, has the famous The Brave Son of Dalburg in it. Like, it's a collection of poems and songs that was written by Miran Dalmadyan. And during the investigation, the Ottoman authorities compared his handwriting with other documents that they had confiscated. And it's clear that this entire book really was written by Dalmadyan.
Maybe just to
add a point on that. I think it makes sense, and just to add a point on that, I think it makes sense the word Harosakahum, because in that early period, the Hunchaks were not using the term Fedai, but for their fighters were using the term Aspadak, which is again the same as Harosak. Aspadak, which can be translated as invader, raider. So I think in a way that relates to that term as well.
Thank you all for your excellent papers, and having roots in Kharkiv, of course, I'm especially interested in Ali's paper. And you talked mostly about this Kharkiv city, although I was interested to hear you mention Kesserik. My grandmother was born in Kesserik in September 1895 and remembered many years later, and of course I only know the bare bones of the story, that when whatever incidents happened in Kesserik in November, her family fled and abandoned her. And one of her sisters came back and rescued her, which she counted her survival in life. So I wanted to ask a little bit about what occurred in the outlying villages and towns on the plain at this time as well.
The story of the city of Harput, the proper Harput, and the upper city on the upper hill was very different from anything in other towns or villages on the
We
plain.
can't hear you properly.
Basically, in all of the towns and villages,
You won't move.
including the nearby. I mean, Kesrik is in the city actually, is in the larger city, Greater Harput or whatever you can call it. Today we call it.
So metropolitan area.
Yeah, metropolitan area, exactly. Yeah, Kesrik was an important, like Huseynik and other places, it was an important town in Greater Harput city still. But in Kesrik and in other places closer to Harput, especially Mezre, and the villages were basically ravaged, as far as I read. There is nothing left, almost, in the marketplaces, and especially the fires kind of almost destroyed the entire Armenian neighborhoods. And the difference is, most of the towns and villages were generally completely Armenian villages or towns. Basically, there was no defense or nothing to shelter, like no neighboring Muslims who would save them, or no government officials, generally Armenian villages and Armenian towns. But Harput was, of course, a mixed community and with the government officials. So Harput, the city of Harput was very different. In all other places, we see a very relatively depressing atmosphere, basically. Only those, the exception are those, Kesrik is not one of them actually, but some of the towns closer to Mezre, the lower town, were sometimes protected by the government. But that was the seat of the government, and some of the Armenian families used to do that. But yes, the city of Harput, what happened in the city of Harput was very different from the towns and villages on the plain. They were almost completely burned or attacked or ravaged, as far as I know. We know details about Arapkir, Malatya from this famous Malatya, I can't remember the right. Arapkir from Neders in Kunchak. So we know the details in most of the towns, but not the villages. I don't know the details in villages, but all the rivers.
In fact, we don't have so much time, maybe just the last question.
Okay, I was going to make a comment and a question. These were excellent papers, and I'm going to tell you what I think I got out of it. One, that there were 3 different kinds of events, right, that are all clumped together under the word massacres, right? One is an actual attack by the government troops that results in deaths.
The other is an urban pogrom in Umit's telling about Aintab. And the other is Kurds from Dersim or wherever coming to the town and so forth. All in the general atmosphere of distrust and continuing antagonisms and the social, economic, land question, other things being read through this new prism of Armenians as alien, as wanting to change the given social order, right? Therefore, a kind of existential threat to Muslim populations. I mean, that's what I sort of got out of it. I want to mention two things. One, there's a politics here, a very interesting politics in two senses. One, there's a politics that your tiny little investigations, which some people would think were very esoteric and antiquarian or whatever, in fact reflect really big issues about how collective action occurs and how, in fact, such massacres occurred, right? And what I learned from your papers, once again, was how important elites were. I think Umit made this very explicit. How important creation of narratives were, that Ali talked about. I mean, this seems to me key. And then there's one more sense in which there's politics, in which the whole conference is about politics. The panel is made up of people from Turkey, right? Now think about it. This is incredible. That is what you're doing here by revealing, by exposing, by unearthing this history is in some ways, I'm not exaggerating, is saving your country. Is proposing another way of understanding the past and understanding possible futures. And I say that as an Armenian whose grandmother, my mother's mother, everybody's going to confess today, came from Diyarbakir with her family after her sister had her throat cut in Diyarbakir, right? And then they came to America. So I want to thank you for getting us to America, but in fact, I want to thank you for what I think you're doing politically as well as honestly, intellectually, academically.
I have a question. I will be moving away from this or that location. I happen to have studied a little bit those massacres in various locations. And I see, what I saw was a clear pattern overall. So my question is the following one. We have massacres right and left, here, there, elsewhere, and so on. What I could see is that they tend to start on a Friday in various places. What I could see is dozens of reports about envoys, mysterious people coming to town, preachers inflaming the population, along with notables, and so on. And what I could see is that almost nowhere did the authorities try to stop the massacres. Almost nowhere. So let's assume we transpose that to the United States and we see attacks right and left, starting in Los Angeles against a specific group. Let's take Cambodians. They get beaten up, robbed, then it moves to San Francisco, then it moves to Arizona, then it goes to Nevada. My question is very simple. It's based on a kind of stupid way of thinking. Are things happening magically, without any responsibility? It happens. I won't add 2 more letters to it, like that, all over the place. And isn't the responsibility of the state, so far as I know, doesn't the state have the monopoly of violence and the responsibility to stop the killings? That question to me is central. In various places, after the massacres also, a few days later, you have the taxmen coming, asking for 1 year of payment of taxes, and there is a process of dispossession of the Armenians to drive them out of their region, and so on. I regret missing some of the papers,
But my impression is just the opposite, that this is organized through subtle networks from the center. There isn't a clear public order, and that's how things happen. So my question is not antagonistic. I have a different reading of the events when I look at the broad spectrum of locations and killings and overall patterns. Thank you.
And you know, before that, I want to remind you that even in 1978, in December, in Marash, what happened to Marash in Alevi massacres. So it's striking and saddening to see continuities in that, including all these mysterious figures coming from out of city. In that case, 19 lottery sellers, according to rumor, came to Marash before massacres erupted, etc. So when we think about all these continuities, it didn't end with the Ottoman time, you know. I mean, we should also consider all these continuities within a broader perspective, I think. So, just as a reminder.
May I have a question? This is an excellent point, and then can we talk during the coffee break so that we will be on time? Otherwise, really, we will be late. Yeah, it's better. I mean, if you don't mind, let's have a coffee break and then continue the conversation during the coffee break.
So our first speaker is David Gubbin. He is a professor at Manhattan College in the Department of History. He earned his doctoral degree from Manhattan University from New York. And his research interests include migration and migration control, the intersection between mobility and citizenship, Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, as well as the overall Hamidian era. So without further ado, I'm going to let him present.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Yes, great. Okay. I don't usually use microphone. So first of all, I'd like to thank the conference organizers for bringing me here and for allowing me to share my research. I especially wanted to thank Professor Aksham because I wouldn't be here if not for him, and I'm not only talking about the conference invitation, but he was my introduction into this field now 16 years ago, I think it was, when we first met. So a long time ago, I as an undergraduate at the University of Minnesota, and I'm glad to be still here doing this and being able to, hopefully a little less wet behind the ears than I was 16 years ago, but to be able to share my findings. Today I want to talk about my book, which will hopefully be coming out from Edinburgh University Press sometime in the middle of next year. I'll be painting some sort of broad brushstrokes, but I'd be happy to fill in missing details in the question and answer session. So my work investigates Armenian migration in the late 19th and early 20th century, specifically primarily to the United States. I say North America because, of course, you have Armenians who are also going to places like Brantford and Ontario, Canada. But I'm very happy to be talking about this project. This is the first time I've been able to talk about this in Worcester. Worcester, of course, being the original Armenian migrant colony, beginning around 1887. I see the same year that Clark University was founded. So in the late 1880s, there begins this large-scale wave of Armenian migration, primarily from the Harput region. And it lasts until the genocide. Anywhere between about 75 and 80,000 Armenians come to North America in the period between roughly 1885 and 1915. What I want to talk about today, though, is not necessarily the migration itself, but rather how the Ottoman state responded to this mobility, and in particular the Hamidian regime, because it sheds a lot of light. The Hamidian regime's response to this migration sheds a lot of light on its relationship, the Hamidian regime's relationship to its the Armenian populations that it controlled in the Ottoman East. I want to start by reading a decree that the palace issued in early 1888. I believe the date is March 1888, very soon after the onset of this large-scale migration from the Harpoot region to North America. And this is a decree officially banning Armenian migration to North America. And it reads, the government takes no issue with our subjects traveling to America and other places for legitimate commercial purposes. Nevertheless, it is suspected that some Armenians are migrating to find work or for other purposes to, quote unquote, completely and utterly free countries. This is how I'm translating serbest vehurieti kamile, which is like perfect or complete freedom, but here this is meant in a derogatory sense. These places that are utterly libertine and freedoms that they give to their populations, such as the United States. Furthermore, it should be assumed that some Armenians who migrate purportedly for educational purposes have instead been encouraged by seditious political organizations to go to America so that they may benefit from the freedom of expression. This is how I'm translating Efkari Serbesti, so freedom of ideas, freedom of expression, that exists there in order to spread their well-known agenda among the Armenians of the Ottoman Empire. And when these individuals return to the empire, they will spare no expense to poison minds wherever they go. From now on, migrants intending to go to America and similar locations ostensibly to find work, but with the real intent of devoting themselves to the service of such pernicious objectives, must not be granted passports, and they must be fully prohibited from departing the empire. There's a lot going on there, but this decree reflects the overarching mentality that the Hamidian regime takes to Armenian migration to North America from 1888 all the way until the Constitutional Revolution of 1908. So for the 20 years that Armenians are migrating from the Ottoman Empire to North America, the general assumption of the Ottoman state, largely in absence of much evidence, and we've seen this in the earlier panels, that the going assumption in many different contexts, is that Armenians, and especially Armenian men, are seditious revolutionaries unless proven otherwise, and that same assumption is being applied to Armenian migrants who are migrating to North America, that they are seditious agents unless proven otherwise. And this is different. So overseas migration is not a solely Armenian phenomenon. Of course, anybody who's read even a little bit into Lebanese migration at the same time knows there's even a larger scale migration of Lebanese and Syrians to the Americas more broadly, not just North America, but also South and Central America. At the same time, the Ottoman state takes a very, very different approach to that migration than they do to Armenian migration, and I'd be happy to spell that out a little bit more in the question and answer period. So this decree is, which again is March 1888, quite early. This is only 1 year after the founding of the Hunchakian Revolutionary Party, only a couple of years before the founding of the Dashnak Tutsioun. So very, very early on in kind of the emergence of these Armenian political parties, large-scale migration, labor migration to North America is associated with Armenian politics. And importantly, this decree also reflects something else that's essential to keep in mind and is very important and remains very important throughout this period. Again, this is 1888. The assumption that the Ottoman state is taking, and this assumption is not incorrect, in fact this assumption is correct, that Armenians migrating to North America, who are for the most part young men, intend to return. That return migration is a central component of this migration. These are not people who are leaving, intending to leave permanently. And the reason the Ottoman state is assuming this early, within months of the onset of this large-scale migration, is that, of course, labor migration is from the Harpoot region, from the Ottoman East more broadly, is a long-standing practice So we can think of the Panduks who are going from the Ottoman East to Istanbul and then returning eventually to their home communities after several years, perhaps working in Istanbul or in Aleppo or in Tbilisi. This is already very much a settled common phenomenon, and in many ways migration to North America is an evolution of this kind of sojourning labor migration. And so, 1888, the Ottoman state bans Armenian migration, or I should say flags it as a very specific and particular kind of political threat. The fear is, again, that people are going to return with their minds poisoned by Armenian revolutionaries operating in the libertine environment of the United States, and poison the minds of their co-religionists in the Ottoman Empire. So what do you do? What does any migrant group do when the state attempts to shut down their mobility? They leave through clandestine channels. And so throughout the Hamidian period, there emerged these very well-coordinated, sophisticated smuggling networks focused on the Harput region that smuggle Armenian migrants via the Black Sea, so Samsun especially, later through Mersin and Iskenderun on the Mediterranean, on the northeastern Mediterranean rim. And then by 1905, 1906, 1907, you see increasingly large numbers of Armenians leaving as far, going as far as Beirut and Latakia on the Levantine coast. So traveling all the way from Harput to Beirut to leave the empire, again, through these coordinated smuggling channels. These smuggling networks operate along much the same lines as clandestine migration channels that we see today in the 21st century. Clandestine migration is a response to state efforts to control mobility. That's the same today, it's the same back then. And so the evolution of these smuggling networks is directly related to the efforts of the state to prevent mobility. And they're a key reason why Armenians continue to leave the empire in the face of these, in the face of this prohibition in the 1890s and in the first decade of the 20th century. So again, even in the context, even in the aftermath of the massacres, for the most part, people are leaving the Harput region with the intention of returning. So the massacres don't necessarily aren't necessarily a firm break in sort of transforming the dynamics of this migration. In the aftermath of the massacres, the Ottoman state creates, actually permits a certain kind of migration and allows particularly families to migrate to North America with Ottoman state permission if they agree to disclaim their Ottoman nationality and agree never to return to the empire. So the only kind of migration that the Ottoman state permits in this period before the 1908 revolution is if those migrating, again, forsake their Ottoman nationality and agree never to return. And that is, again, going back to this primary fear that the Ottoman state has concerning Armenian migration, which is that people are going to come back and they're going to sow all sorts of discord. Again, I'll talk about this. I can talk about this a little bit more in the question and answer, largely in the absence of evidence that returning Armenians are actually engaged in any kind of active revolutionary plot. There's absolutely no evidence of that. I only have a couple more minutes. I want to talk briefly about return migration. Return migration, in the early 1890s, the Ottomans take a very, very hard line against Armenian return migration. That does not prevent Armenian migrants from returning from North America. And so throughout this period, there's a surprisingly high rate of return, anywhere between as low as 15 to 20%, maybe as high as 30% of Armenians who migrate to North America eventually return in this period, whether temporarily or permanently. They're doing this, again, in the face of Ottoman state efforts to prevent them from returning. So not only is it illegal for people to leave, it's also unlawful for people to return. People do so anyway. They often are returning through those same smuggling networks that they leave through. In the late 1890s, in the immediate aftermath of the massacres, the Ottoman state actually allows people to return, largely because they can't prevent the high volume of return migration. Essentially, they say we can't keep these people out despite our efforts, so we're going to allow them in conditionally as long as they agree not to cause any problems. This is in part a response to United States efforts in the mid-1890s to extend protections to Armenians who had naturalized as American citizens while abroad, and then who faced detention when they returned to the Ottoman Empire in the 1890s. By the late 1890s and the early 20th century, the first decade of the 20th century, the American government's attitude toward Armenians who are returning to the Ottoman Empire pulls a 180. This is in the context of this very harsh anti-immigration politics in the United States in the late beginning, that's beginning to come to full flower in the late 1890s and the first decade of the 20th century. And the United States government in 1901 communicates to the Ottoman state that they are not going to extend any kind of protections to Armenian returnees who come back to the Ottoman Empire, even if they are American citizens, even if they have naturalized as American citizens. This becomes really important after 1905, after the assassination attempt, the ARF assassination attempt on Sultan Abdul Hamid II at Yildiz Palace in July of 1905. After that, the Ottoman state begins, and I use this word quite consciously, deporting Armenian returnees from the Harput region. Literally, if you have just been uncovered to have returned from the United States after an unlawful sojourn there, you are arrested and deported from the empire, marched out from Harput to Samsun, put on a boat, and sent away. I don't know any other word for that but deportation. It looks very similar to how deportation works in the 20th and 21st century United States, for example. And again, this is done with tacit permission from the American State Department and American consular officials in the Ottoman Empire. And we can talk a little bit about that too, how somebody can be administratively stripped of their citizenship without any kind of due process, which is what this is. After the 1908 revolution, the constitutional government lifts restrictions on Armenian migration. Armenian migration and return become fully legal, which dramatically reshapes the process of both migration and return in the aftermath of the 1908 revolution. That remains the case until the Armenian genocide. So a large number of these returnees, and if you read the accounts of Leslie Davis, for example, of the American consul in Harput during the genocide, his famous work, The Slaughterhouse Province, he talks about Armenian returnees and the families of Armenian migrants trying to come to him for help. And of course, because the State Department doesn't recognize their citizenship, they're told there's nothing that he can do. He can offer no protection. Again, we can talk about some of these themes in the question and answer, but I have 0, and I'll leave it there.
I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, I'm going to just give you a quick
introduction. We don't have much time.
I know we don't, so thank you for staying within the time limit, David. That was a great presentation. Our second presenter is Kamal Soleimani. He is currently a professor at the College of Mexico. He earned his doctoral degree from Columbia University in Islamic and Middle Eastern history. He has a wide range of interests, which includes the foundationalist epistemologies of the nation state, and today he's going to talk about the linguistic aspect and significance of the Turkish language.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm especially grateful because Professor Akçam squeezed me in the Armenian Studies group. I am not a student of Armenian Studies, but so I feel I've been privileged. Thank you very much. I want to talk about language as a means of control and assimilation that I believe existed. Even this kind of approach to language existed in the Tanzimat era. I'm talking about the seed. I'm not going to talk about the genocide, but I will be talking about this historical seeds of lingocide that still Turkey is grappling with. So one of the things that we constantly see in the Turkish studies, Ottoman studies, that the Ottoman state was not usually perceived the Turks like village pumpkins and something similar things that they usually had a very low opinion of the Turks. So in order to see what was going on, I went back to the Ottoman records and I looked at the Ottoman records from early 1830s up to 1910. I really didn't find this at least in the Ottoman records, neither in the Ottoman newspapers. So, but here I'm going to talk about a few things, especially about teaching Turkish to non-Turks and non-Muslims, and the policies that especially it was intensified during the Hamidian era. And I believe that the declaration of Turkish as the constitutional, as the official language, and every person who worked for it in the state had to know Turkish was not a coincidence, and it had roots in the Ottoman, in the Tanzimat era. So the first document that I found about teaching Turkish to non-Turks is from 1830s when the soldiers were taught Turkish in Erzurum. But then we have an educational mission that was sent to Libya to teach Libyans Turkish. And it's interesting there it says that to teach them the language of the state, Devletin Lisani. So it continues and it talks about why they shouldn't be taught Arabic because they already know Arabic. And the other thing is, this way they will learn about the immediate orders and dictates of the state. So then it goes on. So after that, we constantly see this happened. Sorry, forget to mention in 1847. We constantly see different state documents about teaching Turkish to non-Muslims, especially Christians. So the first mission was in 1857 that Majlis-i Ma'arif, or the how did I translate it? Yes, Committee of Public Education, yeah, that's how I translated it. Sends a group to Paris and tells Armenians there if they learn Turkish, the state will so give them stipends and so forth. So this thing continues and it's mostly until 1880s. This is non-Muslims especially were given incentives to learn Turkish. But by mid-1880s, the general policy of the Ottoman states on giving incentives and encouragement changed at the state. As I should indicate, the state gives the teachers. So every teacher would be paid if teaches in non-Muslim schools. They wouldn't be paid, other teachers would not be paid, but the ones who are going to be the Turkish instructors in those non-Muslim schools would be paid by the state. So according to the Education Department's regulations, even though non-Muslim private school did not receive governmental financial aid, the Turkish instruction was regarded as mustasna, or exception to the general rule. So the language teacher in those schools received salary directly from the Ministry of Education, and it became official policy of the state to help private religious schools with Turkish instruction. The state followed the policy almost until the mid-1890s, having introduced a tougher monitoring regime by the late 1880s. In 1888, Ottoman officials were alarmed about the report that all the Garza foreign consul in Salonika carried arms, and the local Christian schools did not comply with the Turkish education policies. After the immediate investigations, the authorities found out that though the first piece of news was not entirely accurate, Turkish was not being taught in Salonika schools. So the Education Ministry received a warning that such a violation of the of the state's Turkish instruction policies would hamper the universalization of Turkish language, Türkçenin ta'mimi. So sometimes I say Ottoman, sometimes I say use Turkish, but I'm translating the documents. Sometimes it's used referred as Osmanli, sometimes as Türkçe. In 1890s, non-Muslim private schools faced even greater pressure to implement state's Turkish language instruction policies. For instance, in 1890, these schools received warning that they were legally obliged to include Turkish language in their instruction. The palace issued a decree claiming that European states were imposing their own languages without hesitation, not just in their own homelands, but even in the lands they had temporarily occupied. So, according to the decree, the Christian schools in the Ottoman domains were actively disseminating their own languages. They had to be forced to teach the Turkish language. The Ministry of Education was to implant informant, muhbir, in the schools to observe students' progress in learning the Ottoman language. The ministry was also to appoint an inspector to closely monitor the examination and examine the Turkish language proficiency of the students. If any school faltered in its compliance with these measures, it would face closure. So the new measure resulted in a scandal when the American embassy sent a protest letter to the Ottoman Foreign Ministry, and the letter warned that the new Ottoman regulation could have breached mutually agreed upon political protocols by the two states. So, and the letter is very long, talks about these schools are paid by American Christians, and they should not be subject to the Ottoman states of educational policies. So the Ottoman state had the right to impose teaching specific language or religious belief in its own schools, the letter says. Such imposition on Christian schools, which were funded by the American peoples for the sole purpose of teaching Christians, could not be lawful at all. So almost a year later, Ottoman court informed the foreign ministry that upon the Sultan's order, all foreign and non-Muslim schools had to be notified about the benefits and the significance of Turkish instruction. So it was, they kind of retracted the thing. Additionally, the court's letter indicated the suspension of the obligatory Turkish instruction in non-Muslim schools. So I want to jump to the Ottoman intelligentsia and the way they perceived Turkish language. It must be kept in mind that the Ottoman state's linguistic Turkification policies were not different when it came to dealing with Muslim subjects. During the Hamidian rule, linguistic and cultural activities became the subject of much tougher measures in general. Before this point, the state had mostly resorted to giving incentives and rewarding all Muslim and non-Muslim subjects for their efforts in learning Turkish. In some instances, officials rewarded parents for teaching Turkish to their children. So there is in 1870s, they tried to change the language of instruction in many institutions, especially the Imperial Medical Academy. And I just want to quote an excerpt from the newspaper Taraki, just to see how they viewed these Ottoman intelligentsia viewed the language already. Every nation has, this is what the Taraki says, so they were very disappointed to see Turks or Ottomans are against changing the language of instruction from French to Turkish. So every nation has to safeguard its language and its customs and has to be proud with the progress of its language. If we say that the language is irreformable, okay, our language is irreformable and incapable of incorporating technical terms of science and medicine, we make ourselves laughable before the Westerners. This type of talks which patently signifies the lack of knowledge are against the interest of the sons of our nation, Abnai Vatan. It's just astonishing to find those who still hold such unsound views in this era. So with the progress of time, these views became more entrenched, and in 1875, the state made a requirement for every secondary school, Rushdiya, in the empire to receive a copy of Taqvim al-Bagaya on regular basis. This new requirement aimed at helping students became accustomed to reading Turkish. According to the newspaper, so I want to jump to another thing. Then in 1878, they introduced Tarjuman Haqiqat. There were two types of Tarjuman Haqiqat, one Tarjuman Haqiqat general, and for the general public, another one for general, I call it Tarjuman Haqiqat weekly. It was mostly for the schools. So there are interesting stuff in that thing. One of the most interesting thing is that it talks about purging Turkish language from Arabic and Persian that had started 15 years earlier. So in 1860s, they had already started purging Turkish language from what's called souk, and tatsız means cold, or let's say meaningless and tasteless Persian and Arabic words. And one of the things that we find, they constantly refer to the students as Turks, and they use the ırkımız, vatanımız, dilimiz, our language, our race, our nation. So, one of the, and there is a reference to Arabic language, but they say Arabic language could be taught for two reasons. For instance, one, it could be just to learn about Arabic, and the other thing, we deal with Arabic here because Arabic can help us with the Ottoman language. So this is the main thing. Another thing that is said, for instance, about non-Muslims, that in reference to non-Muslims, it says, Jewish and Christian schools in our homelands, vatanımızda bulunan, are now keen in teaching Ottoman language, which means they are trying to advance their current citizenry. So this which stands for the Ottoman Turks, reveal the identity of the sovereigns, and Turkish is not only declared as the marker of the sovereign identity, but also becomes the yardstick for determining the degree of citizenship of others in this hierarchical socio-political context. Here, non-Muslims' advancement toward the full citizenship or subject to this obviously tied to the effort put forward in learning our language. There is another thing that I want to talk about, the genealogy of the use of the state language, or this, sometimes they say the sublime state language, which since I have 1 minute, I'm not going to talk about it. Except, so we already saw in 1847 when they talk about teaching people in Libya, teaching the Latin lisani, but by 1870s we even see in the documents the use of the official language. Not only they say this, the language of the state, they say the Latin rasmi lisani. So it's, I'll try to stop here. So.
Thank you, Kamal. Hopefully in the question and answers you can elaborate on those points. Our final presenter for this panel is Owen Miller. He is currently a professor at Bilkent University in Ankara. He earned his doctoral degree from Columbia University in International and Global Relations. His research interests include migration, violence, and conversion in the Ottoman Empire.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to, again, just join the chorus of thank yous to Taner Akçam, Emre Dalioglu, to the Structure Center in general, and to all of you for coming here today. I feel very privileged to be in your presence. And I will try, I guess, in this talk to put these stories into a broad frame. frame looking at the history of the Ottoman colonization of the mountains, or you could say the Ottoman conquest of the mountains during this period, but also earlier. I'll start off with the mountains, and Braudel famously begins his wonderful book on the Mediterranean discussing the importance of the mountains. The mountains are, I believe, the repository of the vast majority of the world's languages, cultures, religions, political structures to this day. In other words, if we think about, say, 6,000 languages in the world, most of those languages to this day are in the mountains, and this has historically been true. In other words, we have enormous cultural, linguistic, religious, political differences in mountainous regions, so it's very hard, of course, to say anything in general about them. But I think one thing we can say is that until the middle of the 19th century, these areas were autonomous, or mostly autonomous, of state rule, lowland state control. So I think that this is partly being explained in the mid-19th century with the transformations of the industrial age, where the technologies of rifles, telegraph, steam power enabled lowland states to have the technological wherewithal to go into the mountainous regions and to begin to control them. So in the Caucasus, of course, we have very long, decades-long conflict of the Russian states attempting to go into the Caucasus regions and exert control of these spaces. This was also the same, of course, with the French in Algeria and the Atlas Mountains. And you could say the same also in southern Mexico, where the Mayan-speaking highlands, were systematically attacked by the Mexican centralized forces during the Costa Wars of the 1850s. So in other words, we can see this as a worldwide phenomenon, a global pattern that extends throughout the course of the 19th century and extends also to this day. My own research has focused primarily on Samsun, Dersim, and Zeytun, and I will be talking about those places today in my analysis. But I will also be referring more broadly to a broader history of Ottoman violence in mountainous spaces that continued from the 19th century and in some ways has continued till today. I mean, not Ottoman obviously, but subsequent states. So the history of, I will divide my talk briefly into a history of rifles, which you could extend to the monopolization of legitimate violence, the history of steam power, or the monopolization of legitimate movement, and telegraphs, or monopolization of legitimate narrative or truth. And this ties together, I think, both David and Kamal's and earlier presentations about histories of control of violence, movement, and narrative. So rifles. Beginning in, if you would go back to the 1840s, the uplands behind Mush, the Samsun Mountains, contained a huge set of different communities, right? You had Reshkotanlı, Bekranlı, and many other communities that did not necessarily define themselves according to the terms that lowlanders used. There was a highland ontology, right, that we have very little knowledge of. But as the letters of Helmuth von Moltke made clear, and the policies of Mahmud II after the destruction of the Janissaries in 1826, the development of a conscript military, right? A development of a conscript military which was enabled to go into the mountainous regions. And Helmuth von Moltke, in his writings, talks vividly about the enormous violence visited in areas like Garzan against the Yazidi population there, where soldiers collected ears and other body parts as trophies, right? So this is something of extreme violence going back to the 1830s. Of course, the general idea of the Ottoman Empire is this undifferentiated space where the mountains are not represented, and it's an idealized idea of the sovereign sense of where things are. The reality was more similar, I think, to 18th century Germany with overlapping and nestled sovereignties. Very complicated situation. We have yet to create this kind of map of the early 19th century Ottoman Empire, but I think that would be enormously useful. And since we studied, in many cases, various different places, I think we can start to work on something that helps to approximate the more complex issues of sovereignty and relationship between people in the state. Of course, Kurdish historians, in this case, Azadi's map, made clear that there were these other beyliks in the east, right? Soran, the Bitlis Emirate. Of course, these themselves don't really represent these again are kind of like they're micro-states, but they're also imagined sovereignties again. Because in the mountainous regions, you have more complexity. This is, I think, probably a very good map that indicates that this. This is Robert Hewson's map of Armenia, the Vilayet of Bitlis. It shows that there's this autonomous region that the state, until quite late, does not have control over. It does not have taxpayers or people who are able to extract labor or conscripts from the mountains. You, of course, have in the mountains a whole kind of local economy building flintlock weaponry in places like Zeytun and in Sassoon. There are discussions of how locals are able to build their own weaponry. But of course, after the American Civil War, there's the development of a massive arms industry that needs buyers. And the Ottoman Empire, after the 1860s, becomes one of the largest buyers of like Peabody rifles, right, from made in Rhode Island. These ended up being used as part of a strategy of Ottoman control of mountainous spaces. These mountain guns, these Martini rifles. This is the 4th Military, which we've already talked about today in Toygun's presentation, controlled by Zeki Pasha. I think that we need to have more work on how the military operated in these areas and the continual wars, small wars, that were fought in mountainous regions throughout the 19th century. Of course, Dersim had a special military zone. If you look at actually maps of where, or start to map out where the Ottoman military was placed, it was placed around the mountains, as if these were frontiers, dangerous zones, and there would be raids into the mountainous areas continuously throughout the 19th century. Steam power. Here we have, of course, a history of transformation of an urbanization of society as steam allowed for people to not be dependent on winds anymore when traveling across the Black Sea, but now they could use steam travel to make far quicker and more consistent trips. This transformed the demographics of Istanbul, and of course also played a huge role in the forced migration of people from the Caucasus, Muhajir, which I think Stefan talked about yesterday. The history of the expulsion of the Cherkez, of the Adige populations from North Caucasus was afforded by the history of steam power in the Black Sea, as people have talked about before. The history of refugees, I think, is an important phenomenon that must be understood in the broader decisions that took place in the Hamidian period. And of course, we must also understand the history of the Panduk, the Armenian laborers who came in very large numbers from the Tashra, from Mush, and from elsewhere, who I think in some ways have to be understood as central actors in this entire story. There's a lot of work, I think, coming out about the Panduk. The history, of course, of cotton in the transformation of economies was also driven to a certain extent by steam power. This booming economy in Adana, of course, played a role in the settlement of these areas with Nogai people from the upper areas of the Black Sea, many of whom died in malaria, died of malaria in the swamplands or the kind of marshlands of the areas around Trugrova. But of course, it was also this reform brigades from the 1860s onward. And you can see that it's not just one reform brigade, it's many reform brigades going to different mountainous areas, right? That's the concept, the reform brigade. So the question I really would like to ask is, what does it mean to be, what does the Tanzimat really mean, right? Is it the civic social contract, the idea of more honest citizenship, or is it's actually a reordering of society toward the center, a centralization, which from the point of view of the periphery looks like conquest? So that was what happened in Zeytun continuously. From the 1860s, you had the first sorts of transformations. Then in 1878, 1895, continuous histories of violence in these mountainous areas. Zeytun, of course, had been an autonomous Armenian miniature state, or principalities, series of principalities in the mountains, where the lords spoke Armenian and the peasants spoke Armenian as well, but they were happy to be Muslim. So it was like an inversion of what was happening on the plains below. I think, of course, the history of where the fortresses are placed is really important for us to begin to track and to understand. The history of the fortress in Zeytun was one of the major precipitating factors in the violence in the 1890s. So we need to understand where the history of this control of violence. Of course, when you look at the history of other types of steam implements like railroads, you can also see that this played an enormous role in the efforts of the state to control spaces across the empire. Okay, so now we're getting to telegraphs. I think I'm on time. The telegraphs, I think, are the question of how the monopolization of legitimate narrative was exercised is really important to bear in mind. I think it's important also to think that the Ottoman state created its own systems to control telegraph. They had their own schools for telegraph service. They banned the telephone, right? Because the telephone could not be controlled. In 1886, this was completely banned. The idea was to control narrative. This, to me, is authoritarianism, right? So the telegraph lines, which were built by private companies but controlled by the state, transformed ideas of the Ottoman state itself. You can see, of course, an early version of this, one that brought Abdul Hamid II to power. Right before that, you had violence in the Rupture Mountains of what is today Bulgaria. Famously, in this upland area called Batak, you had massacres. This crisis, of course, led Abdul Hamid II to come to power, and I think was one of those things that was always in his mind throughout his reign, that the history of the control of narrative, making sure that you control the narrative, and this, of course, reflected the fact that newspaper writers, reading presses elsewhere, were shaping public opinion in ways that would have far-reaching consequences for the Ottoman state. This is Emile Villon, kind of the Seymour Hirsch, at least that's the way that I think of him, of the 19th century. I mean, he was really quite important in uncovering a lot of information about Sassoon, and would later become recognized widely as one of the most prominent writers and journalists of his time. But to give a sense also of how telegraphs and newspapers are deeply interconnected, right? I mean, this is one of the reasons why we have so many newspapers called the Telegraph at this time, right? They're interconnected processes. When we think about the whole history of communication. This is a quotation, a very famous quotation that's been quoted many times, from the point of view of this newspaper. I think it's really important because it kind of shows the kind of necessity to civilize the mountainous regions and thereby legitimize violence. So the language, these are the people in the Sassoon Mountains, they at presently use, which resembles a species of Arabic without a system, is in suitable relationship to the strange barbarism which is produced from the blending and mixing up of the Kurdish, Zaza, and Armenian languages. Kurds and Armenians converse in this language, and the individuals of both nations exercise of brute violence, are as wild beasts, and in their actions and habits preserving the free licensure to villainy and aggression. This kind of language you can see over and over and over again about mountain communities, right? So this is not something just simply in the Ottoman Empire, right? We see this in areas of what is today parts of northern Pakistan, right? The northwest frontier in Pakistan. You can see this in what is today the southwestern parts of the United States, the conflict against the Apache communities there. And in Yemen, of course, the end of Abdul Hamid II's regime, you had large armies sent into the uplands of Yemen to control the communities there, to conquer these spaces that had yet to be conquered, right? So we always have to remember that this is happening in many different places at once, and that many of these stories are connected to each other in ways that we have yet to kind of bring together. Finally, a word about narratives. This, I think, is an important piece that for everyone in this room is perhaps very obvious, but I think is important to state nonetheless. His silences enter the process of historical production at four crucial moments: the moment of fact creation, or the making of sources; the moment of fact assembly, the making of archives; the moment of fact retrieval, the making of narratives; and the moment of retrospective significance, the making of history in the final instance.
David, you're probably aware that in the Ottoman archives, there are a collection of photographs that were collected by the police in the eastern provinces.
Hold on. That's a bad example. Let me find
I have a lot of good.
Here's an example.
I was aware of this because my grandfather was a photographer, and some of his photographs were used by the police. Sometimes the police used the photographs, and these photographs are the sort of first, in a way, high-tech surveillance apparatus. These photographs were taken of the individuals in the late 1890s who, and early 20th century, who were leaving to places in North America and around the world, and they contain all the information about where they're going, their names, what their occupations are. And this was in a way, I don't know how effective it was to, and they were giving up, of course, any right to.
So it was part of this process.
Process of surveillance that if they came back, here was a document that they could use.
And I should say, so those photographs were mandated as part of this legal process of migration, as you mentioned. Photographs were also taken of those who were deported. So those who were found to have returned to the Ottoman Empire unlawfully after unlawful sojourns to North America. Excuse me, so photographs were also taken of those who were deported for the same purpose of if they try to come back, we'll at least have a record of who these people are.
My question is for David. You talked a little bit about returning migrants, and if I understood you correctly, most of them had rural origins. So where did they resettle upon returning to the Ottoman Empire, and what was their relationship with the local Armenian community?
So these returnees are coming back home, essentially. So they're either resettling in their home communities. Many are coming for visits. So they're not returning permanently, but rather they're coming back. Maybe they want to marry, maybe they want to settle accounts back home before they go back to the United States. So return migration is not always, in fact, perhaps is less often a permanent process than a temporary one.
Okay. This is a question for Kemal. You started with talking about this idea, this now very popular idea, that the Ottoman Empire did not, the Ottoman government or the state as such didn't put a lot of attention on the Turkishness, the Turkish language for a long time. This village pumpkins idea, which we are very familiar with. So which I think your producer is very good in correcting that narrative. So I'm looking forward to learning more. But when do you think that mythology around this unimportance of Turkishness up until a certain moment in time arise from? Like who created that when specifically? Is it the Turkish Republican linguistic policies reflected back in time? How is it? And another quick question, more factual, to David about the return. I'm wondering about the families. Like, the way I'm imagining this migration is that like men are leaving, single men or married men, they are making money, they're bringing money back to the homeland, either investing or just giving it and then going back. Maybe is it multiple entry type of migration? Let's say the ones who return, they go back and come back again. And if their wives and children are trying to go with them, I'm thinking totally in the context of America now, right? This immigrant issue, like, are they dependent in any way considered in the Ottoman legal decrees and documents about this issue?
No, go ahead.
I probably won't be able to tell you the exact source of this kind of thinking about Turkishness, but I certainly find Kemalist narrative about the pre-Republican era to be very effective. For instance, if you look at the Türkleştirme by which one? The guy who became Muslim. No, Roseko. Yes, Tekinov. Yes. So there he talks about how the Turks were ignored and all the things. So it's the beginning of this. It was published by 1928, I think, or 27. Yes. So, but if you look at Türkçülüğün Asasları, for example, which was a pre-Republican thing, or the writings by both Akçuraoğlu and by Ziya Gökalp, how they talk about in reality, Ottomanism was a Turkification project, but Kelime-i Muqaddase Turk, or the sacred word or term Turkishness was not used. So at least if you see this in the pre-Republican narrative and post-Republican narrative, there is a different way of talking about Turkishness and how the Turks were perceived. And if you can find people like Abdul Hamid himself who did all the things to promote Turkishness. For example, the royal audience or imperial audience, that religion was discussed or taught, it was a tradition. He changed it from Arabic to Turkishness. He talked about the Turks as the fundamentals of the state, and you see intellectuals like Name Kemal, that every other language should be destroyed. I have the actually, if I'm allowed, I will read the actual code and then. So it says. It says language. It's 18th. It's I think 1878. Which in the Vatan, this poem says, language is firmer matin, deterrent than religion to an ethnic group's rebellion against the other. So it says, we cannot universalize our language among Bulgarians, Greeks, and the rest, but we can do it among the Muslims, and even by so they already talk about assimilation and removing other languages. So I think this idea of Turkification, at least of the language and bureaucracy, was pretty much entrenched by late let's say 1890s, or even probably earlier. Yes.
So the legal process that I was talking about, forsaking either nationality and agreeing never to return, was most often, at least in the context of harpoons, for women and dependent children who are seeking to join their fathers or husbands who are already abroad. But you also have one of the key drivers of return is people who are coming back, looking to marry, start a family, and maybe eventually take that family back to the United States. And there's really interesting gender components, both in the Ottoman context, but also the American context too, about citizenship. That citizenship in both the Ottoman legal context and the American legal context passes through the father to his children, or the husband to his wife, who is assumed to be dependent upon him. And so there are interesting gender issues there. The fact that you have, at the same time you have people returning being administratively stripped of their citizenship for having returned by the United States government. At the same time, the United States government is extending citizenship rights to the wives and dependent children of naturalized citizens living in the United States who have never been to the United States before. So there are really interesting gender legal components there also.
Yeah, thank you for your great presentations. I have a comment and a question to David. Actually, my PhD was about the passport regulations and the passport practices during the late Hamidian era. I was not precisely looked at the US example, but I was trying to compare it with the Bulgarian case and the Armenian case at the same time. And it was very interesting that the arbitrariness in the documents, because of course there were these bans, and they are using the term deportation like tart and vetedip. It's the word that they are using for, especially for the Armenian migrants. But when you check the documents, it's interesting. There were these two passport codes, passport laws. And at the same time, we have these different kinds of regulations just after or before the massacres. And after these events of propaganda by deed, maybe I can rephrase it like this, and also the decrees. And when you look at the correspondences between the lower degrees of the bureaucracy, it was also very interesting because sometimes they could use their initiative after the security checks. So they are using security checks sometimes with photographs because they were also part of the anti-anarchist network of the states in Europe. And they were using the method porte-parole. It was just before the fingerprints. But of course, lack of the infrastructures, it was not that widespread, I can say that. And they were always in negotiation with different governments in different ways. For example, the most striking example was the Russia, because, I mean, thousands of hundreds of Armenians, they migrated to Russia and they tried to return back. And there was this huge negotiation because there were also migration from Russia, like the Circassians, Tatars, and the Muslim migrants. And on the other hand, while they are trying to use these new methods, I have a question about this one. I mean, in the Russian case, they were trying to check the people with using the ship captains, because they had this regulation about it, and the ship captains, although there were these smuggling networks, they were giving the names to the government. But I'm not sure about the U.S. case. How does it work? And another thing is, if they had so strong smuggling networks, then it means that some of the bureaucracy or state servants had also been involved in this issue. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I saw some documents about these, punishments to the state servants, but not that many. So, I mean, maybe you can give some insight about it. And the issues about resettlement, if they came back, there were several decrees about it. And it was like, I mean, when in late 1890s, when they came back, they were mostly not resettled in the areas that they were living first. They were just, they were settled down, for example, in Sinop, in Samsun, in Aydın sometimes. I mean, there was this interesting way of, not interesting, but I mean, there was this way of, how can I say, forced migration once again inside the empire for them. Yeah, and a little comment about these photograph issues. Zeynep Gürsel is working on it. She's now comparing the photographs in the Ottoman ports and also the photographs in the US. So yeah,
we're going to collect a couple of questions.
Okay. Okay, a small one from David. Do you know anything about the reaction of the local Armenian community in Harcourt against the migration? Because I kind of remember some reaction from National Armenian School headed by the Bixi against this snobbish moving to Americas to become rich over there. And for Owen, thank you for this overarching structure and explanation. But also I'd like to hear something more concrete examples, like other than Sasun maybe. Did they really talk about contesting the mountains, or did they really do that? I'm not sure, I don't know anything about it, but I would say they didn't do anything until 1930s, seriously, but probably that's a wrong place, right?
Yes, I have a question about the teaching of Turkish for Kemal. The missionary schools and colleges taught Turkish, but they taught Armeno-Turkish, which is Turkish written in Armenian letters. And I just wondered if the government had a policy about that. Did they accept that as being proper teaching of the Turkish language, or did they say anything about it?
So let's answer those questions, and then we'll take another round. Burchin and Toyin and...
Okay, I'll be fast. So we should talk after. But yeah, in terms of all these overlapping policies toward the granting of passports, of internal passports, or the murur tezkeresi, of competing in different bans on migration from different places or allowing migration from different places. I mean, there's this real cross-current against this effort at legal standardization, as the Ottomans are saying, well, we like legal standardization and the law to apply to all populations, but we don't like Armenian migration. We're not as bothered by Lebanese migration. We're really unsure about migration from the Balkans. So there's this really interesting tension there. I'm trying to think of, yes, state official involvement in these smuggling networks, absolutely rampant. I mean, it doesn't function without the direct involvement of state officials at every single level. And whether that's in Harput, whether that's in Mersin, whether that's in Beirut, whether that's police officials, whether that's people who are granting documents, it's everywhere. They're part of this industry of smuggling migrants. And the state doesn't know how to combat that. It has a real difficult time because at every level, if you imprison all the boatmen in Mersin, that's going to have an effect on the local economy. And they're going to get angry, and they're going to revolt, or they're going to strike. So we have to treat them with kid gloves because we can't cause social problems in Mersin if we arrest the boatmen for smuggling migrants. So there are all of these sort of structural problems to enforcing this ban. As far as Armenian response to migration and the negative, you mentioned Tilgadinci, who writes extensively, famous poet from the Harput region, about his opposition to migration. It's sort of diluting Armenian culture. They're not buying Armenian goods. They're not, people who go and then come back, or the families of migrants who are abroad, they get too interested in American fashion, and so they're losing their true sense of Armenianness. And I have this kind of, this is at a very nascent, inchoate stage. There is this very bitter fight between two very prominent, very powerful families in Harput, the Fabrikatorian brothers, who are well-known local industrialists who own this large silk factory, textile factory in Harput, which is huge. I mean, this isn't just a local concern. They want to take this thing national or global even. And the Harputlian family, which is the perhaps most prominent banking family in the Harput region. One of the major members of the Harputlian family, Artin Harputlian, is very involved in these smuggling networks and is financing them, and is also a lot of his banking concern is based off of remittances coming back from the United States. So he has a huge economic stake in migration. At the same time, it seems like the Fabrikatorians have an economic stake in people not migrating. And so my theory is that that's a major part of this conflict between these two families, which spills over it goes all the way to the imperial level. They desperately hate one another, and the Fabrikatorians are trying to undercut the Harputlians and vice versa. So some interesting days of our lives drama, but that might be rooted in some of these political conflicts over migration.
I really didn't find anything specific about what type of Armenian language was acceptable and which dialect was acceptable, which one wasn't acceptable. But I see there's a pattern that if any school, even if people did not want to learn Turkish, it was, they found it, they were really sensitive, the state was sensitive to it. And I have a document about a priest in Cheshma in 1868. They call him under the influence of satanic view, and they say, Türkçe bile bilmiyordu. He did not even know Turkish. So I'm talking about 1876. So it's, one of the things that I read that says this these schools, these religious schools, Muslim schools, they are already disseminating their own languages. Why they are resisting to Turkish? And actually, there was a interesting letter by the Wali of Ankara. It's 1890, I think 1891, that talks about how language is the foundation of the state, and criticized the state for being aloof toward teaching non-Muslims Turkish language, and he says we already lost Armenians around Izmir and those areas, people around Adana and other places. I could be mistaken about these names, but mostly people closer to the Anatolian region. That says he personally allocated some money, which is not his own job. It's the job of the Ministry of Education, but the people around all these Izmir areas, they have changed their dress and they speak their Armenian languages, Armenian language instead of Turkish. Their emotions have changed, hissiyat or feelings. So they really see it as a threat, when especially any resistance to Turkish language. That's all I could.
But my question was, they were learning Turkish, but it was the Turkish that was written with Armenian letters.
This is something I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
But it was Turkish that they were learning. It's just that the written language was with the Armenian letters.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were asking about
how the government felt about that.
Good time we learn more.
But it shows that they are very much ignorant about all these specifics.
But I don't think anyone knows if the government ever regulated Armenian Turkish.
That's what
that's
my
know,
question.
but there's no one who knows it yet.
So just briefly, I guess, this is a very excellent question. And I guess a lot of it, again, depends on where you place the camera. If you place the camera in Istanbul, you don't necessarily see this history at all from any of the point of view that I said, right? It's a centralization. It's Tanzimat, more roads, better life for everyone, everyone's happier. But if you look at it from the point of view of at least a lot of mountain communities, and you look at the history of, like, when you start putting all the different small wars together, in Albania, Crete, Dersim, Epirus, the Druze uplands, Macedonia, Lebanon, Montenegro, the Rupture Mountains, Sinjar, Yemen, right? You start looking at all those, and there's usually, actually, in each one of those places, in each one of those mountain zones, the Taros Mountains, I didn't even mention the Taros, but the place I studied. But if you actually start looking carefully at all of these, what are often classified as rebellions, right? They're usually classified as a rebellion against the state. Then we have to start thinking about, okay, so what does that look like from the local perspective? Especially when these are areas that had not been taxed. They had not had a conscript sort of obligation, which to locals might have seemed like kidnapping, right? Taking young people out of the villages for a long time, right? I've seen a lot of accounts, especially by travelers, that depict this as a very violent sort of thing throughout the 19th century. And if you look at it, however, from the point of view of kind of a normative, centralizing mission, then it actually looks like a good thing, right? So again, I'm just trying to flip it around a little bit and examine that many of these so-called rebellions may have also been part of this process of lowland-upland conflict.
Thank you so much for the presentations. I will have a question or comment together for Owen. I'm wondering if you are integrating in our research the impact of the colonization of one mountain on the colonization of the other mountains. For example, the deportation and massacres of Circassians from Russia to the Ottoman Empire, then they are, from victims, they are becoming perpetrators.
Exactly.
And also, for example, in the previous panel, we talked about Dersim tribes invading Harput, and the question why appeared. I am just wondering, I don't have an answer, but if the attempts of colonization of Dersim has to do something with that or not, for example. I would like to hear your comments.
I think you're absolutely right. There's an interconnection between these different events. There's a contagion of violence that's taking place across the Black Sea. We have to understand the history of the violence against the Adige in 1860, the Büyük of 1864, the continuation of that violence that goes back. We have to understand what happened in Batam, right? We have to understand the violence against various populations in the uplands of the Rojava Mountains, and the relationship that bore, and then the massacres and killings of Muslim populations by the Russian military, by Russian-sanctioned Chete, and then the relationship between those individuals who were forced out of their homes in the Balkans or in the Caucasus, and the histories of violence and politicization of religion that occurred subsequently. So you're absolutely right. I think that's important for us to start connecting all of these stories.
I just have a brief point for Dr. Soleimani about it goes back to the question of the instruction of Turkish in non-Muslim schools, especially missionary schools. The Ottoman authorities knew, for example, that Dalmatian had taught as a teacher in Mush for several years, and in the early 1890s, the Anatolian College in Merzifon, for example, was a place where a few revolutionaries, at least were a few people who were members of the revolutionary committees, were politically active. So I came across a memorandum that was submitted to the palace, unsigned and undated, but from the context it's possible to tell that it's from late 1892 or early 1893, in which among the list of recommendations was a suggestion to use the teachers of Turkish, basically, teachers who would go to these missionary schools or Armenian schools and teach Turkish, and use them as spies in blatant terms to learn more about what these Armenians were doing in these schools, if they were doing anything that was illegal, etc. So there was in addition to teaching Turkish, they could also be, these sort of officials could be used in other ways, I guess. Yeah.
Let's collect just one or two more questions because that'll end this round.
Actually, my question was in line with the question of that lady at Zaygun, whether there was any Ottoman state interference, in linguistic interference into the language of instruction at the missionary schools.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
The missionary schools, whether there was any Ottoman state interference into the linguistic instruction at their schools, which were, as we all know, in abundance in Harput, Bitlis, Van, and other areas. Shukran, Ya Kemal. The second question is for Mr. Miller. Mountaineers or highlanders versus plain inhabiting people or lowlanders. Except for, or along with them being sort of provincial, peripheral, backward people, would it be factually correct to state that they also possessed distinct psychophysiological features, given their courage, bravery, and stoic resistance to enemy? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. There is somebody else I can do mine. No? Oh, thank you very much for these excellent papers. David, maybe you mentioned, I didn't understand why the United States policy, why the United States started not accepting the migrants back to their United States. I didn't understand. Maybe we can talk later also. Kamal, my question is whether or not there was any correlation between these language policies and suppressing of the Armenians in the 1890s. I understand that you really developed a very broad perspective that it was an official state policy, whether or not really there was certain changes in 1890s specifically. Maybe difficult to answer, but I'm curious about it. Owen, it's an excellent point, but I have to really push in the direction that Ali continued. We should really look into the specifics more. But I have a comment or kind of how to call it, an additional information. When I looked in the documents during that period, the term ıslah etmek fascinated me. I thought the term ıslah meant only reforms, But if you look the documents, it says send a military unit to Islah etmektir region, correction.
Right.
So the correction and reform is the same in the Ottoman mentality. So it is in that sense really to look whether they only wanted to reform area, but something else also. It's really ingrained in their language. And in that sense, a comparison with Dersim 1938 might be excellent, and I think there might be some differences also in their policies. Thank you.
So what I was talking about are Armenians who are returning to the Ottoman Empire, and in particular, especially, and I think that they issue this, but the U.S. State Department issues this policy, I think 1898, I'll have to go back into the chapter to get the exact date, that this is specifically concerning those who had naturalized as American citizens, that those who had naturalized as American citizens while in the United States who returned to the Ottoman Empire and don't make it clear to Ottoman officials that they are American citizens will have been assumed to have forfeited their American citizenship. Now, what the State Department knows is that if an Armenian wants to return to usually his home community, if he goes to the border, if he goes to Samsun and gets off the ship and says, I'm an American citizen, he's going to get kicked out. So the only way to return home, if you want to get married, if you want to settle accounts, if you want to buy some land, whatever it might be, is to hide the fact of your American citizenship. So what this effectively does is it administratively strips those returnees of their American citizenship. They have just forfeited it by nature of their action. There's no going to a court, there's no due process. The American consuls are actually told by the embassy in Constantinople, you are not to recognize these people as American citizens. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who return from the United States to the Ottoman Empire.
I mean, they have no problem.
Right. And so they have no claim to American citizenship, and so therefore they can't go to the consul in Harput and ask for legal protection if they're facing deportation. The consul's going to say, sorry, there's nothing I can do. And this gives then the Ottoman state a lot of power then to essentially deal with these returnees in any way they want, which they start to do, especially in the first decade of the 20th century.
So, most of the things I've written about this subject is from 2013, and unfortunately being a eternal nomad, I didn't have the time to consult the documents. But I have written about this stuff in more detail in my book, which is available for free on LibGene, so on Amazon it's very expensive. So, in terms of, let me start with the missionary things. I was specifically looking for the Turks, for Turkcha, so mostly when I was doing research. So it gave me, so it was a kind of try to limit the scope of my research. So I really don't have a detailed, I cannot give you many details about this, but there is one thing that at a certain point, especially the Palace ordered that every school in the domain, a well-protected domain, have to teach Turkish without exceptions. But it created uproar, and there was a controversy between the U.S. Embassy and Ottoman state, and so they backed down, and so they changed the policy, and then again they went back to encouraging and giving incentives, and even in places like these Balkans, they told the non-Muslim schools, if you adopt as a policy to teach Turkish in your schools, we are going to recognize your schools. They would become official schools. So they were resorting to many strategies to ensure that Turkish would be taught in the school. But in terms of informants, so the documents already say that you have to place mukhbirs, which means informant or spy in the schools. So whether the mukhbirs were both teachers or whatever functions they had, but it's clearly it was an official thing that they were trying to place spies in the schools. But with regard to the reaction to the Armenians, by 1890s, they were already pressuring everyone in the empire to impose Turkish. Actually, I have a quote that was written to the governor of Deir Zur from the Ma'arif, or the Ministry of Education, that says, we have learned that you have problem with Turkish instruction and you have instead used Arabic. Actually, it says that you have assigned Arabic books and Arabic language, which have been printed in Beirut. In well-protected domain of the empire, like any other country, education and all bureaucratic works must be done in the official language that is Ottoman. The value of opening schools as much in universalizing, I mean, the state's official language, devletin rasmi lisani, as it is the spread of knowledge itself. The use of any book in any school, elementary, middle, or high school, is categorically banned, unless it is in the state's official language and it has been assigned by the Ministry of Education. So I think if they could, they would impose Turkish on every school, but probably it was hard for them to impose it on non-Muslim schools.
So thank you so much for the questions. As far as the question of psychological traits shared by mountaineers, highland people, that's a very large question, and I think it's something that I unfortunately don't have an answer toward. I don't have a single answer to that. I know that many people think that there's a wide belief, both among many mountaineers and among outside observers, that there are shared traits. But I actually can't speak to it myself, so I apologize for not knowing more on that question. As far as the question of specificity, I think that it's absolutely important to begin to connect these different stories together. And Dersim, of course, I think is one of the central places that needs to be connected to stories like Zeytun and Sassoon, but also to all these other places. I think it's interesting, again, that there's been a lot of scholarship on the specific histories of violence in different places. But what I'm just trying to do, actually, is, I think there's one type of scholarship that's digging really closely on a particular subject, which is what I did with Sassoon. But there's another type of scholarship which is about connecting various stories. In this case, stories of, say, reform. What does that word mean? What is used in Ottoman documents? What is the reform division, or the Firqa-i Islahiyya, that was used in 1860s to against the Kozanoğlu families and various communities in the Western Taros, where it was used, the same term was used to talk about the armies under Vehbi Pasha that went into Sinjar in 1892. Right? So I think that we have to start to understand, it is true, like I give a very kind of general and framework that wasn't tied enough to specifics, but I think that, like, if we do start to add those specifics to the story and see the patterns, I think it might help us understand more about what's happening.
So unfortunately we are out of time, but we can discuss further at lunch. Let's give our panelists one more round of applause.
Lunch for those who are registered as participants in the conference is at the Strassler Center, and you can follow.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our next panel, which is titled Alternative Perspectives on the Hamidian Era. And we have three presenters here in our panel today, and our first presenter is Lerna Ekmekcioglu. She is Associate Professor at the MIT University, where she is affiliated also with Women and Gender Studies. So, because you took my time, now I'm giving floor to Lerna to have her proper 20 minutes.
welcome back. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Akçam for inviting me to be part of this event. It started when I received an email from Taner saying that he needs women. I was like, how can I help you? He then went into the details.
A lot of people get that email.
I would like to really acknowledge this effort on the part of Taner specifically, or the committee, the organizing committee, including Emre Can, Dağlıoğlu, and the Strasser Center in general, to diversify the voice as much as possible. We talked about yesterday, Ron mentioned, or was it this morning, or both times, the fact that now non-Armenians are entering the Armenian studies, which is a great development. I think I am the first Armenian right now today talking about Armenian history, which is along the same lines actually of how far we are now capable of including non-normative voices in the study. But of course it is great that we are also thinking along gender lines. Having said that, I only decided of coming here because the work that I'm doing right now together with my colleague Melissa Bilal pertains to Armenian women, 12 of them actually, that produced work. They are all writers and activists, and they were feminists from 1860s to 1960s. So what we're working on is a digital archive and an interpretive anthology that we now call Feminism in Armenian. And it's all about these 12 women who were all born in Istanbul, Ottoman Istanbul, but of course ended up in different places depending on the time period that they lived in. Today, so even though I am a historian of post-genocide Turkey, I am going to be talking about the Hamidian era, or what happened to a woman during the Hamidian era, someone who lived in the capital up until 1922, and then had to escape with the Kemalist entry to the city, first to Romania and then to Paris, where she lived for two more decades. I have two different ideas about how this presentation could have started, but now that the first part just didn't print, I'm going to go with the one that I already have. Maybe I'll incorporate what I recently found about this woman's life at the end. So this is the first Armenian woman who wrote a memoir, not an eyewitness testimony of her genocide experiences or mass violence at any time, but a full-fledged chronological narrative of her life, contextualized and historicized within its proper temporal, spatial, social, and political framework. She was born as Yevpime Çobanyan, a distant relative of Arshak Çobanyan, for those of you who know her. Yeah. After her marriage, she became Yevpime Avedisyan, but she didn't use these given names while signing her writings. She is a prolific poet, and she identified as a poetess most of the time, or sometimes a woman of letters. She wrote short stories, essays, political commentary, self-guidance books, and a memoir. And she, as I might delve into later in the paper, she also was active in various Armenian organizations, educational and otherwise, including political. She chose her own public name, which was Anais. She's known as Anais. Since age 16, so at age 16, this is how she looked like, more or less. This is in 1877. Her first story appeared in Istanbul's Massacres weekly, written pen name Anais. Her memoirs are titled Huşerez, which means my memories. They were self-published in Paris in 1949. The same year, in a lecture hall at Sorbonne, the French Armenian community celebrated her jubilee of 60th year in literature. She died the following year at the age of 78. She had spent 33 of those years from age 4 to age 37 under the rule of Sultan Abdul Hamid II. She left her native Istanbul in the fall of 1922 at the age of 50. First went to Romania and then went to France. She did know French before going there. This is one of the reasons why she chose the pen name Anais. She was a francophone from very early on. She was born, She was born in Beşiktaş to a relatively wealthy, though illiterate family. When she was about 5, they took her to the famous photographer Pascal Sabah's studio for a shot. If she looks like a mischievous little girl in this picture, that is because she was one. She would become a naughty young girl for her time and a daring woman, again, for her time. It was and still is an act of courage for an Armenian woman to dedicate her memoirs to a distant lover, which she did in 1949. In the book itself, among various other things, she talks about her love life in relatively honest terms. She certainly did not shy away from penning poems about sexual desire. I have an example of it here, which I'm going to read just a few lines, just to give you an idea. We don't know when she wrote this, but she included this poem that I'm going to read, which is titled Promise, in 1942 in her collection of poems and short stories and prose in general. And it is translated by Shushan Amakyan for the book that we will publish, so Feminism and Armenian, the book that we are working on right now. It is an anthology and almost a monograph that is linked, the narrative is linked via the life stories and works of these women. It will be included there. So promise. You promised me kisses this evening. Your crimson lips were witness to it. And I wait impatiently for the night to pour onto your mouth my soul, restless with wanton yearnings, my soul a witch's brew. Yevpim's father died when she was a young child, and she grew up under the watchful eyes of her cold-natured mother, to whom she was never very close. She's the youngest of many siblings, and all of her siblings had already married by the time that she is 8 or 9. So she's alone with her mother. The mother is a very distant figure. And the mother did not want Yevpim to go to any kind of school, but gave in to the pressure of leading intellectuals and religious figures of the time who were close to the family, who heard that Anais, without being schooled, was already able to read and write because she saw these letters from her reading her uncle's newspapers. Her uncle was active in the community, and she was close to the uncle. That's how actually she got to know many leading figures of the time, from Krimyan Haylik to Noryan, and Thomas Terzian will soon become her Armenian teacher. So anyways, her mother finally gave in and allowed Anais to attend Madame Furet's homeschool, which was across from their house in Beşiktaş. Anais's mother only agreed for the schooling of Anais because Madame Furet's daughter, who was equally French, as the name suggests, knew Armenian because she went to an Armenian girls' school. And Madame Furet's daughter was a teacher at the school, at her mother's school. And so Anais's mother thought that she would be able to, because the mother didn't know French, she would be able to talk to the teachers without needing a translator and will control Anais. There is this narrative in the memoir of the mother wanting to always control the daughter. So why did Madame Furet send her daughter to an Armenian school? Simply because it was a very good one. Hripsimyan's girls' school was founded in Ortaköy in 1859. So as we were talking with Barak during the break, this is 1850s, late 50s, early 1960s, is this movement for educational activism amongst Armenians in the empire. It was founded in Ortaköy in 1859 by Nazlı Arzumanyan. Let me see if I have a picture. Yes, Arzumanyan Vahanyan, the daughter and wife of an amiral. Together with her friends, Nazlı Vahan founded a society, Guardian Women, to financially support the school. In 1864, they established Foundation of Charitable Women in Ortaköy to help women in need and give subsidies to helpless women. So this is part of the self-help movement amongst Armenians. So Armenian women entered this movement very early on, assuming this semi-public role, coming together to found societies to help first their unfortunate sisters in Istanbul, but then it's going to expand to the provinces. One generation later, in the 1880s, they formed empire-wide networks for girls' education. They advocated for girls' education as the means for the realization of women's full potential, a necessary prerequisite and preparation for women's participation in the public life of the nation as educated mothers and as political subjects. It is a call for participation that they phrase in the language of duty. We want to perform our duties to the nation. In 1879, when Anais was only 7 and still a student at Madame Frey's elementary school, and Abdul Hamid too was enjoying his 3rd year at the Ottoman throne, a young woman named Zabel Hajian, who would later become Zabel Asadur, together with her friends and under her mother's and aunt's membership, started Aslanıver Hayviyat Engelucun with the purpose of founding schools for Armenian girls in the Ottoman provinces. Within the first year, so by this time there is already missionary girls' schools. So they are also trying to compete with the already existing missionary schools that are increasingly getting Armenian students, female students. This society, in its very first year, opened 35 schools in the provinces, not only eastern provinces, a lot of western provinces, including Bilecik and Ankara. Zabel ended up being a prolific author, poet, translator, competent linguist, and a talented orator. Now that people started to talk about their family histories, growing up, when I'm Armenian from Istanbul, in Istanbul, in the Armenian school, Getronagan, the textbook, Armenian language and grammar textbook that we studied was written by Zabel Asadur together with her husband, Hrant Asadur. In 1908 and in the 1990s, we were still reading this Tankara. The same year, in 1879, the other empire-wide network for girls' education started, and it was launched by Sırpıdisap, the 3rd woman here, who is the daughter of this first woman here, Nazlıhan on the left. So their goal was provide financial support for girls' education and open up teacher training schools in Istanbul and in the provinces so that they can produce basically teachers for the schools that the other organizations are opening for the girls. Because you can open up girls' schools, but you need women teachers as well. So they created this machinery. TBTASER is one of the very few institutions of learning from Ottoman Armenian era, of the Ottoman Armenians, that continues in existence to this day outside of Turkey. Still, there is a TBTASER school in Paris, outside of Paris, because they had to leave in 1922, again, incoming Kemalist forces. They moved out, and they still are in existence. And in the future, Anais would, for 2 decades actually, be the chairperson of this TBTASER school, the central one in Istanbul. The story is really can be multiplied. So these 2 organizations for girls' schools actually mobilized a lot of women for the goal. Let's say they had a cause of their own. It's an Armenian women's cause. Like we have Armenian cause. It's a brokered version of it. So, for instance, this woman, Yelvis Gesaratian, is the first Armenian woman who started a women's journal ever in the world. She did it in 1863. It was called Guitar. And when this mobilization around schooling happened, she wrote a specific book, Namagani Aran Tertasar Hayugit, and she dedicated that book's revenues to TBTASER, to these educational networks for girls' education. In the 1880s, there is Spidusap, the one on the right, far right, emerges as a public intellectual and a force that many intellectuals had to reckon with. She wrote 3 novels. She's considered to be the first Armenian woman novelist. 1882 to 1884, she wrote 3 novels, all arguing for what we would call women's emancipation, the requirement for women, for girls to choose their own husbands, because in the past it was mostly arranged marriages. So this romantic love, entitlement to desire, love, and choice was big, and she received a lot of criticism. A well-known critique of the Spidusap was Kripor Zohrab, who attacked her, saying that the woman's proper role is in the family. Then she wrote another novel in response to basically Kripor Zohrab's criticism, which she dedicated to her mother and her daughter, and tried to expand the idea, the reasons why women need to be, if they choose to, they need to be employed, have education, and have even like decision-making, groups decision-making capabilities. And she attacked what we would now call patriarchy. So this, what is interesting and important is that all this is happening during the Hamidian era. She became a role model for the aspiring and emerging young female Armenian author. So Zabel Sayan, the one on the top, visited Dusap to ask for her advice. Anais, when at the age of 16 wrote her first short story, she visited Dusap. Then Shagui Teotik, the one on the left, bottom, she is also an unfortunately unknown figure, even though after the Adana massacres, even before Zabel she went to Kilikia and wrote a report which was published about what she witnessed, Amisme Kilikia, a month in Kilikia, which for some reason is not finding its place really in the studies that I see about the era. This was so we are in the late 1880s. This is at this time that Anais, for the first time, falls in love. I don't know how she looked at that time specifically, but some maybe like this. This was, and her very first intimacy with a young man happened on August 20, a day when Abdul Hamid's enthronement was celebrated in Istanbul. Because it was a big day, the whole lanterns at night, there was a lot of celebration, a festive atmosphere, and she spent 1 hour with her lover, who was a neighbor, and then he wanted to marry her, but the mother did not want, didn't allow for this marriage, which turned Anais's life into a whole darkness. And at one point, she said that I was very young, I didn't know that oppression would end if we stopped being scared of it. So instead of eloping with him, which he suggested, she accepted her fate, and her mother married her off to a guy that was 24 years older than her. In the memoir, she never talks about, she never even once gives the name of the husband, except for saying that she was a good man. He was a good man, and he didn't. But the broader, larger, the extended family was quite conservative, so she does talk about her wedding as a tragedy. No, I don't have it here. She writes a poem about it, and she cannot come to her senses for years until she has her first daughter. After which she returned to the literary life. They went to Switzerland for a few years, escaping Hamidian oppression. This is how she talks about it. Then they returned, and she started at the Byzantium. So together with Zari Kalemkerian, this is another woman that is in fact very influential in Istanbul Armenian literary and political and social life. She's the one who first started a women's section in a mainstream Armenian newspaper in Byzantium, starting in February 1898. She had a women's section. This women's section was a bit like female, mothers, domestic duties, all that, but also had significant political content, and it was a point. They made a point that they are here together. So this is Zaruhi, and this is Anais. So they would switch the column. Sometimes Anais would write for Byzantium for the same column, women's section, and sometimes Zaruhi would do it. But Zaruhi writes articles such as the Armenian women and the Dreyfus affair. And she's talking remember the Dreyfus affair happened during the Hamidian era, and she's talking about how it enraged Armenian women, and it became something that they told most of the time instead of talking about their outfits, which is a great development. This is how Zari Kalemkerian ended up living until the age of 97. She also left, most of them left Istanbul after 1922. They all experienced the massacres in Istanbul, and in their memoir, and they all wrote memoirs. After Anais, this generation wrote their memoirs. And they talk about the 1896 Istanbul massacres, for instance. The autumn, or they talk about how they celebrated, they learned the news of the Young Turk Revolution. And two of them, at least, thought that that day was a day of massacre, Chartka. And then they learned that it was actually a good occasion. It was the celebration of liberty finally arriving. So this is it. Why the title was like, why is it important to have gender? It's important because I guess women were there, and she's one of them.
Thank you, Dr. Ekmekçioğlu. Our next speaker is Barak Ketemanyan. He is a PhD student at the Department of Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University, and he is interested in Ottoman Armenian community social history in late Ottoman era. So,
I think it mailed. I think it came to email. Yeah, really? Okay, I'm gonna check.
Thank you for the Caucasian developments, and signified a transition from a mere passive, quote-unquote, self-defense into an active revolutionary force. Given the impetus behind the Russian Revolution, this was not only an ideological disposition, but also an effective way of turning the population, the Armenian population, into a considerable fighting force, and marking the presence of ARF in Caucasian revolutionary politics. Hence, both in Eastern Anatolia or Yevyi, as well as in the Caucasus, the notion of a popular action on a large geographical terrain came to the forefront of ARF's strategic planning. This marked a vital phase for ARF's military institutionalization. The Armeno-Tatar clashes, which you see in this map here, showed the urgent need of arming the population and turning it into an effective fighting force. The proliferation of military bodies showed the need to have professional military specialists who would have the necessary competence to implement a strategy of popular uprising and then efficiently govern the masses. New notions such as popular army were articulated during this time at ARF congresses and debates. However, in 1906, so Antani was one of the main commanders of the 1904 Sasun uprising, and after the failure, he moved to the Balkans. So his visit to Filibe in May 1906 was significant. He was an experienced ARF fighter and one of the commanders of the Sasun uprising. He arrived to the Balkans and started negotiating with the Bulgarian military officials and succeeded in negotiating collaboration terms with them. It was also during this time that the project of an ARF military academy took off. All were excited to see the project through, knowing that an ARF military academy in Bulgaria was vital for preparing fresh, educated forces to be sent to various regions. In spite of the fact that the party had its commanders and military units, they were not in a position, nor was sufficient in numbers, to lead large-scale operations. So this is, the academy was established somewhere in Rila, next to the Rila monastery in Bulgaria. The Bulgarian government gave this property to the ARF. For the academic curriculum, it was agreed to adopt the officer program taught at the Bulgarian Academy for Reserve Officers. And this included classes on artillery, reconnaissance, strategy, military discipline, and military history. I will show a report in a minute. In the summer of 1906, formative steps for the opening of this academy were taken. Rashid, who you remember, became the director. The Bulgarian war minister agreed to house the academy in a property in the Rila Mountains, and it was close to the Ottoman border. According to the final account, the academy was ready to accept 40 to 50 students. Both Bolosyan and Rashid were the main instructors. They were both graduates of the Bulgarian Military Academy. Bolosyan in the middle. However, the venture encountered practical difficulties from the outset, such as lack of funds, shortage of educated men, and people just not arriving to the academy on time. The school opened in late 1906 and completed a 10-month cycle when it was eventually closed in 1907. During the 4th General Congress of the ARF in 1907, the delegates complained about the Eastern Bureau's indifference towards the school and the lack of financial support. Some even raised concerns over Rashid's unruly behavior in the school. His arrogance and disobedience to party rules and orders was one of the primary reasons for the academy's removal from Rila in late 1907 and its closure shortly thereafter. Under Ottoman and Russian pressures, the Bulgarian government requested the closure of this academy. Because the whereabouts of the school had become public, the ARF had no choice but to close down this academy after 10 months. As a result, the students were dismissed in July of 1907, whereas Rashid sold some of the academy's equipment and embezzled the money. The venture was called off. Despite its short life, the academy graduated a cohort of ARF officers who were used in various regions during various times. So just a few examples from this academy and the students. So you see how they adopted the Bulgarian uniform and the Bulgarian equipment. And this is a report by Rashid where you can actually see the classes. This is he's talking about the curriculum in the school. And this is just an Ottoman report, like surveilling the school. To conclude, with the expansion of its organizational network from 1896 till 1908, first throughout the Ottoman Empire, the Balkans, and then the Caucasus, the ARF endeavored to institutionalize some of its most prominent military bodies in an effort to increase their efficiency on the ground. In the absence of security, particularly in the eastern provinces of the Ottoman Empire, such a process aimed to supplant the governmental institutions that became unreliable or ineffective in the protection of the population, particularly the Armenians. The opening of the ARF's military academy in Bulgaria was the result of long years of transnational collaborations with Macedonian and Bulgarian circles. The history of the military academy shows how a particular Armenian movement engaged with the regional revolutionary context of the early 1900s and adjusted to changing circumstances and political landscape. This may seem to be an Armenian exceptionalism in the Hamidian era, yet one could draw comparisons with other revolutionary movements, most notably the CUP, with similar military cadres and a clandestine military apparatus. Finally, this work contributes, I think, to our understanding of the transformation of revolutionary movements in the Hamidian period to political parties in the CUP period after 1908. Although the ARF's academy in 1907 marked the apex of parties' military institutionalization, this process eventually declined and transformed into a political one when the Ottoman constitution was reinstated. The ARF disbanded its military unit after 1908, adopted a thereby political structure that I call a civilian apparatus, characterized by Ottoman electoral politics, constitutional debates, and mostly parliament members. Thank you.
Artur Dadyan and Ara Postemnet, Chair of Armenian Art and Architectural History at Tufts University, and she's also a department chair, and she's mostly focused on Armenian cultural heritage, which was known as Western Armenia, now known as Eastern Turkey. So, yes.
Thank you. Is there a way to, these lights here, I think I turned off all that I knew. Oh, over here, Paul. Just because of, there we go, that's better. Okay. Some good PCs. Is this a PC? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. There we go. Thank you. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I'm coming to the conference late, but I have known and admired Taner Akçam for many years, so I'm very grateful for the invitation to come and speak to you. And yeah, it's a great honor. So we've thus far considered, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've thus far considered the historical and textual dimensions of the era of Sultan Abdul Hamid II. Can everyone hear me? Okay. I want to present an art historical perspective because the Hamidian massacres find testimony in two major paintings by Vatke Surenians. After the massacres, Charitz Hedo on the left, and Trampled Sanctuary, Vod Goranats or Vod Naharvat Surgutian. I do this as an amateur. I'm not a modernist and have not poured through the entirety of Surenians' art, his writings, nor the immense bibliography of secondary literature on his work. All of which is attested in Adamyan's recent bibliography, I think of 2010. It's a massive bibliography and catalog of Surenians. But I forge ahead with this at least short oral presentation because I'm among friends, and because there's nothing written on Surenians in English beyond a few short bilingual catalogs, despite his great fame in Armenian and to some extent in Russian circles. At a time when art history is beginning to come to grips with modernisms in the plural, Surenians deserves greater attention. So below I want to just want to draw out some of the ways in which his work addresses medieval Armenian art, issues of the destruction of cultural heritage, and show how it engages with European modernism. And at the same time, apropos of this event, I want to draw attention to the value of Surenians' paintings as historical documents, not just reflections of a written past, but with their own authority, telling us things we cannot learn from texts. So some basic facts on Surenians. Born in 1860 and in Akhaltsaka in the Tiflis gubernia of the Russian Empire, he studied art in Moscow in 1876-9. Then he went to Munich in 1879 to 1885 with an intervening trip to San Lazzaro and Venice. In 1885-6, he traveled to Iran with a group led by the Russian Persianist Valentin Zhukovsky, visiting Tabriz, Shiraz, and Isfahan. In 1890-91, he taught art history at the Gevorkyan Academy in Etchmiadzin. During 1892, he traveled and sketched historical Armenian sites such as Ani and Sevan. For the remainder of the 1890s, he was based in St. Petersburg and Moscow, where his works were shown in group exhibitions. After a short stay in Tiflis in 1916, he moved the following year to Yalta, where he decorated the newly built Armenian Church of St. Rupture, which you see on the left, which is an amazing church that someone should work on. It was built during the genocide, and I think it's a spectacular church. He did this, the paintings on the inside. But while working on this church in 1921, he fell sick and died, and he's actually buried at the church. He was extraordinarily prolific and versatile. He was a painter, sculptor, book illustrator, set designer, art historian, art critic. He translated Shakespeare, Oscar Wilde, and Goethe into Armenian. He read European and Anglophone scholarship and art criticism. And as Vartan Azadian has recently discussed, Surenians was particularly engaged with the work of Karl Schnaze, who himself wrote fairly disparagingly about medieval Armenian art and architecture. He's best known for his narrative paintings, depicting a wide range of epic, historical, biblical, and mythological subjects, such as Ferdowsi, reading the Shahnameh to Shah Mahmud Ghaznavi from 1913, Shah-Miram and Ara the Beautiful from 1899 on the left, Salome from 1907, and my personal favorite, Gin Aspet, or Night Woman, from 1909. But his works also include portraits, architectural paintings, that's the Alhambra, and studies of refugees from the Armenian genocide. As I mentioned, scholars connect his style to the European movements, highlighting the painterly surface. In his subject matter, his work connects to 19th century Orientalist movements. Okay. Both After the Massacres and The Trampled Sanctuary are oil on canvas and housed in the National Art Gallery in Yerevan. The Trampled Sanctuary here dates to 1895 and measures 112 by 89 centimeters. It shows the interior of a church. It's kind of fuzzy here, but it shows the interior of a church after an attack. A cleric lies prone on the floor. A chest has been pried open next to him. An altar curtain is torn down, revealing the apse. Lying in the foreground is a pile of manuscripts, some face down and torn. Candles are strewn on the floor. Can you see the candles? Is that over? They're sort of in the back, in front of the couch cart. And so is an incense burner, which so candles, these long things, incense burner. And this suggests that I don't think I need the microphone. This suggests that the attack happened in the middle of a ceremony, sort of things are strewn. And the large Khachkar, as you can see, dominates the composition. These are the basic elements, but Surenian's view of it is fine-grained. Well, you wouldn't really know from this image, but it is, trust me. For example, the large face-up manuscript, and I have some details. The large face-up manuscript uses double columns and ruling, typical of 17th and 18th centuries. Some books bear the traditional Armenian binding. Actually, if you go back, you can see that, right, with the 4-inch flap. Okay. Very slow. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. This one, so you can see the 4-inch flap here. So you have a European binding here, 4-inch flap here. Yes, okay. So Surenians shows the seams between the floor tiles and many architectural carvings. So we call this architectural history a Seljuk chain, typical of the 13th century. And if we just go forward a little more, these kind of mukarnas, or sort of very abbreviated mukarnas niches, also typical of the 13th century. The Khachkar follows conventions of the 13th century as well, by its intricate carving style and also the figural scene in the cornice. The door is also carefully observed. You can see mother of pearl, which suggests the wealth and connections of this monastery. And then finally, the altar curtain, which I find the most interesting. It's torn. It's made of painted or stamped cotton. And it's a type that was produced in Madras, where the Armenians had a trade colony, and in Tokat. You can see one in the Met, actually, if you go to the exhibition. Next to the Khachkar is a fascinating cross-shaped icon. And I think this, I've never seen anything like it. I think it's either 10th, 11th century, or it's even earlier, but it's not later than that. He not only gives us, Surenians, not only pictures, but texts. Very hard to see here. Impossible to see here. Combining the legible letters with knowledge of epigraphic conventions for this period, I can reconstruct at least a few words and phrases. The icon is Saint Bartholomew, who, according to tradition, as you know, evangelized in Armenia along with the Apostle Thaddeus. The Khachkar has a text. Impossible to see here, but I swear to you, you can read it.
And it begins with the date of Agan. It names the sculptor. Gortzial can be read, so sort of, having made. And we can read the word Lashan, which is how Khachkars refer to themselves. The liturgical curtain, let me see if I have a detail here. No. The liturgical curtain also bears an inscription right here, and you can make out, you can't make out much, because obviously it's been folded back, but you can read the word Hisha, which is, of course, to remember, it refers surely to the donor of the curtain, but also, given the painting's subject, bears more profound implications. The text on the wall, which is all the way over here, it's actually two, but this one is also a donation inscription, and we can read, again, to Lagan, and we can read the names Hagop and Stepanos. So, I mean, if I had had time, I think this is a fairly quick project, but if I had had more time, I would have done some more research to see if I could figure out where this is, or if this is a compilation of places. Okay, and then also that inscription ends with the doxology, Parkoria, Vodvoya, and so forth. So words, whether painted, carved, or printed, only evident through close looking. You really would have to, I mean, I used as high quality images as I could of this. I have not seen these canvases in person. I would love to. But they offer, piecing together this information, they give their own kind of commemorative prayer for the victims of the attack. Now turning to Charitz Hedo after the massacres. So 4 years later in 1899, Surenians painted Charitz Hedo after the massacres. Similar in format, but over 50 centimeters taller, it again depicts a church interior. The external door to the space, which you can see back here, has broken off its hinges as if forced open. We look down on the result of another attack, this time on young women. Blood spills out from behind a carved door, suggesting further crimes. On the base of the Khachkar, you can't see it, but I'm telling you it's there, is a bloody handprint that seems to drag down as if the victim sought and failed to find help. The torn clothing of the women and the strewn headscarves and shoes tell us that we are seeing an instance of the widespread violence towards women reported during the Hamidian massacres. Surenian's painting makes this fact unavoidable. You turn from the young women only to see further signs of forced penetration, the broken down door, the split bindings of the books. As in the trampled sanctuary, Surenians offers concrete details in each zone of the image. The floor with the tombstone, which we just saw, so the young woman is actually lying on a tombstone. I haven't been able to make out that inscription, but it's also inscribed. You can see the Khachkar again. You see here the ceramic egg ornaments, typical of the Armenian artisans of Kutavya. Most remarkable of all is the wooden door, which may look familiar to you. It is very like the 15th century door from Sevan that is now on display at the Met, this spectacular door. It's not the same. There are differences. And so either Surenians was painting another door that is now lost, or he improvised details. I don't know which yet. Okay, so to conclude, I want to call attention to the way this is a door, by the way. That's the door in the Met that you can see right now in New York City. But they're similar, not the same. Okay, so I want to call attention to the ways that Surenians makes us see the Hamidian massacres. He uses individual dabs of color. There's a big, well, at least in my department, among my modernist colleagues, there's what is it, pointillist? Is it not pointillist? What is it? I don't know. I can't say anything about that yet. But he uses individual dabs of color, suggesting a slow and deliberate construction of the image. And this is a dramatic, perhaps disturbing contrast to the violence of the subject matter. Yet this style invites us to dwell in each pictorial zone, noticing details, increasingly identifying evidence, so that the process of looking feels as much a forensic as an archaeological exercise. In both his paintings, and unlike in most contemporary graphic and photographic representations of the event, as far as I could see, the attackers have fled, and we are left to survey the damage. In his partially legible inscriptions, Surenians offers only fragmentary meanings, reminding one of the limits of textual representations of the massacres. At this time, by insisting on the concrete details of objects, he gives us specific examples of cultural destruction during the Hamidian massacres. And it's possible further that his icon of St. Bartholomew and the carved door are visual records of objects destroyed in the Armenian genocide of 1915 to 1922. So in these two paintings, he gives us an extraordinary window, an alternate perspective into the Hamidian massacres that I hope someone will study further. Thank you.
So now we have 13 minutes for Q&A, and the floor is up.
Hi, thank you so much. It was a really wonderful panel presentation. So my question is mostly for the first two presenters. I was wondering if you could briefly comment on what role, if any, women played in the Armenian Revolutionary Movement. So I'm not sure if it's specific to the ARF, but if you could just briefly comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you all. They were very great presentations. For the last presenter, I was wondering if you could attest to whether or not there could be an interpretation as to why the cleric is in the background while the women are in the foreground of the two images.
Wow, I think you should be working on this.
I was an art history minor, so.
Shows. How do you want to? Did you answer your question already?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly, yes, Armenian women were involved in the Armenian revolutionary movement in general. We have something like particular Armenian women that we are covering in the book. One of them is Mari Beylerian, who was connected from very early on with the Hınçak movement. I mean, we know that maybe others can address this, but in the formative committees of some of these organizations, there were women members, especially in Europe, the ones that were founded in Europe. They had this they worked for newspapers, for instance, to report on the events. For instance, the Kumkapı events or the Babali uprising, actually. In both of them, Mari Beylerian herself was there. But not just that. I think Anna also knows about this issue, as her dissertation is about, in general, Armenian women during the genocide, but covers the Hamidian era as well. And from what I know from Anna is that in specific places, even if they weren't formally members of political organizations, they were in this, or maybe until, I think Amit also mentioned, there were women on the ground organizing for self-defense or helping the resistance in one way or another. We have Sona Zeytyan, we have one book, I think it is in Armenian, yes, I think it's only still in Armenian, on the role of Armenian women in the revolutionary movement. Needs to be translated. And that's it. I think we have thus far only one dedicated book, a few articles on the topic, but it is looking for its historian specifically dedicated to this topic.
Yeah, maybe to add a small point on what Berna said. So I think this brings us back to the issue of who is or what is a revolutionary. So if we're talking about women who are just like self-defending or just being part of a self-defensive unit in a local village, I wouldn't really call them revolutionaries. But we do have instances where women were actually involved in operations, in like revolutionary operations. We have some cases of that, but they were not really included in the top echelons. They were not in the decision-making processes. So for example, all the congresses and the debates I discussed in the paper, I don't think there have been any women in that.
Sorry, I will not agree with you, because if you go and look closely to Hınçak Armenian, we have a picture of those who founded Hınçak Party, and in the middle of that picture is a sister of one of the founders, and you read literature about her, how she's encouraging and how she's helping Hınçak leaders, and she was one of them. I speak about models. So we have these women. We don't talk about them, unfortunately, but we had them.
I mean, like I said, we do have women. For example, Toygun has worked on this in the assassination attempt against Abdul Hamid. There was a very influential woman in the operations, but in the general congresses, I haven't seen any women participating. That's why.
Yeni taşnak tutuyor mu General Congress?
Yes.
It is the same today for them.
Yeah.
Didn't change. Oh, the woman, did you want to answer?
Great question. And I think one way to answer it would be, I would really want to do more research on what he was looking at during this period. I think he's producing these in St. Petersburg or Moscow. But I think on one hand, you could probably, the short answer would be, oh, he's looking at conventions of, sort of ravished, ravished women, ravished Armenian, maybe those conventions have informed this later painting. At the same time, he's very surprising. I was surprised at the degree of specificity of his paintings. The more you look, the more you think, he's not making this up. And so I don't know the degree to which he is simply sort of adhering to pictorial convention, and the degree to which he was informed by things he was reading. Maybe he was reading about sexual violence. I don't know, but it's a great question, and it really speaks to how complex he is. He isn't, I think it's easy to kind of look at some of his paintings and think, it's kind of schmaltzy, but actually, there's much more here than meets the eye. So I do hope he receives more attention, maybe by you.
Can I just add something on this? Which is both a comment and a question, I guess. I was very intrigued by seeing this, and I haven't seen them before, but I know that from very early on, when the Greek rebellion on, when these Ottoman Christians rebel and the Ottomans massacre them or repress them, there is a whole Delacroix tradition of depicting what the Turk did in those terms, like sexualizing the political conflict. So to me, it sounds like a brilliant Armenian version of it, with the whiteness, like the white maiden, ravished white maiden.
Right, exactly. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, there's even pornographic literature that we know that circulated, that with this. And the church, the clergy, and the ravished female, always being in the picture, really, in the way this penetration or attack is understood. But I'm sure there are Armenian distinctions, because at this point, this is a native Armenian person. The ones that I have in mind are like French.
Exactly. And he knows this. He knows this European art historical literature and art history very well. So he's very aware of Delacroix, and he's teaching that to his students in Etchmians. And so he knows this material. And I think then the interesting thing becomes, well, what does he do with it? I mean, this isn't just generic. It's a specific moment, a specific event. So it's maybe just the beginning. The question is really just the beginning of an exploration, as opposed to saying, okay, it's a convention,
Or if this is the first one or not, it's also very interesting, of an Armenian painter depicting what happened in these storms. I've used before or not, I don't know.
I don't either, and it would be a wonderful project.
I have two easy questions. The first one is, can you talk about the agency of Armenian women to respond to the massacres, to repair their families and their communities? And the second easy question is, what was the size of the ARF, and how would you address Armenian attempts at self-defense with the Hamidian claims of Armenian sedition, or as an outright separatist movement?
Let's get a couple of questions, maybe.
This is a simple question to Larry. Could you say, have this women's education movement, especially in the interior, has that been studied at all, and are there things written about it? And you mentioned there were 40 schools founded by the first woman you mentioned. They have similar names, because I've seen the Hiripsmed a school identified in a couple of cities as the girls' school, and I was wondering if there was a branding going on.
Since we've gotten so art historical here, they remind me of Art Nouveau, which is roughly around that time. But probably technically there's a difference there. And I'd love to know why I keep thinking of this one guy who did the Golden Woman and all those things, you know. But here's where I want to ask Bara. Those photographs of those revolutionaries, what if you did sort of Christina there and talked about those images? They seem so strange to me. So here when I'm giving a lecture on Armenian genocide, and these pictures come up of Andrani and all the bandoleros and the, you know, Azatuchun, Ma, and all these, life for freedom, death for freedom, and so forth. I think these are kinds of exposures. These are propaganda things. They're giving a message which is very daring. It's not about negotiation. It's not about discussion. It's about something very different. And I wonder, how does that fit in with the image of the stories and the newspaper texts and other things where these guys are declaring in words what they're about? So how do they come together, or are they conflicting with one another?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about Art Nouveau, but he was in Munich around the turn of the century, so he would have been exposed to it. It's a possibility. When I think of Art Nouveau, I think of fairly flatness of the surface, the pictorial surface, whereas I have an idea. I would love to be able to see it, both of them, but I think there's a lot more painterly, there's a lot more depth to these that makes them more like post-impressionist movements, like pointillism and some others. But this would all need to be confirmed by going and looking. But I'm pretty sure that they're bumpy, in a way that I don't think Jugendstil or Art Nouveau are so much. But he is obviously working in a kind of European, maybe mediated by European-Russian convention or mode. And I think that's also very interesting. My colleagues might disagree with me, but if you think about this as working in a European mode, training the European gaze onto the Hamidian massacres itself becomes a very interesting thing to do. Because I think that, from what I understand, there is sort of this ambivalence with the European powers regarding the Hamidian massacre. So what does it mean for, whether they're looking or not? If we think of this as a European mode, he's training the eyes, training the European gaze onto this image. So that's another way we can think about this. Anyway, just some kind of that. You should be working on this too.
Yeah, for those photographs, I mean, photos of revolutionaries is something really fascinating to me as well. In this case, I'm not sure who those photographs are really aimed for, or who meant for. I don't know who saw them. I don't know who took them. I didn't find them in any newspaper, like the Droshak or any other revolutionary newspaper. So I'm assuming that was only for party internal use. But there were other photographs or group pictures that were published in Droshak and other revolutionary organs. And I think, as you suggested, that had something of a symbolism as to we are really preaching this, and also we have the means to actually kind of implement that. So I think I would read it in that way. Maybe Professor Marsopian has other interpretation, but that's, I think Edka Hartman has an article on the photographs of revolutionaries, so I would just recommend reading that. I don't have any clear answer to that. As for the numbers, that's also a very tricky question. Maybe I should put it this way. I found an accounts book that belonged to the Hunchaks from 1895. So right after the Salson massacres in 1894, there were some relief efforts. They tried to collect some money in Istanbul. And in the account book, there are 15 groups, small Hunchak groups in Istanbul. So if we assume that each group has 10 people or 10 partisans, we can roughly estimate that's 150 people or 200 roughly in Istanbul. I'm not sure about the provinces because, like I said, it really is a matter of who was part of the revolutionary organization, whether people just carrying guns were considered part of the revolutionary organization or not. It's a totally question. It's a tricky question. I don't have a clear answer on the numbers as well. But for example, for this case, we have some records saying 40 to 50 people came to the school. So in like particular cases, we do have numbers. But for the general, let's say from the period of 1890 till 1908, I haven't seen any numbers.
So quickly about the two organizations. So one of them is called Askanaver Hayuriyat Îngerutun. The other one is called Tubrotaser Dignant Îngerutun. So they are separate. And one of the but they were both established in 1879, the spring of 1879. They are both in competition, but also helping each other. One of them is basically fundraising in Istanbul and organizing, doing the legwork for the establishment of the schools in the provinces. The other is basically trying to open up teachers' training schools. And one of the schools that they opened, the main one that they opened in Istanbul, is also called Tubrotaser. So it has the same name as the organization. Haripsimyat in Ortaköy precedes them. It is established in 1859 in Ortaköy. So it's really the beginning. That's what we know. And women who come around, like in the beginning, it's like Amira families, women who have money. They support that organization, then turn that support into something more organized, like a board of the school to help the school financially. Haripsimyat, I don't think it's a girls' school, and I think Haripsime wasn't chosen as randomly, given the fact that she's one of the, Haripsime is one of the first Christian martyrs for Armenia. So there is that connotation. That's why many of the other girls' schools that they opened in the provinces also had Haripsimyat's name. I forgot your question. It was more general. Was it about Armenian women?
Yes, it was about, let's see if I can remember. It was about the agency of Armenian women to help prepare their families and their communities after the massacres.
Okay, before that, I just remembered, there are no, you also asked Armen about potential studies, if there was a literature. There really is none, despite the fact that someone is writing a dissertation in Armenia about Askanaver right now. She works at Madana Taran, I think. This is actually both it has there are historical reasons why it hasn't been the case, but it is not a reflection of lack of archives, because like many other Armenian organizations, these specific two educational organizations almost every 6 months published their reports with their budget. They were committed to transparency. They have their programs published in which they are talking about these minute details of their programs, and even for some of the schools in the provinces, they have lists of their students. Again, this is yet another topic that is waiting for its turn.
That whole competition, educational competition is fascinating.
Fascinating. Some of these memoirs talk about how, I think this is correct, that if you were a member of one of them, you were not allowed to be a member of the other. There was discussion if men could be a member of it or not, and in the end, they decided that men cannot be members of these organizations because it was great. They really are trying to carve out their own space, but because they are human beings, they are also fighting with each other. And this agency question, after the massacres, do you mean specifically about the Hamidian massacres or in general?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't know much about it. Maybe Anna knows. Anna will know more about this.
No, but after the Hamidian massacres, why I know that because of Adana massacres, when you read Zabeli Salan, Nashagli Teldi, they are all referring Hamidian massacres, how Armenian women could not take care of Armenian orphans, and they were all
gone because they became they were taken to foreign missionary orphanages, and they were from Armenian perspective, they were gone, they were converted, they were took to Europe, and that's why when Adana massacres took place, Armenian women would go there, would try to organize this help of Armenian widows and also orphans to keep them Armenian, because they had already the experience of Hamidian massacres and what happened during Hamidian massacres. And coming to Surenians, I think this is, unfortunately, no one, Professor Asturian talked about it last night, about sexual violence during the Hamidian massacres, which was widespread, and it was first time that was like sexual violence was used against Armenian community in that were regions when massacres happened, and that was first time when Armenian women were publicly raped in front of their community to scare the community, to dishonor community, and these narratives, I guess, also were, among Armenians, they were talking about this, what happened, and so that's why maybe Surenians also wanted to, paint it, to say that, and also to dishonor Armenians. Sometimes this sexual violence took place inside of Armenian churches to double dishonor Armenians, their religion, and also their women. That's why maybe because, yes. So this is, we have,
I just have a quick question for Barak. Because you're mentioning the link between the Armenian and Bulgarian revolutionaries, and it was clearly an influence for, or at least it's mentioned as an influence by Inchaks themselves in their earlier publications. I was wondering if you saw anything in the meeting records of the Arab Congresses of the possibility of starting something along the lines of the 1903 uprising in Bulgaria and the subsequent imposition of the Mürsteg reform program, which was basically something along the lines of what the Armenian revolutionaries, or at least were aiming to accomplish at some point, if they made any direct reference to that.
Not direct reference, not that I know of, but I think the accumulation of ARF forces in Sassoon up until 1904 was, I think, thought in the same way as the kind of Bulgarians and Macedonians did in the Ilinden uprising. And what is interesting is after the uprising was crushed, the Ilinden uprising, many of the Bulgarian Macedonian revolutionaries fled to Geneva and met the Drosha committee in Geneva. And that's where they started more kind of beneficial relationships. Also, we should bear in mind that the Macedonian organizations had different factions in themselves. So I think the rivalry among the different factions also impacted the way they approached the Armenian revolutionaries. But if you want a kind of comparison, I would say the Sassoon uprising of 1904.
So I have a short question for each of you. Lerna, what I understand from your presentation is actually the reference to Hamidian massacres in this memoir was not so strong, just as a term it was used there. So, as an old Marxist coming from a Marxist tradition, I had an interpretation where these are mostly coming from wealthy families, I assume, and the Hamidian massacre in Istanbul, for example, targeted mostly immigrants from the provinces and the poor people. So the wealthy people was not mainly targeted by this massacre. Could it be a reason for it, without knowing how far they mentioned the Hamidian massacre in their memoirs? So this is my question to you. Barak, even though you didn't touch the topic, but I asked a provocative question, and we will discuss at the end of these sessions, I know, the agency, the role of Armenian revolutionary federations during, or the Khinchaks, Hamidian massacres. Whether or not their role was as important as any other social or other factors. Namely, that the Hamidian regime responded actually to the revolutionary activities in the way because they considered these as a security threat. So the role of agency, the Armenian agency, during Hamidian massacre is a little bit different maybe from the genocide period. So this is my question actually to discuss. And Christina, thank you very much really for coming. Is there any other artistic or paintings of the Hamidian massacre beyond this one? Do we know any? Because we know some French journals with some paintings and so on, but whether or not we have more Armenian responses in the artistic sense to Hamidian massacre.
Can we collect one more question?
Barak, I had a short question. Was the Hamidian regime aware in advance of the concentration of Tashnaks in Sassoon? For example, the Hamidian regime was aware of the attack of the bank, the Ottoman bank, in advance. So one of the ironies is that there are people who tend to aggrandize ridiculous failures with songs like the Bank Ottoman song. So I wanted to know whether Sultan Abdul Hamid knew in advance what was going on, because you mentioned that he had prepared troops to surrender the area, so he might have had a reason, no?
Short answer is yes. She comes from a wealthy family in the capital. She definitely wasn't the target at all of the 1896 massacres in Istanbul. But she has heard it. They are terrorized. Like even the same thing happened during the war years to Armenians in Istanbul. Even though some of the laborers, that time the Bantu in Istanbul were deported, the intellectual or just common folk in Istanbul during World War I, they were terrorized and anxious that any time this could have happened to them also. And I think 1896 really left a mark of this reprisal massacre that can even come to the capital, where there are these diplomatic representation, European presence like this. It had a different meaning for them. Another connection that is important actually in thinking about these wealthy families versus wealthy families in the capital and poor peasants or craftsmen of the interior. The families like Anais' family, definitely Zari Kalemkerian's family, the other woman's family, and some of the others that were working, they had maids in their home. Maids, cooks, and drivers for the people, escorts, let's say. And cooks, for instance, many times there are male cooks, Varbet usta something, that they talk about. They come from Van, Mush, from what they call Yergir. And the kids, they are young at this stage, this generation, they grow up because they are wealthy families, it is really the nursemaids, the nannies, cooks, and the maids that have this child-rearing responsibilities within the home. So for all of these women having those encounters with the cooks or provincial people who are in Istanbul to make money to send home, their families are at home, they have this fictive kinship relationships with the kids of the household, and they learn this, all of them have this in their memoirs, many of them at least, that we learned about the problems of the land of Yergir from our Varbet something, right? And the nurse, what's it called? Nursemaids, no, the people who breastfeed, wet nurses. Women come from Adapazarı, for instance. Or because they are women, they come from closer places to Istanbul, and they are wet nurses. They have their kids back in Adapazarı, İzmit, of the regions, and they work for the wealthy women. So, and they have these stories about what happened didn't happen in the Hamidian massacres, didn't happen in Adapazarı, but the kind of repression, what made them leave their land and come to Istanbul is communicated to them. And when the time comes, when they write their memoirs, they pay a significant attention to it because they experienced the genocide years, right? What happened during the genocide, and these women were very active. So because it's always like, but they all disappeared during the genocide type of narration, they almost pay a tribute to these, their mates mostly, or the people that worked for them, provide services for them in that regard.
Okay, two different questions. First, I will answer to Professor Austrian. If I'm not mistaken, the Hamidian state or the government knew that there was something going to happen in Istanbul. I'm talking about the bank takeover, but they didn't know that it was the bank, I think. You can correct me if I'm wrong. For the 1904 uprising, like I said, the state definitely knew that there was an accumulation of forces in Sassun. Like I showed, from 1899 until 1904, there were a lot of border crossings. And like Owen talked this morning, Sassun has always been the central focus of the state, especially in that part of the Ottoman Empire. So I would say they definitely were aware. And as we can see in the ARF documents, the reason why the fighting erupted prematurely is because the Ottoman troops were actually present in the area, and they knew that the Armenians were trying to prepare something. I guess that's for your question. As for Professor Akşam's question, I don't think we should be afraid to tackle the provocation thesis. After 1896, the provocation argument was discussed among the revolutionaries as well. And this is why, for example, in 1901, if I'm not mistaken, the date, Christopher Mikhailian wrote a book called the Logic of the Mob, where one of the arguments that he was making is because after 1896, after the massacres, the population, the Armenian population, blamed the revolutionaries for bringing this damage to their community. And Mikhailian was arguing that this is stupid logic. The Sultan had always wanted to kind of annihilate the Armenian population. Whether that's true or not, this is a totally different issue. But on another note, I think we should differentiate between the regions. For example, in the Kharpet region, there wasn't really a revolutionary organization, but in Sassun, of course, the presence of Armenian revolutionaries heightened the anxieties of the Ottoman government. I mean, we should try to understand how the state is actually perceiving the threat and whether that threat really exists on the ground. I think Toygun mentioned this. The capture of Dalmatyan actually is a very good example of this, because although the Hanchakyan organization wasn't really strong in Sassun in 1894, they played only a small role. But after his capture and his confession, this really heightened the anxieties of the state. So I think I would answer the provocation thesis by kind of differentiating between regions.
Okay, to Tom's question, I don't know of any other paintings of the Hamidian massacres by Armenians, but that doesn't mean they don't exist, because it's really not something I've ever explored before. There's a third painting by Suranians that sometimes is grouped with these two called Le Kial, which is forlorn, translated as forlorn. But it shows a girl or young woman outside a church. It's not clearly violent or post-violence, so I don't know if even that belongs within the same suite of paintings. But yeah, no, I don't know of anything else like it. He did make lots of drawings and sketches and studies. He did write a huge amount, and that maybe one would find more there or in the National Gallery in Yerevan. So I would just say that I don't know of any, but there may be more by him or by other artists.
So we don't have time for other questions, but you always have a chance to ask your question during our coffee break. And now just help me to thank our
Dear colleagues, friends, please let's begin our very last panel today and of the conference.
And so our first panelist is Emre Can Daroglu, who is also one of the initiators of this conference. And because he has been a rebel about timing, maybe we can give him like 2 more minutes. So Emre is a doctoral student in history department at Stanford University. Previously, he received his master's degree from Istanbul Bilgi University, Turkey, and completed doctoral coursework at our very Strasser Center at Clark University. He is going to talk about reforms, Armenian reforms in 1870s to 1899 in the context of 95-97 massacres. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Asya. First of all, I should thank Taner Hoca and the Strasser Center for having me here. Let's start. An Armenian
No
bishop.
thanks to Mark.
Of course. An Armenian bishop described the Treaty of Berlin in 1878 as nothing less than the unveiling of the name of the Armenians, which for the first time is acquiring a political appearance rather than a mere religious appearance, and added through this great international treaty, the Haygagan Khıntırı Armenian question is turning into Michaskayin Khıntırı, an international question. The historians in the field of Ottoman studies overwhelmingly justify Bishop Megarian by marking 1878 a turning point of the Armenian question in the empire. It's quite true. However, something is missing here. Who were the architects of this turning point that the Treaty of Berlin seemingly achieved? Russian Empire and the Great Britain for sure played an important role to stipulate the reforms for Armenians in the treaties of San Stefano and Berlin Treaty. However, it should be underlined that it was the direct result of the deliberate political strategies and articulated efforts of the Armenian Patriarchate, and afterwards the other Armenian organizations in some way joined it to keep this question in the agenda of the Ottoman Empire. In my presentation, I would like to lay emphasis on the Armenian agency throughout the reform discussions from 1869 to 1899, how the reform process shaped the dynamics within the Armenian community, and to discuss where we should place the reform negotiations in the context of the massacres. To start, we should go back to the end of the 1860s. Regardless of receiving any accomplishment, the Armenian Patriarchate had left no stone unturned to realize the equality and justice promised in Tanzimat and Islahat starting from 1869, in which year Mgrdich Kharimyan ascended the throne of the Patriarchate. Although in 20 years up to this year, Armenian patriarchs had submitted to the Ottoman government more than 500 petitions detailing the depredations in the provinces, Kharimyan accomplished to make the Sublime Porte hear the voices of Armenians. He got commissioned by Sadrazam Ali Pasha, one of 3 pashas of Tanzimat, to prepare an extensive report recording all sufferings of the provincial Armenians and practical propositions for remedy as well. On October 22, 1871, the committee established to study the provincial grievances and make recommendations presented a massive report to the Armenian National Assembly, tabulating the various kinds of abuses organized under 4 general types, which were tax officials, corrupted officials, judiciary, and oppressions by Kurds, Circassians, and Turks. The report suggested several steps to eliminate these abuses, like this. After consecutive 3 sessions, the debate ended in November 1871, and 3 months later, the Civil Council corrected and returned the report to the Assembly for approval. Ratified anonymously, the memorandum was delivered to the Supreme Court in February 1872. However, Ali Pasha had already died, and Mahmud Nedim Pasha, the Sadrazam at the time, failed to answer the appeal. Nonetheless, the Patriarchate for 2 years repeatedly tried to get the court to act upon the memorandum. In the end, despite not entirely due to the unresponsive attitude of the court, frustrated Hrimyan resigned in the fall of 1873. Although Narses II, a dedicated advocate of the Armenian reforms, was elected the new Patriarchate of Istanbul, April 1874, the reform demands would not be remembered until 1876. In August 1876, Sultan Abdul Hamid II ascended to the Ottoman throne. Impressed by his commitment to a general reform, Narses decided to remind the government of the reform in September 1876. Then, the Armenian Assembly on 22 September 1876 elected a new reform commission, and in 1 week, this commission had prepared and submitted to the Assembly a new report. This new appeal, in addition to a complete review of the history of the first appeal, presented a collection of 38 cases that illustrated various kinds of abuses which took place between 1872 and 1876. However, a rising threat of war with Russia refrained the Armenian Patriarchate from submitting this proposal to the Supreme Court. Again, they were afraid of being accused of disloyalty. But soon, the installation of Mithat Pasha as Sadrazam and promulgation of the constitution alike in December 1876 cherished the hope of reform among Armenian leaders. Most of the Armenian notables believed that, quote, only a just, even, and free constitution can vitalize the people who had turned into a coward cripple, unquote, as Hrimyan writes in his essay hailing the constitution. The sudden fall and exile of Mithat Pasha in February 1877 was a sign of the change in the political climate. Followingly, on 24 April, the Russo-Ottoman War started. Patriarch Narses, upon advices of civil Armenian intellectuals and notables, sent a circular in July 1877 to be read in all Armenian churches, saying, quote, Armenians were ready to serve, fight, spill their blood, and sacrifice themselves for their fatherland, and for Devlet-i Aliye, alongside their Muslim countrymen, unquote. In addition, on his insistence, several thousand Armenian men volunteered in the war against Russia. On the other hand, in July and August 1877, Armenians in Erzurum began to be the target of the wholesale atrocities committed by irregular Kurds and the Ottoman army. In January 1878, the war did not end with the humiliating defeat of the Ottoman Empire, but also with a radical change in Armenian policy of reform. Patriarch Narses decided that security of life and property of Armenians could be realized only through European intervention, and appealed first to the Russian. In February, he canvassed the Russian ambassador to Istanbul, Ignatieff, to give autonomy to the occupied region under the administration of Armenians. However, the Treaty of San Stefano only stipulated withdrawing the occupied provinces in eastern Anatolia on the condition of introducing reform for Armenians without delay. But concerns about Russian gains at the expense of the Ottoman Empire by the other powers paved the way for another international conference to supersede the San Stefano. On the road to Berlin, Patriarch Narses was determined to keep the reform on the international agenda. An Armenian delegation was sent to European capitals to present a detailed reform plan authored by Kirikor Odian according to Elke Hartmann to top European officials and convinced them to force the empire to implement this plan. On 21st March of 1878, Hrimyan, the head of delegation, and Minas Cheras, the secretary of the delegation, got aboard the ship called Mediterrano en route to Brindisi, Italy, to pay lobbying visits to Rome, Paris, and London before getting to Berlin with camouflage passports, while Horen Narbey, the Archbishop of Beşiktaş, departed Istanbul for St. Petersburg. Also, they were carrying a map that delineating the borders of the autonomous Turkish Armenia and estimates of Armenian population. Despite being never implemented, the plan is significant as having remained the only one proposed by Armenians themselves and referred by other entities for 2 decades. With the proposal, the Armenian delegation had toured around Europe from April to June, but could not take no more than overused assurance. More dramatically, they found the European officials quite unfamiliar, if not ignorant, with who Armenians are, let alone the Armenian question. Minas Cheras noted in Hayastan Yev Idalia, Armenian and Italy, that they had been asked if Armenia was in Rumelia or in Anatolia, if Armenians were Greek Armenians or Russian Muslim Armenians, or if they are speaking Greek, Hebrew, or even Chinese by some high-ranking officials. In the end, they were not invited to the conference held in June-July 1878. Nonetheless, the delegation traveled to Berlin to have an appropriate opportunity to interfere. In the conference, the powers came to an agreement on the execution of reforms by the Ottoman government, but left nothing to compel Istanbul to act. Particularly, Hrimyan returned to Istanbul in deep despondency. Supposing that they left Berlin with empty hands, Hrimyan began delivering his famous iron ladle sermon. The message was obvious. Armenians would have to defend themselves with arms if they ever hoped to better their conditions. In that sense, Hrimyan was not an exception. Yerishe Ayvazyan, the future Archbishop of Trabzon, and committed a suspicious suicide in 1895. Just after the Berlin Treaty, penned an article openly calling on Armenians for armed resistance in Punch, an Armenian weekly based in Istanbul. However, the Congress disappointed not all Armenians. In September 1878, in order to reflect the official view of the Armenian Patriarchate upon the results of the Congress, Minas Cheras published a booklet, Te inch shahetsan Berlini vehajovin, what did we gain from the Congress of Berlin, to positively interpret the new role taken by Britain as the principal protector of Armenians. Nevertheless, he enjoined Armenians to work for realizing the reforms rather than waiting Europe to act on their behalf, as saying, quote, "The Congress hands a gold mine over us, but it is Armenians' duty to unearth the gold," unquote. On the other hand, ironically, most of the high-ranking clergies in the region, in the Turkish Armenia, where reform had been demanded, were indifferent, if not opposed, to even the notion of reform. They formed alliance with local powers within the church and with Kurdish forces, the port, and the Patriarchate against one or some of these power brokers, but surely detrimental to local Armenians. One of these is Aftamar Catholicos Haçadur II. They represented the opposite end of the spectrum of reform politics that the Istanbul Patriarchate desired to be implemented, and they, for sure, were backed by Sultan Abdul Hamid II. So the different approaches to the idea of reform and to the methods of implementation had shaped the political movements within Armenians in the post-Berlin years. It deepened the rifts between these three positions and sowed the seeds of more politicized movements. Growing up in deteriorating circumstances, combination of several factors, the revolutionary organizations did not only radicalize the Khrimian Ayvazian faction, but also adopted the idea of European intervention and fought off with anti-reformists, even through assassinations. But on the other hand, they have no concrete understanding of reform. Although this word started to carry a sacred meaning, they were confused if reform as a tactic, a strategy, or a purpose. The Hınçaks perceived the reforms as the solution of political, social, and material inequalities if it was realized through a socialist system. Whereas in 1890, they organized two significant protests in Erzurum and Istanbul to demand Armenian reforms. On the other hand, the Tashnaks declared in 1890 that their first aim was reform in Ottoman Armenia, and they explicitly endorsed the NAASR plan. However, when it created a problem, they clarified themselves by writing that, quote, the Sultan would not introduce the reforms though his own goodwill, so there is no salvation for Turkish Armenia but through revolt, unquote. In their lexicon, reform remained vaguely defined until September 1895. In 1894, the Sasso massacre brought the issue of Armenian reforms back to the international agenda, and on 11 May 1895, the elaborated memorandum was submitted to the port by British, French, and Russian ambassadors. Sitting around the bargaining table with the powers, Sultan Abdul Hamid II finally came on the verge of agreeing on a reform plan in September 1895. While the embassies of three powers in Istanbul were working on preparing the new collective memorandum, the ambassadors received identical letters from the Hınçaks on 28 September. The Hınçaks notified the foreign envoys of their intentions to spearhead a demonstration in Istanbul 2 days later. In addition, a detailed reform plan was attached to the letter. On 30 September, the ensuing exchange of gunfire that broke out between gendarmerie units and the Hınçaks provoked a massacre taking place until 3 October. A following massacre broke out in Trabzon on 8 October, got the powers alarmed, and pushed the Sultan to release the reform plan to satisfy the public opinion in Europe and ease the agitation of Armenians. So, the final program of reform was undersigned by the Ottoman government on 20 October. But, unfortunately, it was not a relief for Armenians. Contrarily, a new and unprecedented page of their suffering started. After 20 October, almost all towns in Anatolia where Armenians populated witnessed a great wave of violence, and it continued throughout 1896 and 1897, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of Armenians. The recent studies show that the Muslim resentment of reforms, triggered by the fear of a general Armenian uprising, and administration catering to Armenians in favor of Armenians at least catalyzed the violence. Although the massacre took place before the official ratification of reform plan, according to Longworth, the British consul to Trabzon, the exaggerated rumors that the reforms would allow Armenians to establish an independent principality circulated in the city through the secret agents of the palace instigated the Muslim crowds against Armenians. According to Ümit Kurt, while the Muslim mob in Antep went to take part in the looting of shops and warehouses, they were shouting, quote, Queen of England, the owner of Armenians, come quick, save the infidels, unquote, which is a direct reference to the perception of reforms that were pressed by the Great Britain. Not only lay Muslims, but notables were also greatly influenced by the fact that Armenian reforms would be introduced. A commander of Hamidian regiments in Adil Cevaz I legitimized the killings and lootings by confessing that they honored their duty by putting this slavish, little, and spoiled millet who dared to demand reforms in their place. Moreover, Yele Ferhay shows that the Muslim notables in Diyarbakir sent a telegram to the Sultan and warned, if not threatened, His Excellency that they would spoil with their blood the lines and the pages of the privileges which will be given to the Armenians. True political oppositions of the Sultan felt disturbed with the over-demanding Armenians. After the Babali demonstration in 1895, the Committee of Union and Progress released its first ever political leaflet and criticized the gathering of a separatist activity, exhorting the populace to protect the country despite it rebuffed the Sultan for his tyrannical authority. Witnessing the same demonstration, a prolific Turkish writer, Halit Ziya Uşaklıgi, noted the incident in his memoirs as, quote, the moment that this country started to afflict with the endless demanding Armenian question, unquote. Furthermore, the radical branch of CUP in Stockholm depicted the Sultan, as you can see, as the new Armenian patriarch, Bedros II, referring that his reforms generously caters to the Armenians. Interestingly, the upper classes of other non-Muslim groups were also annoyed with the idea of reform. Last but not least, it should be scrutinized that what Sultan's role was throughout the reform discussions. It is apparent that Sultan Abdul Hamid II somewhat managed to remain firm in his refusal of British, European and Armenian reform plans more than 20 years. And in the end, despite the vested historiography takes it for granted that the reform programs were enforced upon the Ottomans by the great powers, the Sultan was able to deter the powers from imposing certain critical terms, such as opening the post of governor to his Christian subjects. Regardless of his role in the massacres, he considered that the Armenian question is finally closed, as the Sultan himself told the British ambassador Philip Curie in October 1897. On the very same days as Varak told, through the agency of the Dadian family, he was negotiating with the Tashnaks in Geneva on their demands of reform. The first message was delivered to the Armenian revolutionaries in October 1876 after the takeover of the Ottoman Bank in Istanbul in August, and negotiations had lasted until March 1899. According to Raymond Kevorkian, Abdul Hamid tried to silence the Armenian opposition in exile as he had done with the Young Turks. Be that as it may, then why did not he prefer to cajole the Armenian organizations with the pledge of reforms before everything was messed up? I think in that sense it is important to mention that the Khanatsor massacre, a retaliation of Tashnaks from Iran against the Kurdish tribe in August 1879, along with the takeover of the Ottoman Bank, might force the Sultan to see that the Tashnaks could still be active as a local power in the field. So then, why even after the negotiations broke off, did Abdul Hamid keep Shakir Pasha as general inspector of the reforms in the region to superintend the implementation of the reforms until Pasha passed away in December 1899? And why did he abrogate the Committee of Orient Reform in April 1900? Yeah, I would like to finish my presentation with these questions that confusing my mind for a while. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Emrecan. Our next speaker is Erkay Yılmaz. Erkay Yılmaz is an associate fellow at the Leibniz Zentrum Moderner Orient in Berlin, Germany. Previously, she was an assistant professor of political science at Istanbul University, Turkey. And today, she's going to speak about security perception during Hamidian era in Turkey.
First of all, thank you for inviting me today. It's a privilege to share my presentation with you. Actually, when you look at the security, the concepts of security or threat perceptions, security implications had a long-term impact that created routinized and ordinary forms of violence, which not only affected the eastern provinces, but also transformed the state center. So this paper is a small introduction, actually, to these security perceptions and policies. The model of securitization developed by the Copenhagen School of International Relations and its critics from the Paris School of Security will be the base of my paper. According to the securitization theory, by placing a topic in the area of security by a speech act, an actor moves the topic from politics into an area of security concerns, which also creates the grounds for legitimating extraordinary means against this constructed threat. However, as Bigot and the Paris School discussed, the Speech Act is not sufficient in analyzing how security operates, and security discourses have to be analyzed in the context of the security practices and the conditions of these practices. So when we look at the Hamidian era, the Ottoman government's understanding of internal and external threat and internal and external security also demonstrates how security conceptions triggered state violence as a constituting element in governing practices and mentality. So after the Ottoman-Russian War, a new era that started with the Berlin Treaty came to deeply dominate the security perceptions and practices of the Ottoman Empire. During the 1890s, the threat perception of Ottoman political elites was strongly influenced by the Armenian question and the Macedonian question, either of which could be used as a pretext for foreign intervention. As new diplomatic interventions in Ottoman domestic or internal policies occurred, the fear of losing territory, which had come to reshape the threat perception, became greater for Ottoman state elites. In line with the Berlin Treaty, in the wake of the loss of Eastern European territory, the Ottoman Empire was forced to enact administrative and security reforms under great power surveillance in Macedonia to improve living conditions for the Christian population, as well as in 6 provinces of eastern Anatolia to protect the Armenian population from exactions and attacks of Kurdish and Circassian tribes. In the 1890s, the Ottoman state elites or Ottoman government's security policies focused on these 2 issues, Macedonian and Armenian question, while anarchism, which state elites identified with the propaganda of the deed, came to be largely associated with these 2 questions in Ottoman diplomacy. And it can also be read as the basis of the provocation thesis as well. So the issues related to increasing violence and political pressure which the Armenian population were subjected to, and the involvement of European powers in protection of Armenian community were the core of the Armenian question. But the thing is, with the Berlin Treaty, there was this internationalization of the Armenian question. So before the treaty, it was an issue of administration for the state center, for the Ottoman center, but afterwards it became a security issue. Although the insecurity of Armenian community bestowed the Armenian National Assembly's attention upon living conditions of Armenians in eastern provinces, and the Assembly prepared reports to present to the Ottoman government in 1870s, the Ottoman government did not respond to the reform demands. During the Hamidian era, the situation has to be also considered with the Hamidian autocracy. While the general political oppression can be dated back with the promulgation of the constitution and its parliament in 1876 under the reign of Hamid II, autocratic policies and political pressure had different results for Armenian community. So signing the Berlin Treaty, the domestic concerns regarding the Armenian question in the empire came to overlap with international power conflicts. And from 1878 on, while the reform schemes became the battleground between Ottoman government and great powers, the internationalization of the Armenian question, accompanied by extensive territorial losses in Balkans, reshaped the Ottoman state as threat perception and caused a dramatic increase in pressure on and surveillance of Armenians. Beginning with the end of 1880s, while the Armenian community demanding the implementation of promised reforms, Armenian revolutionary organizations began to emerge. Although the criminalization and labeling process of members of revolutionary organizations had begun earlier by the Ottoman government, this process was extended to include lower-class Armenians who were seemed to have potential for engagement with these organizations in 1890s. The Ottoman government's concerns with potential Armenian uprisings and its increased perception of threat paved the way for the massacres and marginalization of the Armenian community, especially in the 1890s. While the reform demands of the Armenian community were ignored, neglected, or rejected, violence towards Armenians gained a form of routinized nature, especially with the state-promoted Hamidian cavalry. The waves of mass violence towards Armenians during the years between 1894 to 96, the estimated casualties between 100,000 to 300,000, and caused also mass migrations of Armenian population from Ottoman Empire to other countries. So considering the international dynamics, the extant threat perceptions and the resultant security policies can be analyzed on two transnational levels. One, the administrative, and the other, discursive. The administrative level can be examined by investigating anti-anarchist policies and policing techniques that emerged with the establishment of modern police institutions. Other security reforms during the era, including the foundation of a new police institution and reforms within the gendarmerie, vagrancy acts, passport regulations, population registration office regulations, and as well, can be also understood as aspects of the foundation of a modern state apparatus, but in this context. The effects of anti-anarchist policies and regulations in Europe were evident from the Ottoman administrative and security reforms in the late 19th century. In particular, the Rome Conference in 1898 and the Protocol of St. Petersburg in 1904 can be considered important components of the security strategies and techniques of Ottoman Empire. These two developments not only affected Ottoman policing techniques and strategies, but also provide us insights into the Ottoman politics of legitimizing threat perceptions using diplomatic tools in international arena, which can be related to purification thesis. As police institutions began to employ new techniques during the 1850s, state elites, ministers, and high-level civil servants attempted to standardize different policing practices. During the 80s, the police institutions of various states began to form formal alliances to develop more effective mechanisms to fight terrorism and ensure border security. Incidents such as bombings, explosions, and assassinations were usually associated with the anarchist movement. This tendency of the police and other state institutions to identify any terrorist with anarchism meant that the ideology became pejoratively linked with terrorist attacks. One of the major steps towards standardization and the creation of an international police alliances was the Anti-Anarchist Conference in Rome, 3 months after the assassination of Empress Elizabeth of Austria-Hungary. The Ottomans decided to send representatives to the conference. An internal Ottoman correspondence relating to the conference invitation indicates that there were some anarchists, mostly workers, in the Ottoman Empire, but they did not seek involvement in criminal activities against the empire, since the state had surprisingly taken no action against them. In actuality, the Ottoman government had begun employing the term anarchist in diplomatic correspondence relating to Armenians and Bulgarians long before the conference, not only because this provided a legitimate reason for the empire's security policies in the international area, but also because Police Minister Hüseyin Nazım Pasha had started identifying revolutionary movements with anarchism in the 1890s. After the conference, the Ottoman government drafted an anti-anarchist bill that was passed in the House of Representatives but rejected by the Vizierate, primarily because, in contrast to the widespread trouble of anarchism in the United States and Europe, only Armenians and a few Bulgarians were implicated in anarchism in the Ottoman Empire. The Vizierate, therefore, decided that the penal code was adequate and capable of dealing with such crimes. This meant that Ottoman Empire would define such crimes as crimes against the state, which were already enshrined in the penal code without specifically defining the anarchist acts. Consequently, the Ottoman Empire, while using international cooperation to fight against anarchism, sought to avoid depoliticizing anarchism by declaring it a political crime. Although the Ottomans refrained from ensuring the internationally accepted definition of anarchist actions in its laws, attending the conference was important for the empire as it entailed participation in international police cooperation and was a possible first step towards the standardization and global integration of police institutions. So the Ottoman Empire's delegates to the Rome Conference also gathered information about the police departments and policing the methods in various states. So the main titles that they were sending reports to the state center as well. So the extradition protocols, identification methods, controls on explosions, and controls on press. So the Ottoman police force actually was organized on the French model in 1884. The Parisian police officers, Inspector Bonin and Inspector Leflon, a specialist in anti-anarchism, were invited to Istanbul to share their expertise. The two prominent inspectors were hired to reorganize the Ottoman police in accordance with the institutionalization of the police in France. Leflon was also responsible for dealing with anarchists from foreign countries. For example, in 1896, he was appointed to track down the Armenian anarchists in Marseille and Genoa. As a result of the inspector's influence, the Ottomans developed anti-anarchist policing techniques that were very similar to the French model as well. On the administrative level, the Ottoman Empire practiced these traditional and modern policing techniques side by side. The Ottoman bureaucracy started to deploy the concept of vagrant in parallel to concepts such as anarchist and fesat, mischief maker or evildoer, which had acquired a pejorative connotation in an era of guerrilla warfare in the provinces, railway bombings, assassination attempts, and ethnic conflicts. This, ultimately, was the terrain of the discursive level of the security policies. The discursive strategies that the state was constituting as conceptualizations of threat had historical continuity. One of the significant concepts in these historical vocabularies was fesad, which can be translated as evildoer or mischief maker, and it referred to disturbance of order and the public peace, which Islamic thought discusses in terms of natural balance. The decline of order was commonly interpreted in a framework that related to disobedience to God, which causes destruction of land and society. This destruction can be caused by infringing legal or moral rules, contravening the religious way of living in daily life, or destroying the political order that was constituted on God's order. So the scope of the concept was very extensive and can be associated with petty crimes, robbery, assault, rape, banditry, murder, mutiny, and rebellion against the political order. But it's also important that fesat was also an important concept in the Ottoman Penal Code. Although the concept can be traced in the articles under the section on crimes against the state, in the correspondence from high level to the lower ranks of the bureaucracy, the administrative language used fesat to refer to every act or person that could potentially violate the social order. Thus, the use of the term fesat in state documents could be applied to some groups as a label, like vagrant, and had an extensive and arbitrary area of discursive practices. This extent and arbitrariness of its usage made it one of the components of security discourse when defining facts, events, or persons in the context of political fear, threat, or danger. One significant aspect of policing is anti-vagrancy regulations. Vagrancy and other public order offenses did not constitute crimes in and of themselves. Instead, what constituted an offense was the involvement of a certain kind of person, rather than any person's specific actions or lack thereof. The definition itself widened the scope of police intervention in daily life. The Vagrancy Act described vagrants as persons who lacked legitimate work and either possessed no affiliation or registered residence, or were deemed to be traveling without specific departure and arrival dates. They were identified as vagrants and people of unknown circumstances, meçhulül afal. In their internal correspondences, the Ottoman state elites, the Ottoman government, applied this discourse to anarchists, vagrants, and seasonal workers. This link raises the issue of filing and classification process of the modern state and the flexibility of the concepts used in this process. These discursive strategies also restricted the extent of legitimate public spheres and marginalized certain identities, making it easier to sideline the poor, especially the politically mobilized poor, on a discursive level. This process featured a discriminative discourse in administrative mechanisms that frequently used the term mischief, anarchist, and vagrant, especially for lower-class Armenians, Bulgarians, and especially the Italian workers, further marginalizing and even criminalizing them. The usage of vagrant and fesat created a discursive link to anarchism and anarchist in their pejorative meanings. These all served as crucial discursive tropes for the security discourse of the state, which claimed to be keeping the country unified against its internal and external enemies. This discourse is also important due to its effects on administrative activities. By using these terms, the state also constructed and widened a sphere of security, meaning that the Armenian, Macedonian, and other issues were narrowly perceived in terms of threats and defense to the exclusion of their socio-economic aspects. The modernization of security techniques and anti-anarchist regulations can also be analyzed in terms of these discursive strategies. Although there were some incidents of propaganda by deed, the conspiracy theories of the era also served to legitimize rebuilding and internationalizing these policy institutions. This discursive link also exposes the ambiguity and arbitrariness of the classification of administrative information and of the issues surrounding its administrative filing. By limiting the public sphere, such discursive strategies targeted and marginalized certain identities and criminalizing them. During the Hamidian period, the use of these concepts in correspondences served not only to marginalize these groups, I mean the Armenians, Bulgarians, and some foreign seasonal workers, but also criminalize them, as these labels were also legal concepts. This labeling process addressed the discursive level of Ottoman security policies, and this kind of marginality was not based on exclusion by society, but by state rationality, which also shaped the relationship between public order and security and shaped the composition of administrative practices by extending the limits of administrative discretion. As a result, the political, social, and economic aspects of problematic questions became invisible, while these questions, which were framed as security issues, paved the way for securitization. Anti-anarchism and the regulations referring to it were also critical aspects of securitization. Even if there were attacks of propaganda by deed, the extension of police discretion and police activity were legitimized by states' indulgence in conspiracy theories. And all of these were very open in the report of Hüseyin Nazım Pasha and also his memoir. And it's also very interesting how the government framed the Armenian issue when you look at this memoir and also the report, with anarchism and anti-anarchism. And while the government were building up these theses about these specific events or massacres, it was also referring to, nearly in every section of this report, he was referring to the truth, the justice, the conscience, and it's also very interesting how he reframed the truth, like while trying to analyze the propaganda of the Hinchaks or Dashnak Sütun, because he was regularly identifying this propaganda as muhalifi hakikat. Like, how can I translate it? Muhalifi, like against the truth. Yeah. And I mean, at the very end of this era, this securitization, and in the long term, from Ottoman Empire to Turkish Republic, I can say that this securitization and this mentality of security turned out an impunity regime, the unpunished crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Our third and last panelist today is Thomas Schmutt. He's affiliated with the Center for History of Violence in University of Newcastle in Australia and the University of Zurich in Switzerland. He studied history, political science, and German literature at the University of Zurich and at Paris Diderot. And he's going to speak about international reforms, non-intervention or intervention, and violence in 1912-1915. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for the organizers for this wonderful conference here. It's actually colder than in Switzerland, that's why I'm very surprised. I'm going to explore shortly the crucial reform agreement of February 1914. The treaty was signed between the Russian and the Ottoman Empire on 8 February 1914, so shortly before the First World War. After the Young Turk Revolution, the ability to finally formulate a treaty in favor of Ottoman Christians seemed to be another watershed moment for the region and international diplomacy. The great powers of the Southern Porte negotiated a Russian proposal for reforms in Eastern Anatolia from June 1913 to February 1914. The negotiations touched the traditional problems of the Eastern question and showed the complexity of the international relations at a time of European rivalry inside the Ottoman Empire. Germany, or the German Reich, played a crucial role and was for the first time engaged in the Armenian question. A proposal in 1913 made by the Russian dragoman Andrei Mandelstam put the question for reforms in favor of the Ottoman Christians in the international agenda. However, perceptions, empathy, fears and interests were changing rapidly in the capitals of Christian Europe. The Balkan Wars put new uncertainties, unknown denominators and unprecedented options on the table. The regions so far to the east of the Bosporus were often described by diplomats as a place of anarchy or the Wild East. They had hardly any information about it, and the problem was also they received a lot of rumors, especially about violence and violent clashes. They didn't really could confirm that, and often, interestingly, there was a cooperation between different diplomatic services. So the French sometimes asked the Germans or the British, or vice versa, if something happened really at that certain place. And also sometimes you get messages where they order a diplomat or a consul to get his horse and go to the next village to really see if something happened or not. So it's a place very unknown to most diplomats. The reform discussion demanded the involved actors to have a clearer picture from the local realities. That's also the reason why here you see on the map Germans were trying to establish their network in the region and to coordinate it. Efforts to coordinate activities of consuls were made, and cooperation between the Europeans was possible for a certain time. In May 1913, there even arose a short-term German idea that Berlin could act first and declare a new reform project in order to prevent Russian terms. Istanbul preferred the Russian initiative because they could declare this as a hostile act and argue that the Russian Empire was not willing to protect the Armenians, was only concerned with its own interest. At the same time, there was also an idea about British inspectors. In the beginning of June 1913, the Russian dragoman Abdul Hamid presented a project for a reorganization of Anatolia. At the same time, there were a lot of tensions already in the region, especially also because of the Balkan Wars. And here you see a German gunboat that was deployed to the coastline. The project consisted of 22 articles concerning the political administration and security of the eastern provinces. Two aspects were important. The Russian proposal intended to create one big Armenian region, and the administrative power over it would come from one Christian Ottoman or European governor. Since the Russian proposal officially put the Armenian question back on the international agenda just after the end of the First World War, a commission was to be formed to discuss it. The subject was treated carefully, and the dragomans were to handle the topic in Istanbul. Furthermore, they were obliged to conduct negotiations without having the authority to make any final decisions. 8 meetings were held in July 1913. The main reference point during the discussion in summer was the Berlin Treaty, especially Article 61. However, in 1895, Great Britain was the greatest supporter of the implementation of reforms and not Russia. The reference made by Mandelstam and his Russian partners should underscore the demand was not exclusively Russian, but a problem for all signatories of the Berlin Treaty. The Triple Alliance, consisting of Italy, Hungary, Austria, and Germany, tried to challenge the Russian demands with a common voice. The lead had German dragoman Schönberg, who questioned every single point of the Mandelstam project. He criticized, for example, the articles in favor of non-Muslims. He demanded proportionality and opposed the Russian notion of making it mandatory for councils and representatives to consist of up to 1/2 of Christians. German diplomacy sought to protect the Ottoman sovereignty not only due to the friendly German-Ottoman relations and Germany's own interests in Kilikia, but also due to the German understanding of the Armenian situation. Ambassador Wangenheim often described his so-called escalation theory, which means that privileges to the Armenians could lead to social envy and subsequently to massacres, as it had been the case in the German view in Adana 1909. According to the German perception, the Mandelstam project was too radical and would not bring peace to the eastern provinces. Not only was the Russian proposal too radical for most involved actors in the negotiation, but also the timing was not suitable to all. The geopolitical changes in the Balkans and crisis outside Europe filled the political agenda. After all, it was not clear if the Russian initiative was a stabilizing factor for eastern Anatolia and the borderlands. It could, for example, enhance separatist ideas in other parts of the Ottoman Empire. The Russian reform plan was furthermore too radical for the sublimport. The Turkish people would never accept foreign inspectors in Anatolia, was a warning by the Grand Vizier. The key word in the Ottoman press at the time was sovereignty, and the mistrust towards the Russian diplomats was total. The sublimport saw the Mandelstam initiative as an infringement on Ottoman sovereignty and the Russian interference with internal affairs. They also believed that the Russian Empire is secretly destabilizing the border regions. The CUP aligned with Sultan Abdul Hamid II's attitude when it obstructed reforms that it feared would undermine state sovereignty in the eastern provinces. Both for Abdul Hamid II and the CUP, the readiness to violent obstruction was linked to the fear that the loss of Balkan territories would be followed by the loss of eastern provinces. By 1913, the CUP read the Armenian question through the lenses of the Macedonian question. It resented the Armenian reactivation of international diplomacy in late 1912 as betrayal. Those in the CUP who preferred to side with anti-Armenian forces in the eastern provinces now prevailed over those who had argued that the CUP should not. With Finance Minister Chavik Bey's word of 1911, hurt an element that is most loyal to us, but defend legitimate Ottoman Armenian interests. The Russian Foreign Minister Sazonov, on the other side, condemned the Ottoman unwillingness to implement reforms and advocated diplomatic and military pressure to achieve the goal. Cemal Pasha and others claimed that the problem was actually the Russian pressure and less the idea of reforms. The great powers were mainly discussing the reform proposal among themselves, but they still had to stay in touch with the Sublime Porte. And the Germans, for example, urged them to come with an own proposal, but it didn't really happen. The Western diplomats had problems with the political system in Turkey. There was not the Sultan in power, but a group of men with different power statuses, different political visions, and also different connections to the Western diplomatic circles. So the diplomats often complained that it was now harder to deal with the Sublime Porte than before under the Sultan. The discussions were dominated by the antagonism between the Russian and the German perspective. London and Paris positioned themselves on the Russian side as the alliance system of the time dictated it. June and July 1913 showed that the solution to the new reform concept presented by Mandelstam could lead to an international agreement only if Berlin and St. Petersburg found the common denominator. The German Reich rose a key position in the new diplomatic bargaining thanks to its good relations with the Porte. After all 8 meetings failed to produce a common solution, the negotiations were conducted on a bilateral level between the two main protagonists of the diplomatic crisis. German Ambassador Wangenheim and his Russian counterpart, Nikolai Nikolaevich von Giers, were ordered to find a solution and present it to the other powers. German diplomats actually believed in the Ottoman willingness to implement reforms, just not under Russian conditions. They themselves were not convinced in the effectiveness of the Mandelstam proposal and saw it mainly as a Russian trick to gain influence. For Berlin, it would make sense to reform major parts of the Ottoman Empire and not just Eastern Anatolia. The region is a potential influence sphere of Russia, full of anarchy and not interesting for German spheres of interest, were in the reports. Kilikia and Baghdad Railway were crucial, and that is why they enlarged on the map their sphere of interest here in the middle around Kilikia. The symbolic long-term project of German imperialism was at the time the Baghdad Railway. The train network should give the necessary infrastructure for trade and military mobility. On the eve of the First World War, Berlin had detailed plans for a German working zone in Kilikia. The port cities there should be linked to the Baghdad Railway and be the core of a German-controlled trade network that was linked to the global market. It was in the interest of Berlin to modernize and strengthen the position of the Sublime Porte, since a German influence zone would only be possible in cooperation with the Ottomans. German diplomacy tried in 1913 to contain a radical Russian reform plan for the eastern provinces in Anatolia in order to stop the scramble of the Ottoman Empire and keep up the balance of rival powers in the region. The actual reform proposal and its content became less important over time, as the negotiations were mainly a power play between the involved actors. The German support for the Sublime Porte and its willingness to soften the Russian proposal was mostly welcomed by the other powers. However, they did not reveal this to the outside. A British diplomat formulated it like this: the Germans are taking the chestnuts out of the oven. In order not to criticize the Russian colleagues too much, they remained passive and hoped for a less radical proposal as a result of the German-Russian understanding. But it was again the Russian side that announced the next crisis. While the reform negotiations went on, the German military mission was renewed in November 1913 under the command of Otto Victor Karl Lehmann von Sanders with 40 new officers. Since Britain obtained the naval mission and French experts trained the Ottoman gendarmerie, the German mission aimed only at the continuation of the traditional German help to reform the Ottoman army, especially with the defeats in the Balkan War in mind. St. Petersburg would not accept such a concentration of German military personnel at the Straits and already deployed 2 army corps at the Russian-Ottoman borderlands to show a force and the potential willingness of an intervention with regard to the Armenian situation. We are ready to push south to Erzurum, commanded the Russian staff officer the new efforts of building supply lines in South Caucasus. It were nervous times. Germany once more tried to de-escalate, while Paris and London signaled that they were not willing to risk a war over the reform question or accept another military escalation in the Ottoman Empire. The highly sensitive security architecture consisting of rival European great powers throughout and beyond the Ottoman Empire could crumble if only one of them changed its policy unilaterally. The majority of the powers feared a fast scramble of the Ottoman Empire, such as the Italian attack had provoked in their rise in North Africa. The feeling that the time was accelerated in the Eastern question can be seen in various reports. The French diplomacy was not ready to have an active role in the discussions and complained about the Russian unilateral move with its proposal. One report notes that another massacre, revolts, some foolishness by the Young Turks, and all was over. Is the Triple Entente ready for this? The German diplomacy was successful throughout the reform discussion and was able to establish a stronghold at the Bosporus with its weak military mission, made the other powers more and more suspicious. For example, here are French reports. So they think it's also a German trick that they just want to have a piece of the cake, as they say. Either they can help now and gain influence at the moment, or if everything is over in the Ottoman Empire would scramble, that the Germans still want a part of it. So they say they have le rôle du chien du jardinier. Then the British say that they actually criticize the German morality in total. They say that they only knew the highest morality for a German government was the national interest. This overrode over consideration. As such, she pursued it at Constantinople. So they have no moral scruples. And the same from the American side. The deification of his emperor was the only religious instinct which impelled him, referring to the ambassador at the time. And this is important also for the later stage of this connection between Germany and the Ottoman Empire, because they also thought at the beginning of the First World War that it was mostly Germany who was behind military campaigns and also partly behind the genocide or the idea to deport, because they thought the Ottomans were not able to do that. The role of Germany, its influence on the Ottoman decisions and the German political aims and abilities were seen more potent and effective than they really were. British, American, Russian voices saw the reasons for the strong position of Germany before and then during the war due to its missing moral scruples. This perception continued during the war, when even the idea to deport the Armenians and the genocidal violence were described by Russian and Americans as German actions. On 8 February 1914, more than half a year after the Mandelstam proposal, the Russian diplomat Konstantin Gulkevich and the Grand Vizier finally signed an agreement consisting of 14 points. For the most part, due to German intervention as well as counter proposals respecting Ottoman sovereignty wishes, the treaty differed substantially from the initial Russian proposal. Instead of 22 articles, there were only 14, and most had a rather provisional character. One of the main differences, and the most important for European diplomacy, was that there were to be 2 sectors and 2 inspector generals rather than one each in each instance. For most regions, there would be a proportional representation between Christians and Muslims, but first there had to be a consensus of the population through which they would be able to adapt the theoretical idea to the real circumstances. The Inspector General were to be Christians from Europe, and they had to be chosen after the treaty was signed, but there was no further explanation. The crucial outcome of the negotiations was first of all the fact that finally an international reform agreement could be signed. Signatories were the Russian and Ottoman government, but it was backed by the great powers and referred to Article 61 of the Berlin Treaty. It aimed at realizing security, fair participation of all groups, and of high significance the restoration of land taken from Armenian peasants, and this after that led to tensions with the Kurds, especially in Bitlis, with uprisings in March. And you see the schema, like first was the proposal, then there was the agreement, then they had to choose the inspectors, and when they finally sent out inspectors, the war broke out. The implementation of the treaty, however, took the whole spring 1914. The question of the 2 inspectors had to be answered, since the agreement defined only the powers and functions of the 2 positions. And they were considering small and neutral countries, and in the end they chose Mr. Westerneck, Dutch, and Mr. Hof, Norwegian, and they sent them to Istanbul in early May. But there they were obstructed by the Ottoman elite, especially by Talat Pasha, and they couldn't depart for a longer time to Anatolia. And when they were actually on their way, the war was already breaking out in Europe. July 1914 offered a paradigm shift. Due to war preparations, international tensions, the international pressure on the Ottoman Empire to comply with the terms of the agreement suddenly decreased. And in early August, when war broke out, the Supreme Court dictated among their conditions for entering into war the abolishment of the capitulations and all international agreements. It was now only Germany and Austria-Hungary that could have influenced the future of the reform plans. The German ambassador and also Johannes Lepsius promised in December 1914 to the Armenian Patriarchate that they would personally reactivate the reform after the war. So in the idea it was just aufgeschoben, aber nicht aufgehoben, which means they stop it for the war, but then they will retake it after. This also shows the German idea that actually not everything is over. We will just have now these war zones instead of the reform zones, and then when the war is over, they need the Armenians again for their working zones and projects and whatever they have in plan. At the same time, there's also an interesting and famous quote in April where Wangenheim makes clear that he didn't really understand the problem. I mean, it's war, and war has a lot of violence. In April, he also says that he's not able to see the German role as a Christian European power that should supply or support the Armenian Christian, the Christians in the Ottoman Empire. And there's also the term nobile officium that's actually brought up by an Armenian, where they ask that Germany should actually be obliged to help. But he says, no, that's not the case. Wangenheim, still vastly ignoring patterns behind occurring mass violence in the provinces, conciliated the demands for help with the simple view that the reforms are stopped but will be reactivated after the war. Then he continues his standpoint in April 1915 that the German Reich cannot play the protector of the Ottoman Armenians. It would be an unjustified involvement in internal affairs, and this would also not help the cause in the end. Obviously, he also has his consideration regarding the war alliances. That's an important point. And it looks like he would de-escalate the situation by non-interference, and once more he argues that a protectionist attitude towards the Ottoman Christians by German side would harm them instead of help them, because it would unsettle the internal order and make them exposed. And interesting, the same argument comes later in the Caucasus, when the Ottoman Empire tries to expand beyond the line of Brest-Litovsk. The Germans say now it's different, it's not internal anymore, it's external, and then they make a line. Even the military personnel and all diplomats align in the idea that you cannot just proceed with the killing of Christians because it's not an internal affair anymore. So the argument of internal affair and non-interference ends in the Caucasus crisis at the end, when Russia takes back their troops and the Ottoman Empire tries to expand in the power vacuum of the Caucasus. So importantly, in the German view, at the time when the reforms were abolished, there was no unprecedented level of cruelty. But then, of course, they found out that it was different, and especially Wangenheim could not believe that Talat Pasha and other members of the political elite would lie about their intentions to their war ally and implement all necessary means to undertake things beyond imagination. It was not only a betrayal of trust, but in retrospect it gave also a new insight on the reform question. There was never the intention to fulfill the agreement of 8 February. When the reform zones turned into war zones, the German coalition partner failed to see the signs of a new period of destruction and persecution. It took a while to understand that non-interference in the so-called internal affairs led the path to internal war in the Ottoman world and made Eastern Anatolia and the border regions an epicenter of violence. However, during the reform discussion, the German idea of light reforms or soft reforms might have been less of an escalation than the actual deal with the Russians. Already watered down in negotiations with the sub-import, the reform plan was never implemented as the geopolitical situation changed yet again with the outbreak of the war. But Mandelstam later wrote in his memoirs, despite this non-implementation, the plan is an interesting early experiment of international and territorial administration. So to conclude, the 1914 reform agreement, even if a solid compromise of various interests, suffered from the fundamental effect that a mix of universally orientated humanitarianism with Orientalist imperialism and intervention had marked Europe-sponsored reforms in the Ottoman world since the Tanzimat. The European powers therefore not only lacked the trust needed for the implementation of the reforms, but also reinforced European fears and rhetoric of international conspiracy and the vision of the Armenians as troublemakers and traitors worse than the Rum during the Balkan Wars. Subsequently, the annulment of the reforms was a central war aim. In history books of the genesis of the First World War, the eastern provinces, in contrast to the Balkans, are almost absent. They were, however, the theater of internationally noted problems since the mid-19th century, in particular since the Congress of Berlin and of serious troubles on the eve of the First World War. So if you read the historiography of the last 4 years, the Ottoman Empire is still mostly missing, especially in the beginning of the war, but also during the war. And I think we also have to think about this centenary that ends in 2 weeks. So on the 11th of November, a lot of people around the world will think about the First World War coming to an end. But I mean, we working on the Ottoman Empire, we have maybe a different timeline. And if we look at 1911 to 1923, for example, as the Ottoman cataclysm, there is no end of the First World War. So the violence continues. And also, I think we should integrate it into the global history, the Ottoman Empire, and the narratives, especially also because it was a global war with global entanglements. And also, an interesting example is here, the remembrance of Gallipoli in Australia, where they hardly knew anything about the Armenian genocide, and it's also not commemorated. So commemoration is also very important now in times of centenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentations, and now our panel is open for questions.
My question is for Ilkay, and I mean, I have many questions. I found your paper to be quite fascinating, but I have a couple of inchoate ideas / questions I'll try to be brief on. The first is, you mentioned toward the end of the paper, this issue of this essentially being the state sort of driving this characterization of these vulnerable populations. This isn't coming from within society first and foremost, but rather from the state. It's the state labeling people serseri, babi fasad. Those are terms coming from the state, and the state is essentially creating that reality around these people. But I'm wondering to what extent you have then evidence of society sort of responding to this kind of characterization of different groups. I mean, and of course, I'm thinking in the context of my own work. For example, in 1905, 1906, Armenian returnees being denounced as revolutionaries by their neighbors so that they would then be vulnerable to deportation. And in that sense, there's a certain parallel with kind of authoritarian regimes and authoritarian societies in the 20th century, where authoritarian states are doing the same kinds of things, and then society is responding in kind. And then also, at these international conferences, to whom are the Ottomans looking as a model? So in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, what is, from the Ottoman perspective, an ideal model of an emerging security state? Because there isn't necessarily the kind of authoritarian regimes that quite yet that would exist in the 20th century, yet you have these kinds of developments going on in places, putatively liberal places like the United States, Great Britain, France. So who are the Ottomans looking to as a model?
My question also for Ms. Yilmaz. Actually, similar terms also are still in use, in effect, in Iran. Like instead of Mukhalif Haqiqat, they say Muharaba, which means fighting God, and Mufsidi fil Ard, disseminating corruption on the ground, and so. But also there is another one, sedition fitna, which is usually calls for blood. But if this sorcery, actually, Owen and I read this sorcery Likanunu, but I didn't understand the historical background of it. So if sorcery lik or the vagrancy law is based on the idea of corruption, as far as I remember, there was begging also. So how they can, how it was justified, because begging is not something that Quran, you should not treat them back, let's say. But anyways, it's a minute thing, but I was thinking.
One more question?
So, my question is for Emre. Thank you very much for well-detailed insights and also presentation. I'm wondering if you could a little bit elaborate on the reflections of reform discussions on the Ottoman Greeks and Jews. Maybe, I mean, the non-minority groups, like Ottoman Turkish Muslims as well.
Shall we just start from? Yeah. Thank you for the questions. I mean, according to the documents that I looked at, first the state started to use these labels or concepts, and afterwards, especially in the lower ranks of bureaucracy, it became so widespread that the Armenian Patriarchate demanded from the Ottoman government not to use these concepts for ordinary Armenians. So it's the first thing that, it was very striking for me. But on the other hand, it's interesting that how some of the pamphlets of Union and Progress, how they use this term of Fesat, especially for the Armenians. But of course, I don't have any documents about the, how can I say, locals, how they use these documents, how they use these concepts in daily life, if they were using it or not. It's another thing for me. I don't know that. I can't answer that one. And the model for these policing issues, actually, it was quite interesting because Ottomans were at the same time looking to the Russian model and at the same time the French model and also the Great Britain, especially Great Britain for the gendarmerie. Then they changed their minds and they used the French model. And for the vagrancy law and again for these internal passport regulations mostly, they were quite, how can I say, they were quite impressed from the French model as well. Although the internal passport regulations or the vagrancy, the concepts of vagrancy or Fesat, they were coming from from the Celali rebellions as well. So it's quite, how can I say, they were using these traditional concepts and methods at the same time with the modern ones, and they were actually trying to find the right method for themselves. So for me, it's for sure for urban policing they were using the French model, but for gendarmerie and for these other, like the Hamidiya cavalry, they were also looking to Great Britain and also the Russia. And your question about Serserianism, actually Fesat was about corruption, but Serseri vagrancy was about a person of unknown circumstances or unregistered people. And it was also interesting that Professor Basharan, she had a dissertation on these issues during the Patron Halil rebellion and how the Ottoman government used these concepts against Albanians. And at that time, begging, both in this Albanian case and also in this case, different cases in Hamidian era, begging, somehow it was a public order issue, but at the same time, it was also a security issue because these people were also coming from, different parts of the empire, and they had no registers. So it's fine. So, thank you.
I can say that at least the notables of other non-Muslim groups felt disturbed due to the possible application of the reform scheme. For example, I think in October 1895 in Trabzon, the Greek consul to Trabzon, Kypraios, I think his name, delivered a report to Athens and interpreting the Greek merchants in Trabzon as that they are feeling the great pessimism with the potential results of the reform scheme catering to Armenians. And Minas Gerais wrote that due to that great pessimism, some Greeks in Trabzon refused to offer refuge to the Armenian victims of the atrocities in the city. At the same time, in 1896, the president of Jewish Alliance of Istanbul, I think his name was Gerson, he wrote a letter to the center of the Jewish Alliance in Paris and said that Jews should consider Armenians anarchist, separatist, due to the unfinished demands of reforms, and should be away from them, should not even tell the stories about how they rescued the Armenians or how they offered help to the Armenians during the massacres following the takeover of Ottoman Bank in August 1896. On the other hand, during the atrocities in Diyarbakir in 1895, some Syrians in the city center tried to stick a note to the door of their shops saying this shop is not belong to an Armenian, to escape a certain looting. They also tried to put a distance and try to not offer a refuge or any help to Armenians, to not be a target of this violence, this way of violence.
Would you consider that your last argument, it also makes easier for the mobs jobs to just the violence or attack? Or?
I mean, maybe, because it is really difficult to say that how mob meticulously distinguish the Armenians, for example in Trabzon, distinguish the Armenians from the Greeks.
Yes.
This can be a factor, but it is also perceived as that there is something central organization in the atrocities. But I mean, it can be a factor, yeah.
Next set of questions.
If there is nobody else.
Thank you. So I have a bit of a broader question that particularly pertains to the two first figures. So I know that conducting research on the genocide of 1915, 1916 is pretty difficult in Turkey because of the political circumstances. And I was just wondering if that is the same when it comes to the violence of the Abdul Hamid period. Is this less sensitive in a way, or is it just the same difficulties?
Next question. No, we can collect several again.
If there is no way, then. So thank you very much for these wonderful papers. My question is to İlkay, actually, very simple one. On the one side, they are negotiating with foreign powers on the reforms, and parallel to that, they have a certain understanding and definitions of Armenians who demand these reforms, mainly evildoer and fasad and so on and so forth. How would you explain this within the overall context? So I remember Stefan's talk yesterday evening, where he really drew up the process of the similarity, the continuity in the mentality. It seems that, there was no desire for reforms within Ottoman Empire, so towards the Armenians or others. They already were ready to use a discriminatory language, and they implemented this as an administrative policy. Yeah, this is my question. And Thomas, I have an additional comment to your papers. I was shocked when I first learned that the Interior Ministry's first attempt after they signed the secret agreements with Germans, 2nd August 1914. The first initiative was to kick out the governor of Western, who came for the reforms to Ottoman Empire. So I see a direct connection actually between war desire and reform agreement, that the Ottomans actually signed a reform that they never wanted to implement, and the weakness maybe that pushed them to sign this agreement was one of the reasons of the genocide of Armenians. So,
Who wants to start?
I can start. Until today, I had no difficulty to work on the Hamidian era, but we will see if something changes by the effect of the rising admiration of Sultan Abdul Hamid II under the centrally direction of this government. We'll see.
and Ilkay, I have to add, you were one of the signers of the peace declaration in Turkey, and you escaped. I mean, whatever you were telling on Abdul Hamid period reminded me Turkish government's attitude towards you and towards all others in Turkey who were in favor of some reforms towards girls.
Yeah, so there is historical continuity. Yeah, I mean, they were using facades, now they are using terrorists, or, you know.
Exactly.
And I mean, the techniques that they are using, especially with the passports, it's quite the same, so it's also interesting. So, yeah. And the question about reforms and security, it's very striking. On the one hand, they are trying to implement the reforms, but in their own way and with their own reasons. So obviously, the reforms that they were trying to implement, like the gendarmerie reform, tax reform, and etc., they were not, how can I say, they were not matching the reform demands of the Armenian community. So it was the issue. Because for the, I mean, as far as it's my observation, of course, the Ottoman government's aspect, I mean, the view of Ottoman government about this issue was to, I said in the beginning of the paper, but it was about the administering the eastern provinces. It was not about, you know, these democratic citizenship rights, or, you know, it was nothing about ending the violence, because violence was something that can be governed as well for the Ottoman government. And because of that, it was so easy to shift, how can I say, this perception from administration to security. I mean, to administer to security, to make the, how can I say, this securitization process. So, I mean, it's my observation, of course. That's it.
Thank you very much for your comment. I think you're right. I mean, it's you still have to say that for them, in my view, it was a learning process, the reform question. And on one way, one lesson was they need to be in an alliance, or they need a war to have the sovereignty back, and that's very important. I think that's also the main reason why they kicked out the inspectors, so they have back the sovereignty. That's the first point. And then the second point, of course, retaliation, or to do something against the traitors. And I think that's one element of course, in line with orders. For example, the Russian offensive and how the war developed. It took one more year to get to this stage, but I think it's an important issue and a crucial issue for what happened later. So it was this kind of traumatic experience, international experience.
Do I have any more questions?
Actually, my first question is a very minute one. I was wondering how, if considering the fact that the level of literacy was not that much, how people could differentiate or can read the signs that this is when they talked about these signs, I'm talking, my question is to Imra. You were talking about how they put the signs on but how people could differentially tell that they could read this first, considering the fact that there was not so much level of literacy, and literacy was not that widespread. And my second question is actually about whether there was anything, based on what I'm saying is complete speculations, I could be wrong, but for a while I was reading Tarjuman Haqiqat. Mostly they allowed certain Kurdish notables to write about Kurdish Armenian issues. At a certain point they stopped, and I could tell from the articles that they had received some assurances, I'm talking about the Ottoman officials, that Britain was not pushing that much on the reforms. So whether there is anything that they just said, okay, it's there, the reforms, and they were using it as a kind of leverage against the Ottoman, but they were really not pushing for the implementation of the Article 61.
So, are you or are you not basically saying that at the same time as the reform got signed, which the Ottomans were not planning to go along with anyway, it made them start to think of the Armenians more fully as traitors? Were those things quite as overlapping, are you saying?
I can start from the second one. It is obvious that Abdul Hamid took some steps when the great powers, all of them, I mean Russia, Great Britain and France, came together and taken action. I mean, he of course won sometimes to delay the process of reforms in spite of collective action. But I mean, I think the primary reason of the great powers rarely taking joint actions gave some rooms to the Sultan for delaying the reform process till the end of it. And it is obvious that Russia and Great Britain infrequently came together to take a joint action. And on even these occasions, the Ottoman government have relied on the British-Russian discrepancy. For the first question, honestly, I cannot imagine how they distinguished or how they could read the signs, and even they could read the signs. And I should add that not all Syrians could escape a certain death by doing something to put some distance to Armenians. For example, as Yennefer Hay wrote in his latest article, even the British Empire thought that in Bitlis all population of some villages working, or a considerable part of the population of some villages was killed during the violences, and they thought that they were Armenians. But taking a closer look shows that they were Syrians, and they were also killed during this wave of violence.
So I think partially yes. For them it was treason that they actually aligned with the international community, that they tried to get help from the outside. I mean, after the Young Revolution, there were some years where there actually was hope that they can solve it internally, that they can get along with the CUP. That hope was soon finished after Adana and other problems. But for them it was a lesson of treason, of course, and also it was a bad timing for them. The Balkan Wars were going on, they were very weak internationally. And so for me, I see the two lessons. So first of all, they want to get rid of the international pressure. That was the most important thing for them, which also influenced them to get an alliance. And I mean, of course, it's coincidence of the world history that the First World War came along. They couldn't know that, but they couldn't know that in half a year or 5 months there will be a world war. But it happened to be then, so they didn't really have to take a decision. The decision was made by external factors, so they just could align, and then they get rid of the inspectors. And it was very important to have this sovereignty. And that's also what I want to show. It was important also at the end of the war. So for them, it was very important to be sovereign, and it also led to a more or less clash again with the Germans over Georgia, and also in the Caucasus question, where they actually had different opinions about how to regulate the new territories. So that was, for them, was very crucial, and they could actually solve that. So this lesson was very important to get back the sovereignty and to survive as well, because this kind of European rivalry was not working out anymore in 1913. And the other part, of course, it was treason, but it was not, I mean, they didn't really know a solution to that at that point of the reform. It was clear that they will not give them the rights they were supposed to have, but it took some while to get to the final decision, of course, but I mean, it was a major and traumatic lesson for them. So it didn't really help to, ironically and paradoxically, for them to get better life conditions with Germany.
We will have to conclude our Q&A session. Thank you very much for your presentations and for
Okay, I conclude with Hamid period. We cannot understand the Armenian genocide. It is almost impossible. So this is the first comment that I have, and now I'm opening the floor. First, I will ask Mark Mamgonian and Ron Suni and Stefan Austurian, our dear scholars, for their first responses, and then I open the floor to discuss more and to hear your own views on the today's conference. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, just a few things that I had jotted down. On the matter that came up, I think, especially in the last session, but maybe in all of the sessions, the question of sovereignty and whether or not one sees the Hamidian massacres as genocidal in themselves or as part of a process that culminated in the genocide. For the Armenians, at least, it culminated in the genocide 20 years after. We can certainly see and have heard over the past day and a half the various attempts by the Ottoman state from the 19th century, mid-19th century on into the 20th century and continuing actually into the Turkish Republic to assert or enforce its sovereignty. Clearly, and as we heard in the last session in particular, clearly the state viewed the various reform plans as threats to its sovereignty as a state, and we can certainly see the Hamidian massacres as a response to this through violence, whether it's exemplary violence or excisionary violence, to use Ron Suni's terms, is not that crucial to come down on one side or the other. But clearly, this didn't resolve the matter. Because the jack-in-the-box popped up again in 1914, the jack-in-the-box of the reform plan. And this time it led to a much more extreme response, and it seems to me that you can certainly see the Armenian genocide as the ultimate solution to this threat to Armenian sovereignty. There was not going to be any more threat of Armenian reforms if there were no more Armenians, period. Of course, there were then other threats and other reforms that would crop up that had to be dealt with as well. But like Connor, it's just so exciting that all this work is being done and has been done in recent years. And in every paper, there's something to learn and to see so many more things that need to be done. And it's great. So I would invite Ron and Stefan, if they want to speak from the floor or speak from the ceiling.
We need a little bit humor, so this is the step up.
When I compare with where we were in the 1980s, when I was a doctoral student, participating in panels at MESA, being visited by people like Justin McCarthy, Heath Lowry, what was the other one, the pseudo scholar of the Kurds? He's still around. From time to time, Stanford Shaw, being branded naturally a nationalist, or if not a sexually, slightly mentally, disturbed, because that's also a meaning, of that. Things have changed. Some people have lost the battle in higher academia, at least. At lower levels, we still have the University of Utah Middle East Center agitating, very active, trying to do something. I admire them. Going against the current is difficult. I did it. So I really admire them. I like them. To return to this conference, it's astonishing to see there are many people here who presented papers. I had never met them. In the case of some of them, I hadn't even heard their names, and I have learned enormously. I am very happy that there is so much empirical research on various aspects, and that bodes well for the future, very clearly. I think now what we need is really more regional histories. We have huge gaps, we are talking generally, but we have very few regional detailed studies. It can be micro-history, it can be history at the level of a city or a particular province. Not until we have a couple of dozens of these will we be able to have an even better idea of what happened and how it happened, with the massive participation and so on. We have a problem also with a huge gap regarding the urban economy, urban tensions, the crafts, the guilds, and so on. There was so much economic resentment towards Armenians, and that resentment was taking place in an urban setting. And of course, we don't have much about the role played by the Ottoman army during the genocide. Of course, I know that the military archives are not exactly open, so that's a problem. But these are big gaps that need to be filled by probably the next generation of scholars. Insofar as this conference is concerned, I think it has debated many central themes, from the very opening session to this last one, which actually was extremely good. We started with the Eastern provinces' depredations, land usurpations, and so on. We discovered that actually the people who brought the issue to the fore were the Armenian clerics, not the political parties. There were no political parties at that time, so that's unexpected. There was no issue of autonomy, self-rule, independence, or anything like that at first. Then Ilkay's paper showed the Ottoman perceptions of what was going on, or maybe perceptions, or maybe framing of what was going on in terms of security, for example. Or a purely administrative issue, in the eastern provinces, that's how it is, which appears in memoranda of Sultan Abdul Hamid, by the way. What are they complaining about? That's how it has been there. That's how it should be. And then the issue of reforms, being analyzed in this session. And of course, all the previous sessions with many, many remarkable papers. So, Taner, first, thank you again for the invitation. And also the last word, I am very happy that I came, you know. Okay.
So I was trying to think about some of my conclusions in the book on the genocide, They Can Live in the Desert Nowhere Else, and what I've learned here, and how I wish that this conference had been a couple of years before, or that I wrote the book later, right?
Second edition.
Because there'll be, that's what my daughter says, don't worry, Dad, there'll be a second edition, or something like that, 100 years from now. So, and there are many things, but I would challenge the group, and I would like to hear your, because I love criticism, right? Marx was all about criticism. That I would love to know if some of the big conclusions that I tried to make work or don't work, given your research. I want to just list a couple of them, because I think intellectually this is a good moment to do it. When am I ever going to get all you people together in the same room to criticize? So, first of all, I was trying to make an argument in that book that the Young Turks, and by the way, I would say Abdul Hamid II, as I said yesterday, was an empire saver, an empire preserver, not any kind of ethno-nationalist, right? And we heard papers today which talked about, for instance, this wonderful paper on the Turkish learning, right, and that kind of thing. And I tried to develop a concept, let's say, between the old traditional ancien regime empires and what would eventually triumph in the 20th century, but by the way, not until after World War I, and then really after World War II, which is the end of empire, right? Even later, in the 1990s, of a modernizing empire, right? Or you could call it a nationalizing empire. And by the way, I want to say that I'm a Russian historian, not an Ottoman historian, obviously. I'm moderately dealing with modern Turkish right now. And I think comparison was very important, because I think this idea came out of studying the Romanov Empire. And then it seemed appropriate to the Austro-Hungarian and the Ottoman Empire. And what do I mean by modernizing or nationalizing empire? I mean that in the 19th century, at some point, maybe at the end of the 18th century, these empires realized they were challenged in a very serious way by new forms of political legitimation. That is the nation, the idea of the nation giving sovereignty to the state, rather than it coming from above, or by right of conquest, or by some people being superior to others, right? And they had to deal with that in many ways. And part of that modernizing empire, one of the attempts was the Tanzimat, for the whole Ottomanist solution. For better or worse, whether it succeeded, ultimately it was abrogated by Abdul Hamid. That seems to me really important. That one avenue of possible evolution was ended, largely. It would be revived for a short time in 1908, but again it would be abrogated, and other kinds of modernizing solutions would be found. Stepan and I were talking a moment ago that maybe massacre is also a form of modernization for some people. Ethnic cleansing. How many states are built on ethnic cleansing or even genocide, right? So, but the introduction of a single language in the bureaucracy, in the administration, the building of clock towers all over the place, you know, I've seen these clock towers. Those kinds of things were an effort to hold this empire together in one way or another. And that's why I saw, and I found this corroborated by the local studies, I saw the 1890s massacres as an effort to restore an order which was both changing, right, that they didn't know how to deal with how it was changing, but to keep order, stability, and the existing regime in power, right? So I call it restorationist, or violence, and exemplary in the sense that you punish people to show them what the costs of rebellion are. That was one thing. So there's a nationalizing effort, particularly to some extent by Abdul Hamid, but it's not nationalism in anything like the Kemalist or ethno-national sense. And there's obviously an effort by the Young Turks as well, who do it more energetically. But still, it's about the empire. It's still going to be multicultural in some ways. It's going to keep the Arab lands as long as possible. Even as late as 1918, when you think the game is up, They think they're winning. They sign Brest-Litovsk, read Hans Lucas Kieser's new book on Talat, and they're going into the Caucasus, and they're going to take Baku and create satellite states. So these guys are ambitious empire builders, but soon it's going to be impossible, and there's going to be something else. And Eric Zucher tells me that even the early Kemal period is a period where he's not so sure. It's still about something like an empire. It's going to be Islamic, it's going to be national, it's going to be something. And then eventually he adopts a very pragmatic program, which is the Turkish nation state, which of course has its own problems, because there are Kurds there, and Greeks, and Jews, and a few Armenians left as well. So that was one big thing that I thought was important. The second thing, I'll just do three, I promise you. The second thing was about emotions, and they came up over and over again, even in the securitization paper. It sounded like solid, good, and it was political science, and yet the attitudes, the discourses, the ideas of security. What is threat, after all? Threat is a perception. This is the argument. And a perception is all based on certain parts of the brain, you know, which are not just cognitive, but which are also about affect. So that I thought was really interesting. The final point is, and this is a point that Tanner has made and Thomas made in his paper, the relationship between the European imposed reforms, the failure to achieve them, and ultimately the reaction against them. And it is true that there's some kind of relationship between those reform efforts and the violence that follows them, right? And there, the violence is also, if not quite from the bottom, and not quite from the top, and we haven't solved that problem yet. We haven't got the kind of paradigm yet settled. There's something about the middle. That is local elites. Journalists after 1908 in places like Adana. Local agas maybe, or clan leaders, or tribal leaders, Ashada leaders, who are doing some of this. So those are in a sense both feelings that I have that maybe I wasn't so wrong in some of those conclusions based on a lot of reading, and secondly that there's so many questions left to yet to investigate and yet to settle. So this gives you lots of work to do. This will give you employment and hopefully tenure at some point.
Thank you, Ron. Now, I open the floor to all participants. I have also so many things to say, but it's better.
Who would like to start criticizing Ron first?
In regards to Professor Suni's first point, I think you are referring to a very important aspect of violence, global pattern of violence, especially during World War I. We have been discussing about it in our session before our session started. I think we need more comparative studies, like the violent policies, or not the violent policies, actually policies of the empires towards their minorities, as citizens. For instance, in the case of Russia, I think you were also referring to Eric Lohr's book, Nationalizing the Empire, which is like a groundbreaking book. When I read that book, I was really fascinated by seeing the similarities between the policies of Russian Empire towards non-Russian minorities by declaring them or designating them as enemy aliens. So what we see is a conspicuous, very clear-cut ethnicity regime as opposed to Ottoman case, to me, actually. And also, specifically, liquidation and confiscation laws of the Tsarist Russia apply to these enemy alien citizens, like non-Russian citizens, basically, Poles, Germans, and so on and so forth. According to Alan Kramer and Matthew Stitt, and Robert Gerwart actually have been making the same point, all these scholars, they basically argued during the World War I, pursuing this global pattern of violence, both Allied powers and the Axis powers, they have applied like violent and discriminatory policies against their, enemy or alien citizens, like in the case of Austria-Hungary or the Germany, like French, British, and vice versa. But according to Matthew Stitt, it's a very interesting argument to me when I read it.
he argued that only in the case of Ottoman Empire, these policies gain genocidal characteristics. He also described what Austro-Hungarian Empire did the minorities or the alien citizens as, murderous, but still he makes this differentiation between what the Ottomans did to Assyrians and the Armenians especially, and the others to their minorities. So this comparative aspects actually still is missing in our field, especially in the field of Armenian studies, Armenian genocide studies.
Thank you, Hamid. Yes, now we have Kamal and Tolga next to him. Yeah.
There are a lot of literature about, so for example, the issue of violence and nation state, especially Macron's thing, the dark side of democracy, and in terms of the imperialist nationalism, Krishna Krumer, I think, yes, missionary nationalism. I think the best explanation, this is what I think, about, for example, in the mind of Abdul Hamid, what was empire, what was nation state, really probably was not clear. And these are the terms and concepts we impose on the world, on reality, whatever things outside, and we are trying to explain things, but how much they fit the reality is something else. But I think there is, the way I see it, I think focus, understanding of these change, probably the best explanation when he talks about the states of territories transformation or change to the state of population, which it seems to be a gradual thing, and almost all the empires are dealing with the situation this way. Slowly, they think about the population, controlling the population. So you have all the studies in the Ottoman documents about tribes, about different types of people, classification of the population, mapping, census, and things. So the way I see it, at least I don't know much about Gulkhana and other things, but from the Mahmud II's era, the state has a new perception about itself. It changes the army with the new army, tries to control the entire religious establishment by bringing the Sheikhul Islam into the cabinet, and Kapat has the thing, politicization of Islam. I mean, Islam has always been political, but it's a different thing that we see. So I think we have a trend, and probably the only difference between the empires and nation states now, whatever empires were able to homogenize and to control, now we call it nation state. Otherwise, every country, in a sense, is empire in some sense.
Thank you. Yes, Tolga.
Just a very brief point about the importance of comparative studies that we brought up. There was a Russian governor of Bessarabia who was writing about the Jewish pogroms in that region, and since we've been talking about the importance of, at the lower levels, if it's a popular reaction, the middle levels, sort of the organization of local elites, and then the government involvement at the highest levels. He basically, when he's talking about the pogroms, there he's saying that whenever local officials receive ambiguous instructions, and this is something that I've seen in many cases from the Hamidian period as well, they would basically interpret it as in an extreme way as possible, basically. In other words, if the Sultan is saying, for example, something along the lines of, destroy the revolutionary presence or destroy the rebels in a particular region, it becomes very easy for local officials and local elites to think of that in as broad terms as possible. And that ambiguity is intentional, in my opinion. And what we're lacking, though, I haven't found any primary sources in that regard, is that with this Russian memoir summarizes it very clearly when he says that whenever the Tsar says do something, it's almost like an avalanche. And it's by the time it's put into action, it's the people who are committing the pogroms are thinking, we're doing what the Tsar is asking us to do. And that's something that both Ali brought up, and that's something I've seen with people who are committing the Sasun massacre. So it's, I think comparative studies are important in the international sense, but also in the very localized mechanisms of how violence is being utilized.
Thank you. Other thoughts, reflections?
Sorry.
Yes, you want to say something? If you forgot, then...
Yeah, it sort of passed, but it was in response to Ron's asking for some comment or criticism. When you were talking about the modernizing the empire, and I'm thinking in the 1890s, and how the massacres targeted the economic heart of most of these cities in the East. The result of that, of course, was 2 decades of regression in terms of the modernizing of the empire. So it's just a comment, but it was a strategy that was employed again, but in a much more successful way, I think, in the genocide itself, because there the transfer of wealth to what became ultimately Republican sources, they did better with what was taken, though even there was decades of slow progress. So in a way, it undermined the whole keeping that empire together. One way you could say that keeping the empire together required the modernization, because you're bringing a certain kind of stability with wealth, but it's gone as a result of much of the violence. It's just a comment.
Thank you so much. If there is no other, okay, there is one there, because I want to say something too. So I wait, but yeah.
So I just wanted to go back to this issue of comparison and to also push us to think about how we can make comparisons between the Ottoman experience and historical experiences that may not be as obvious. I mean, the Russian comparison has been made frequently, and of course with good reason. Maybe to a lesser extent the Habsburg case, but I'm thinking also, of course, we can think of Qing China. But in my own work, I think, and perhaps this is in part because I'm an American historian, I'm an American citizen, and I think about how history and politics intersect, and of the kind of broader political utility of the work that we do. I think often about the comparisons, for example, between the Ottoman case in the late 19th, early 20th centuries and the American case, to make comparisons such as that so that the Hamidian era, and more broadly, the modern Ottoman era, the 19th and early 20th centuries, are so often in the historiography, and even by Ottomanists themselves, presented as aberrant, somehow aberrant to some sort of global norm. But in fact, there's so much in the Ottoman experience that, for example, is comparable to the developments we see in, for example, the 19th, early 20th century American state, and also the many contradictions that exist between the efforts, the Tanzimat and post-Tanzimat efforts to create legal standardization and equality, while at the same time you have the strengthening of communal institutions. While in the United States, for example, post-Civil War, the effort to expand citizenship and citizenship rights that is met with, of course, an extensive backlash when especially non-dominant groups attempt to make use of those rights. They're met with extreme violence. Of course, I'm thinking of Jim Crow lynchings of African Americans in the South. You have pogroms, such as the Tulsa pogrom, we can call it that, in 1919 in the United States, which is the use of tacit, it's not state violence, but it's clearly approved by the states. And even I'm thinking about migration too, kind of the open citizenship laws in the United States, but the efforts to keep first the Chinese out, followed by other groups at the beginning of the 20th century. There's lots of parallels between these different experiences and the uses of violence and the question of who has rights and who doesn't have rights. And to think about doing comparisons that don't imagine the Ottoman case to be aberrant, but rather informative of these other developments.
You know, I hate to say this, but in a bizarro kind of fashion, that kind of comparative approach is being done more by denialists than by what I would call real scholars. There's, for example, your friend Michael Gunter's book, no, not Gunter's book, excuse me, Ericsson's book on counterinsurgency, and there's a new book that I just got in the mail 2 days ago that pursues the same issue of Ottoman counterinsurgency, and it compares it to what was being done in the Philippines, what was being done in the Americas. And actually, I think these are interesting comparisons in a lot of ways, but the way it's pursued is to say, and therefore it's sort of okay, because they were doing it in the Philippines, and they were doing it in South Africa, and they were doing it in the American West, so what's so wrong with what the Ottomans did? So, I'm not saying that should necessarily be the model, but the idea, anyway, that animates it is kind of interesting.
So, okay, good. Yes.
I am not accustomed to overstepping the heart of a gavur, the limit assigned to a gavur, but I will do it in this case. Just two quick comments. I very much like in historical sociology the school that deals with power and conflict. We can talk as much as we want about empire, nations, and so on. There are such things as power relations and how you use them. You can use them to kill, drive out populations. You can use that power to manage situations, to create stability. These are choices. And these choices are, up to now, issues in modern Turkey, in Republican Turkey. How do you handle a diverse population when you have created a myth of Turkish homogeneity in the country? If you want to deny it and use force, then you have endless conflict, which I touched upon a few days ago. My second comment, and it's really short, I am all for the comparative method, but one of the dangers is that when the comparative method is not accompanied by empirical research, it has a tendency to slide into importation from another field. You see? Because the Holocaust was like this, therefore the Armenian genocide is something like that. It was incremental radicalization, there was nothing, and things evolved. Well, there is a major difference with the Holocaust, which is all the massacres that preceded, the Armenian genocide, for them, just to give, an example. So I think that issue is also very important.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Well, just briefly, this has been a wonderful conference in terms of opening so many horizons into so many different areas. But one that I'd like to look at for a minute, I think a lot of the traditional research on this period has looked at it from the point of view of the great powers, and that this was obviously the great age of imperialism, and how did the great powers look at the Ottoman Empire, and what was their effect on events in the Ottoman Empire. And then there was sort of a reaction to that, and we see now that we have to look internally at what was going on in the Ottoman Empire. And I think looking ahead, the interesting thing would be to see kind of the interaction between the great powers and what it was that they were trying to accomplish. And obviously they all had their individual interests, and how that impacted on what was going on in the Ottoman Empire, not only in the capital, but in the provinces, and of course the whole missionary influence that I've worked on. And then you had the influences going the other way. How did events in the Ottoman Empire affect the European powers and their policies? So, I mean, for me, that opens a whole new area of research in addition to all these other areas.
Thank you so much. So maybe I can say also a couple of words. I have maybe 3 points to take out from this conference. One point is genocide as a process, not as a single event. So until maybe recently, we mostly debated or discussed Abdul Hamid period and genocide as two separate, distinct historic facts and hardly try to put them together as part of a genocidal process. This is one important issue. If we really include what happened to Greeks, Assyrians, other Christian societies, we can talk from a genocidal process. Of course, in our field, there were certain attempts to explain, to find the connection between Abdul Hamid period and Armenian genocide, but mostly from an essentialist perspective. So mainly from an intentionalist perspective, looking to agents, looking the Turks as an agent and Turks as propensity to certain cultural, militaristic or other elements that they are ready really to use violence certain period. This was mainly some of the early writings created this continuity on the intention of one or other agents. I think now we are, with this paper today, what we really understood, what I understood, that we have really to develop a different agent's perspective to understand, that mainly look more the structures actually than the intentions, reading the intentions. And I interpret Stefan's excellent paper also in that sense, culture as a structural element that travels really throughout these periods. So if you look really the agents, several agents, state as an agent, Armenians, which we really in Abdul Hamid period and Armenian genocide period, mostly really neglected as an agent because we allow them to see them or as a victim only, passive receiver of the process, not really active participant of these social conflicts. So this is another important, really, there are different Armenian agents during this process, and actually Ottoman Turkish government's reaction was a reaction to the agents' actions also. They interpreted the Armenians' actions in a certain way. This is how the threat conception actually emerged. And of course, especially the Kurdish tribes and the local forces, that is so different from region to region. My second important point, I think the reforms and genocide and Abdul Hamid period of massacre. I really believe that there is a strong connection between 1895 reform package of the great powers and the Ottoman government's response to it, and 1914 reform agreement and the Ottoman government's response to it. So reform, I think, accept all the factors that you put it today also. But the reform and its reaction of the Ottoman government to this reform debate was the trigger of mass atrocities in most of the cases. This is how I see it. And last point is the connection between violence and identities. I learned from Owen's paper on Sassoon massacre and brought up today also. I think, Owen, if you bring this theory on the colonization and conquer of the mountainous areas, I think these areas were mostly where identities also mixed with each other because they were outside the control of centers. And with the violence and with the occupation, with the colonization, it helped also developing ethnic identities in that. So make Muslim more Muslim, Armenians more Armenian. So I think violence and identity building was also another important thing that I took from today's paper. And my last point is, maybe nobody sent us the papers. I am hoping, or I assume everybody wants to read the others' paper and presentation again. Please, my suggestion is send me these papers so that we can make available to other participants and presenters, so that we can really push the, support the further research in our field. So these are my points. And thank you very much, really, for this excellent conference.
We have, oh, excuse me?
We have to send everybody's emails.
Oh, okay, yes, we will send everyone's emails around.
And meanwhile, the video will also be posted.
I just want to announce that we have dinner back at the Strassler Center now. If anyone is not signed up for dinner, there is room for you, so please join us. And if you don't remember the way,